What's happening? We got 9 hands. Are you 9, are you?
Oh, you got some. Show them to me and I'll let them know.
How'd you get on the turbo last night?
I bust after you.
Really?
Josh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Howdy, howdy.
Welcome to the UKPL. Welcome to the 888 Festival here in Portsmouth. And that is not Jay Howard.
It's not, you're right.
Because that is Jay Harwood in seat 7. Jay, this year, wanted to take the Fridays off so he could recalibrate his head after all the long nights and whatever. So Sam's going to do a lot more this year. With us, we'll be doing some full festivals as well. We've used him for years. So it's good to have you on board, you man.
Honestly, mate, pleasure to be here. Pleasure's all mine. Looking forward to
And
working
you know
with
this place.
Yeah, you can say that.
You know this place.
Say
You've been
that.
down here, they all know you.
It's really special to be here, mate, to be honest. And to be working with you all here is just has a nice little cherry on the top. But Portsmouth deserves events like this.
Yeah.
It's a well-run card room.
Yeah.
Preached about it over and over again. And yeah, it's great to have some exposure for it down here.
Yeah. Well, we're being looked after while we've been here. We've certainly been felt like we've been here for years. And this is the first trip since 2013 that we've done in Portsmouth. So, Lime Ricky, you'll be sending messages to me for the keywords and everything else. I've opened up my Twitch, so it'll be I'll be sending you messages and things like that. So you'll have to send them to me to sort that out. They're the 16 that bagged, and unbelievably, we are starting the day with 38. That's 22 day 2 buy-ins of 100,000 starting stack. So it's certainly got the call came out and they all turned up. 22 day 2 buy-ins. It's more than 110% of the field have managed to get in. So good afternoon, chat. Good afternoon, everybody. We're on 888 Twitch and we are on 888 YouTube. We're on Grosvenor Poker YouTube and Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. So we're on 4 places wherever you want to watch us, and we are just about to start the High Roller. So good afternoon, one and all. Welcoming Sam to the box. He's here today, and Jay Howard's playing. He's in green.
Yeah, what a treat this is going to be.
He's in green, and best thing about it is when he rolled up today, he's in shorts. Oh, he's moving one of the chairs. We're not even going to get to see a hand.
No!
We're not even going to get to see a hand, man.
Oh no, I'm so looking forward to that.
He walked in with a Canada Goose coat on and shorts. Now, it's a match that doesn't go, in my eyes, but he says, I forgot to pack a spare pair of trousers. I've got work trousers. He says, but I don't have any civvies.
Dude, if there's one thing that we can let him get away with, it's his fashion sense.
Yeah.
After everything he does for us, to be fair, I'm not going to be the one to pull him up on his shorts. He can crack on with that.
He
But
can.
yeah, shame he's leaving that, but good luck to him on the outer tables. This is going to be some feature, by the way.
Yeah.
mate.
Ian
Looking forward
Simpson
to that.
and Josh Manley on the same table.
Yeah.
In the middle of Steve Ricketts, who final tabled yesterday.
Yeah.
In the Voyage.
Yeah, and Goliath final tablist as well, Steve Ricketts.
Was he?
Yeah, from this year. I think
Oh,
it was part
fantastic.
of the final table
Yeah.
on the Goliath. Very
Yeah. Well,
solid
Ben
player.
Miller's on the feature table. That's not the Ben Miller that also chopped the Goliath.
No, that's not.
We
That's
have
the
two
other
Ben
Ben Miller.
Millers.
That's Pompey Ben Miller, that is.
Yeah.
So seen Ben play down here for a number of years. Very good player. Jacob Bryant, chip leader, local
Yeah.
reg as well.
We've also got second in the Voyage yesterday. Kieran McCulloch in C1.
Yeah.
We've got Thomas Clark. Oh, I thought that was Thomas. Is that Thomas Clark?
No, if it's not, he's got the hair for it, hasn't he? He's got the clack hair. If it's not, it might just be.
It is.
I think it is.
It is
Hiding
Thomas.
under the shadow
So
of the
Thomas
lights.
Clark's there, who won the High Roller League last year.
Yeah, he did indeed.
So here we
He's off
go.
to a good start this year as well, isn't he? On them
Yeah.
deals, wasn't he? So
So here we go.
here we go. Your day 2 of the High Roller
Yep.
is underway, and it's a cracking feature to get us underway. What a way to start for Kieran. Welcome to day 2. Ace King suited, thanks. Under the gun +1. We'll be bumping that up. Dan in seat 2, pocket 9s, straight off the bat here.
What's happening here? It's a right setup for the first hand of the day.
16 blinds, pocket 9s, +2 versus +1. Looks like he's just going to elect a call here. I know he's gone for a free bet. I do like that. So Ace King +1 open. Probably just, and Tom's got Ace King as well in the 6th seat from the small blind here. And lovely spot
Wow.
here for Tom. And it's going anywhere but all in the tower. There he goes. Over to Ben in.
Oh, what a setup
All
this
right,
is!
here we go. I mean, if this is the tone for Fridays this year, I can't wait for 2025. Let me tell you that.
What's
We've got
happened to this
setup of the year already in the first hand of day 2.
It's like Sean Hayden's been doing.
+1 open, +2 3 bet, small blind all in, big blind all in, and action back now over to Kieran. And like in this exact action, we just know that we're probably going to be flipping at best, but there's no way we can fold here. Ace King suited.
What
off
do the
this stack.
nines
Well,
even do?
nines have got to fold no tower. To be fair, I mean, there's just no way that we're going to get even a reasonable representative equity here 4 ways with 9s. And
It's 2 day 2 binds.
don't think Dan, ever had the intention of 3 bet folding the
No.
9s here, but just got to get him in the bin. And here we go then, straight off the bat into 2025.
Wow. So
Ace King, and Queens.
Oh, Thomas is like, oh god. So the 9s are pretty happy that they're folding. What a start!
Yeah. So 64% for Ben 3-way here. We saw a king folded pre-flop as well. And what an opportunity for Ben to really kick-start his day 2 campaign here in the High Roller. So can he dodge? Well,
No.
doesn't need to dodge, do we now? So this is
What
it.
about flopping him dead?
That is absolutely wild. I think 1%.
2
for
fives,
Kieran
running
for
fives, that's it.
Backdoor 5-5, yeah. Thanks for coming, boys. Thanks for coming, Mr. Miller. What a start.
Wow.
What a start. I don't think he could have envisaged.
Thomas is probably already out the door.
Yeah, I don't think he could have envisaged a better start to day 2 than this. That is absolutely wild.
Wow. Wow. Thomas Clark's already gone. Kieran is left with 6,000. Ben trebles to 281.
What a start. Ben Miller, 47 blinds now. That spin is solid from 17 up to 47, 280k.
What a start
God,
that
we
was.
had a chance to get our feet under the table here, Tower, on day 2, and the chips are flying. Chips are flying. So welcome one and all to those of you joining us on YouTube, Facebook or Twitch.
Yep. 888 Poker TV on Twitch and YouTube. And then Grosvenor Poker, which we normally stream for the GKPTs on YouTube and Facebook. All Millers have left. I wish Rotherham were. As in that signing, yeah.
Is it?
The Millers.
How many away wins have you got now?
The 2, I do believe. 2 in 2 years.
2 in 2 years. That's what, you're increasing your ratio from done in 18 months or whatever it was. You're getting there. You're getting there. So down here, 12 from +1, ace 9 of clubs. Choose to take this one.
So 2 hands in. 9's first hand's folded. Now we've got ace 9 suited.
So, well, Josh now, welcome to the Ace King party. Mr. Manley.
All Josh says, I'm all in.
All of it. And Dan's just going to be like, what have I done to deserve this at the start of day 2? Pocket 9s out the door in the first hand, and he just knows he's in bad shape now when Josh sends this here. So, good luck to both players, but can't help but be rooting for the Guildford boy Josh here. Good luck to both players, but the start of these high rollers on day 2 can often set up some car crashes, and we have had an absolute pile up in the first round.
The dealer's giving us a treat at the minute.
Yeah, wow, and it's just basically
And let it
done.
yet again, flop again.
It's
How do we
just
get out of this one?
Absolutely wild. Backdoor 9s?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Well, there you go.
that's it. Dead on the
Dead
turn.
on the turn. Dead on the turn. So Josh is going to pick up a big pot here, and that will be a popular sight for the 888 chat
It will
supporting
indeed.
him today.
Josh Manley doubles. Well, just takes out Daniel Rudd.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Josh, absolute top fella, and very well run at Twitch stream, out on the streets, plays very well on the felt, but top guy off the felt as well.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to seeing if he can kick a run at day 2 here.
Well, what a start.
Just
Look,
like that, 3
yeah.
down.
4.
4?
4 in total. Thomas Clack, Jamie Walden bust out. Chris Brammer and Dan Rudd. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. So Thomas and Dan on our table. Brammer's out. I didn't see Chris. I didn't see Chris walking out either.
No.
It's where sat in the entrance. Well, oh, you can walk. Can you? Is it? That's a smoking area with
Yes,
that door.
yep.
Is it an exit as well?
He is an excellent.
Ah,
yes,
right. So you can
yeah.
sneak out the side door.
You can.
You can do the back door bogey, can you?
Get your hood up and sneak out there.
You can do your back door bogey down there, can you?
Yeah, so Kieran's going to be all in here in the big blind with his 10-6-0.
Funny thing yesterday, I've just come. I've come out of the hotel
Yeah.
and I'm stood there and I'm like, where's the car park? And I'm just stood. I had to ring PK. Honestly, I rang PK and I'm like, can I get to the car park from here? He went, no, you have to go either into the casino or around the casino and down. I went, how do I do that? I couldn't even see the sign for the Grosvenor Casino. He went, turn right, and then turn right again. And across the road you see the casino. So I get to the casino, I said, does that lift take me downstairs to the car park? He went, yes. I went, fine, that'll do for me.
Yeah.
I'm finding my way around. I couldn't find my car.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of a hand here. So Ian opened under the gun, ace jack. We had Kieran, who was mandatory all in from the big blind with 10-6, and Ben just flattened the button here, ace queen of clubs. Don't mind this at all. Steve passed the 4s and would have flop top set here, but as played, I think this is probably going to go check. Board that's not really going to connect all that well here, but 10 on the turn for Kieran just takes a commanding lead in this pot, and if he can dodge some aces, 5s, jacks and queens, a fair bit to dodge, but he'll see himself scoop this one from a mandatory all in. You're just going to come for a thinner here, just going to try and deny some equity from Ben with a better 9,000. Ben's having none of it, going to stick around, make the call. Trying to get a bit of money on the side, 9 of clubs. So Kieran's going to win this one now, having been all in the big blind for 6k with 10-6. This is almost certainly going to go check.
Yeah.
Ben's going to win the side pot against Ian.
The spin's on.
Kieran's spin begins.
Here we go. We are spinning.
Right, who have we got in the chat?
Loads.
Mitch Allen. Good
You'll
afternoon,
catch
sir.
up.
How are you? Hope you are well. Good to see you hanging around with us. Mr. JG Poker, welcome in. Good to see you too.
Seen John.
All of the...
He came into the casino after the match on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Buzzing he was. He managed to score 3 in a game for the first time in 82 years,
There's
apparently.
not many times John comes in here after a Pompey game buzzing, to be fair. Bless him. Lovely fella, though.
He scored 3. Stoke City must be terrible.
Well, yeah.
Weeks is going to come back and join us. Hope to see you guys in a month for a tournament. Where would you be in a month's time? In 2 weeks' time, we've got Manchester.
We have indeed.
GUKP team Manchester. But in a month's time, we will be having the UK Open. The
Yes,
1 million guarantee.
I know. How about that, mate?
1 million guarantee.
How about that? And amazing sweat on the seat giveaway on the live stream last week.
Oh, how
10
good was
seconds
that?
to claim the
How
seat.
good was that?
Oh, it's
And
amazing.
Kenny was waiting in the wings because he was second.
Yeah, I know.
He was in the casino.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, mate,
He was
honestly, that
actually
would
in
have
the
been
casino.
heartbreaking. Heartbreaking, that would.
He was actually
That's
in
just
the.
like getting rivered, that is.
Yeah. And Kenny, I know Kenny. I've known Kenny for like 30 years.
Yeah.
We used to play darts together on a Friday night.
Yeah, right.
Me and Kenny Billups.
Yeah.
And he's a good lad from Rotherham.
Well, I mean,
Back to the table.
let's just jump
Kieran
this.
with the
Kieran's
sevens.
spin looks like the wheel might have just gone flat here
It is
because
ending.
King Jack flopping 2 pair and drawing to just a 7 now.
Kieran McCulloch.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to spin.
Hey, there we go.
We thought he was going to spin.
I'll tell you what, we're in for a good one today, guys.
Oh man.
We are in for a good one today.
What is happening here on the table?
The poker gods woke up and chose chaos. And we have got must-outs galore.
Kieran's probably stood up, put his coat on and
All ins
everything.
galore. And Kieran just turns around and says to us, mate, I had 1 big blind. We know you did, sir. And now you've got way more than that.
Bagging
9x setter.
nearly on 10. I love it. The blinds at 3-6, back up to 9,000, 9 big blinds. The spin is real. Aye, aye, the banana packet's there. It's pink. You can't have a pink banana holder. Surely the banana holder's got to be yellow.
Whoa, what am I missing here? Banana.
Ian Simpson
Yeah,
has a banana holder for
Yeah,
his banana.
right.
In the shape of a banana, obviously.
Well, I hope so. It's not shaped of an apple.
Apparently it's to keep your banana more fresh,
Do you know, I actually...
and he has a holder for it.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I used one of those, as you can probably tell. But I think that those banana, I had those at primary school, mate. You should take them in. Take them in. Stop your banana getting all bruised in
Oh,
your
it's up
bag
when
and
your mum's
everything.
forgot to put your banana in the middle.
Oh, that's it. I should compensated by a packet of McCoys or something. That was all right. But yeah,
Apparently it's
little
supposed
fruit
to-
boxes. I mean, to be fair, his banana holder. Look at the state of that. His banana holder might need to be
Yeah, that's
investigated. That does not look. It's been protected pretty well, does it?
That's not a fresh banana, that is it?
This
That's come
banana
back from
gate.
Madrid.
I
That
don't think
banana.
we expected to have banana conversations today on the live stream.
That
but
banana's come back from Madrid
yeah,
with his winnings.
been bumped around.
You know he won the 888 main event.
I do, yeah.
Unbelievable
Yeah, I do.
scenes.
Brilliant stuff.
Unbelievable scenes.
So to all of you who are choosing your Friday, or choosing us for your Friday, should I say, thank you very much. Welcome into the 888 coverage of day 2 on the live stream. Jay is in the field,
Yes.
joining the tower in the booth today. I'm very much looking forward to covering this one. So a bit of blind on blind confrontation here. Ian just completing from the small blind, and Steve opting to check his action from the big with Queen 6. And both players flopping middle pair that drops to third pair on a King of Hearts turn. And might see Ian go for a bet here. Just try and deny some equity against some big blind holdings that could connect reasonably well on this ace-6-3. charge our opponents, try and realise some straight draws if they're in there at all, or any of this sort of 8, 9, 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack, any of this that might plausibly take a flop from the big blind. Well, 7 of diamonds on the turn, and I think this is probably going to go check, check, yeah. Well, Steve's going to show his queen 6 here, take the pot.
Lovely. Stevie Ricketts. So we're on 34. Cat says, I did tell him that the banana mascot needs to be on the table for its magic powers to work. Yeah, the pink, that's what I said. Oh no, we've got banana investigations going on now. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
But right, we need to investigate. We need to put this to bed. But Ian Simpson's done something I've never seen in my life.
Okay.
Ever.
Mask.
And I'm old.
Go on.
He has peeled half a banana
Yeah.
and he's eaten the banana out of the skin with the holding the skin and
Oh right, I was
eating on
going
the
to say,
banana.
yeah, fine.
I've never seen that before in my
I
life.
can't say I've ever seen that either, mate.
Never seen that before in my life. Now we need banana gate might be a thing. Who's ever done that? Ever? Please tell me. Who's ever peeled a banana and started eating it out of the... You don't do that. I'm not having it. I'm going to have to go to the table.
To anyone tuning in... to
Banana
888,
Gate. Look, watch.
I know.
Banana
Here we
Gate's
go.
real.
Here we go. Are we going to get...
I can't have it. I can't have it.
You know, we have a saying...
You peel a banana like that. You go like that with a banana.
Here we go.
Like
Here
that.
we go.
Like
Right.
that. And then you go.
No, but that was all right.
Like that.
That's pretty standard.
Well, he's doing it now.
I can't believe
He didn't do it before. He didn't do
This
it.
is the value
Banana
that
Gate's
is
finished.
Forget your poker
We're all right
analytics.
now.
It's banana
We're all
eating
right now.
analytics.
Banana Gate's finished now. He's peeled it properly. Oh, I'm all right with him now.
I think that's fine, though.
I would having problems. We're done now.
Okay.
No, it's
Well,
inside.
right.
It's
Now-
inside.
now- right.
That's wrong.
That is a problem.
The Banana Gate issue is wrong.
That is a problem.
I can't have it. I just don't. I don't understand.
I thought you meant that, like, you peeled the... I don't know what you call them, like the leaves of the banana, or what that... And then, like, held each leaf and just went like that.
That's
But
what he's doing.
He's not. He's got it as like a boat. He's got like a little...
Yeah.
It's like a...
Well, we've got to investigate this Banana Gate thing.
So forget your poker analysts, guys, if you're here for that. Stick to Jay for that. We're the bananas. Mikey Leonard supporting Steve and Jordan on YouTube. Welcome to all of you tuning in for day 2 coverage of the High Roller here in Portsmouth. I can't tell you how good it is to have an event down here local to us South Coasters. The team have been well looked after by the staff down here, so thank you to everyone
Absolutely.
for their support
Yeah,
in
really,
getting
really
this
good.
event on, and just really good to have an event down here. That's a pretty good flop, that, for Man.
Manly with the King 8.
8-8-3, 2 diamonds, and or that we're going to have a lot of continues on from +2, but 1.5 SPR, so I think we're just going to be sizing here to get this in on turn versus flush draws and stuff, but obviously none of that is out there, and just going to drop that off. So an overkill connection and taking down the pot. Chip counts on the screen for you there. If you missed it, hand number 1 of the day, probably one that you're going to see again and again. What a way to start day 2 of a high roller. Ben picking up the queens against ace king in 2 spots, basically flopping everyone dead on queen 5-5. Josh Manley, second hand of the day, ace king against Dan's ace 9. Good night, Vienna, for Dan.
It was a crazy start. crazy start. Yes, we've got Josh Manley and Manley at the table.
Yeah, good catch.
Ian Simpson, all in for his 31. Tables Jack 8. Peter in seat 6. As the ace king, Ian Simpson at risk.
Yeah, so Ian's going to need some help here. Jack 8 of hearts from the hijack. And flops an 8, so going to take the lead in this one. 6 direct outs for Peter, but some fun turns for sure to give him some. Well, there's just one of the direct outs, so that is.
A jack or an 8 needed. 2 are dead.
That is where we are.
And it's an ace as well.
On the river, yeah.
So a tap on the table from Mr. Ian Simpson, who busts out early doors of level number 1 of the day. Unlucky for Ian. Ian Simpson might catch him later. But could be jumping into the main event that starts at 1 o'clock. Very unlucky, Mr. Ian. If you do want to get involved with Portsmouth, then the schedule is there. It's exactly the same for the legs that we do at Reading and where else we go in with the 888s? Edinburgh, Reading, Newcastle, Liverpool's a new one. So we're on the Friday, High Roller Day 2. Day 1B of the main event starts at 1 o'clock. Day 1C starts at 6 o'clock. And the main event cash out is on at 8 o'clock. So plenty going on today. Tomorrow is the main one, Day 1D, which we're going to be covering, and the Rumble at 6. And then we'll crown a champion on the Sunday. And then the side events, the seniors and the big shot. So plenty still to get yourselves into. But we're on the Friday of the festival. So down to 32. Ian Simpson goes out.
Okay, so I'm going to be sweating with Ben on this one because we haven't picked up Steve's whole cards yet. Steve did open and Ben defending the big blind with ace deuce to 8-5-3 rainbow, and one is Ben here that we're going to have way better connectivity with in general, but decides to just take one with the gut shot there. Ball pair in 5, and solid player Steve, pretty sure will recognise that when the middle pair card pairs on turns, pretty advantageous for us, as Ben in this spot decides to check it back, and now with Ben does feel the need to bluff here. Looks like he's going to go 30k, 35k, so just over 2/3. Steve, probably now, I think we're defining him a little bit clearer to not having as many overpairs in range. I think we're just going to be seeing those make calls by now, and I think we're probably going to be defaulting into some ace highs, some king highs, some bits and pieces like that, and does decide to get out of the way. So Ben continues a strong start to day 2, up north of 50 big blinds now, and 300k in chips. Great start to the day, and for all of you tuning in to the 888 live stream, welcome in on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. We'll be covering this event to completion today, and promise to be a good one. We've got 888 rep Josh Manley on the table.
We have indeed.
in your 5 seat.
And if you're sat at home not going out because of the weather, then please stay safe.
Yeah, it's pretty
It's
grim
horrendous
around,
out there. There's 700,000 homes in Northern Ireland without power.
Mad.
There's trees down absolutely everywhere.
Mad, isn't it? So Mark here, Queen Jack of Hearts. Going to open that one up. See Mark playing down here in Pompey quite regularly. Going to take this one from +1, and Steve's going to put it straight at him with pocket 8s from +2. I think one nails Mark. We're going to see him let this one go now, Tower.
Right, just goes to the table from former Ian Simpson's seat. Saw Mark on the voyage yesterday. Wouldn't surprise me if he called, but I'm edging towards a fold.
We've got a fold here, Tower. We've got a fold. We've still got plenty of blinds left behind. Still, you know, we haven't anywhere near committed ourselves in this pot, and against the hands that are just banging it in here from Steve, is not going to be performing well. Queen Jack there.
Yeah.
So Mark does decide to get out of the way.
Saw Jack wheeled earlier.
Oh yeah, and I saw Jack as well. He was on the same table as Mr. Teague.
First thing he said to me, would you
Yeah.
like a shot? He didn't say good morning. He didn't say how you doing, Tower. He literally said,
Would you like a shot?
would you like a shot? I'm like, no thanks. Hi. Can I have a cup of tea, no sugar, please?
I have a coffee, no sugar. Thank you. That's
Thank
spot
you.
on. Look at this.
Amazing.
Honestly, I mean,
They
the
walk
only
past, look
card
at
room
us.
I've been in the area with, outside of the Vic maybe, that's got dedicated poker valets, and it makes a big difference. Yeah, it does make a big difference. The structure of the comps that go on through the weeks here, and the grassroots level of poker in the south of England is pretty strong, and Pompey's
Yeah.
got a big say in that.
Please, right.
Yeah, it's good to see him, old Jack. He used to travel for about 12, 18 months. I don't know if his work commitments or whatever it is, but first thing he said, not good morning, Tower, anything like that. Would you like a drink?
Yeah, Gully Ben is still in the field. I saw him earlier. He's looking in good spirits today.
Well, and I just mentioned Jack Wheel because he's bust. He is bust out. Just after Ian Simpson went, Jack Wheel
That's
went.
unfortunate. I think he's a regular down there, mate. He's playing. I see him down there a lot. He's a lovely chap. Lovely chap.
Kieran, Queen 10 from the small, 39,000. That built it up. But obviously just gone through the blind, so they're all in. Just got to get through, Mark. Jack Queen again. I'm not folding Jack Queen
That
twice.
is gonna get called.
Thank you. He's not folding Jack Queen
Yeah,
twice.
well, different spot here. Tower blind on
See,
blind. And
well, with this, to be fair, with this one, you can hit 2 flushes.
well, that is true. That's true. Yeah, can't argue with that. But he probably doesn't want to hit the diamond one because Kieran would have him there. But 7 blinds, blind on blind. Mark going to make this call with Queen Jack and be in great shape here.
So a 10. We reverse it. Kieran's big chance. Now needs to fade paint, really. The king of the jack. He needs to fade to get another double. A 10. There we go. He's up to
That's a brutal
90.
one for Mark.
Kieran's up to 90. What a spin this is.
Yeah.
He's up to 15.
6k all in the big blind.
Yeah.
Just the 90k now, almost up to starting stack for day 2 buy-in. A lovely little spin for Kieran McCulloch in seat 1. So wherever you're watching us from, as Tower said, stay safe. Weather's pretty grim outside. Let us know in the chat box where you're watching from, though. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know where we have all 206 of you watching across socials at the minute. Let us know where you're watching from. Right, so here we go then. Ben Miller, hijack, 10s, and Kieran's going to need, he's got all the way back up here, but he's going to need to run well here. We're going to have to come in from behind again here as Kieran, because Ben is not going to be folding here. 10s for 15, yes please, hijack versus button, and Kieran again find himself an equity dog here, going to need to find one of the 2 remaining 8s. Don't think we saw one folded, so that is not a great start. Ace, King, 7. Just going to be 8 hunting here. Oh, we did see one folded, so we're just the 8 of spades. We are just the 8 of spades twice. Not on the turn, so 1 out once for Kieran here.
I can't believe it. Where's the 8s when you need? Where's the 8s? Where's the festival nuts? Not there.
Ooh, on pip up, so
what a day.
what a spin. What a spin.
What a day for Kieran, I
spin.
tell you what. Down to 1 big, spun. 8s against 10s.
And you know what, Tal, when you're in that spot and you do manage to find that spin and you kick yourself right back up to sort of the back end of the pack, you think, I tell you what, now we've got to run here. But unfortunately for Kieran, couldn't materialise and realise that run. And another one bites the dust. So, who have we got here? We've got Richie Burner watching from the M1. Afternoon, Richie. How are you? From the M1, mate. Stay safe, drive safe.
From the M1.
And all that. Hopefully that's from a service station. We've got Nitrous on Twitch as well. Good afternoon to you. Welcome in. Andre's on YouTube watching from Bristol. Good afternoon, Andre Lindsay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Phil Burdekin. Phil Burdekin. Watching from a cold office in Wimbledon. In better news, absolutely no one turned up, so I can watch the stream with impunity. Well, we are pleased to have you with us, as we are everybody. Welcome in. And best get the heating on, Phil. That's all we can say to that one. Anybody coming down to Pompey today, do feel free to come say hello. Tower and myself are situated just outside the partition from the poker room to the main casino area. Nice to say hello to anyone who's watching. Well, I'm not sure we're going to get... Let's just dial into this one. What a flop that is from Mark. 10-8 of diamonds here.
I mean, today.
Steve flopping the best hand, but somehow equity 60-40 dog here. All these outs, corridor across the top of the screen of outs here for Mark. I mean, surely he had 13 twice after the flop. There it is, finally. Mark
one
finds
of
a
them.
bit of run good. Unfortunate one for Steve. I mean,
Mark just sits back down again.
Yeah, Steve will recognise it.
Yeah.
He had to fade a hell of a lot of outs there.
Indeed, straight over to the outer tables. We've got Laith Edris with pocket 5s against Jay.
Hello.
What's he got?
That looks like the Rockets, mate.
Are you kidding? Pocket aces? I've only ever
This is gonna
3,
go,
4, Jack.
it's a good start for Jay.
Jay's got aces. Is he going to bust a player?
Here
2.
we go. They're after each other's outs now, Tower.
Oh, it's a queen on the
Jay
river.
holds. Mr. Harwood holds, and
Lath busting out to Jay Harwood.
Lath out of here. Well, there's your man, ladies and
There
gents.
we go. I think
There's
he's
your man. There's
still
Mr.
on. He's still
Ahmed on the table as well. We've got
Ryan Fronder to the left.
got a few chips building up now, Jake.
There we go. So Jay busting.
Let's
Lath
go, Jay.
Edris.
Let's go. Heating's Brokers has got a hot water bottle up the jumper.
No
In the
way.
abandoned office. That's quite the. Just before we saw Jay there, though, Tal, we've got Chachalo here watching from Argentina. How about that?
Excellent. Brilliant
That
stuff.
is some international viewing if I ever see it. Welcome in, sir, on Twitch. Watching from very sunny Stoke, Sean Lewis on
What?
Facebook.
Very sunny Stoke has never been said in a sentence before. How are we doing, Pesky? Glad Stoke's sunny.
Thanks, Lime Ricky, coming in with the commands there.
Indeedy. Indeedy. I've only just had to. I've just had to update my Twitch so I can message Lime Ricky so we get in touch with each other, and I've had to do my phone number and all sorts. Sound's gone on YouTube. We'll check
I'll
that.
check that one for you. Yes, indeed, Phil. Let's go, Manners. Well, King 7 on the button here for Josh. We're going to be taking it open with this one. Oh, it does decide to drop it off. I wonder if that's staying dependent on his opponents in the blinds, but thought Josh might go for one there. And Jordan just going to get a walk there in the big blind.
The Toolmaker, can you hear us? So we can tell Kieran it's him and not us.
Well,
Over to the table again, Chris Gertin. Oh, it's on the river as well, so we'll try and find out the ball. Chris Gertin calls over there. He's got 2 pair on the river, but unfortunately stands
Looks like
up.
a flush.
John Wedd's river to flush.
yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Deuce of spades there. That looks like...
Is there a defender out the small or the big or something?
there we go.
Playing the old 5 deuce.
I mean, I don't think we're wearing the flat cap to Pompey to fold the 5 deuce, are we, Tower? Let's be real. Let's be real.
So Chris Gertin busting out. In the last few minutes, we've just lost Chris Gertin, we lost Lath Edris, we lost Kieran McCulloch, all 3 you've seen, George Sanford and Jack Wield.
Here we go then. Afternoon, Asifo, watching on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Good to hear from you as always. Do we know how many getting paid?
I don't know the prizes just yet. It'll be on its way soon.
Haven't quite logged through.
What we got?
We've got an all in
50.
at the. That's what we have got, mate. Is an all in.
Another one.
Another one.
Just another one. Just another one, by any chance.
Another one. Any backdoor diamonds about for Jordan here? Otherwise, we are going to carve this one right up. 7 of spades on the turn. No good
Chop it
here.
up.
So
Chop.
everybody get your chips back. See you
We're
next
going
hand.
to chop it up. The payouts will be with us. Good evening, Mr. Asifo.
Stone bubbled the Glasgow main event seat last night
Oh,
online.
ouch.
That is unfortunate, sir.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Good afternoon, everybody in the chats, wherever you may be, wherever you are. Stay safe if you're in the UK. 700,000 homes in Northern Ireland without power.
Yeah, thoughts with everybody impacted over there. Make sure you all stay safe, guys, and we'll be here for the duration of day 2.
Wow.
So stick that kettle on.
Storm Owen floods the Galway. Wow, floods in Galway. Oh man. So all of a sudden we're down to 25. Just like that.
25, yeah. So 38 started the day, was it?
38, yeah.
38.
22 day 2 binds.
Yeah. And fun flop here. So Mark opening ace jack from under the gun, and Manley just defending the king 10 from the big blind. Queen 10 7, 2 spades, and 9 of hearts turn after action check through on the flop. I would expect to see Manley fall into a check here majority of the time on the turn. But does decide to come out for a bet here. Looks like he's going to go for 20k into 50, so 40%. And a call from Mark. Drawing 2, an 8, a king or an ace, and the ball pairing 7 there, and certainly if we're really targeting 9x enough here, going for value on the river as Manley. This is probably one that we just check and take our showdown. Mark quickly checks behind, and Manley's going to be pretty happy when checks back there. I don't think we're going to be... I'd like to see Mark taking some decision time with a queen there if we've got that in holding, but we don't on this occasion. And a nice one for Manley to pick up 18 blinds, 150k for him.
Oh, Yamo says there's 10,000 homes in Blackpool without power, but that's not because of the storm, that's just because they haven't paid the electricity bill. You can tell Yamo's from Preston. How are we doing, Yamo? Hope to see you again soon, pal. Might even come and play some poker on my time off. It's blooming Baltic in Glasgow as well. Keep us warm, the crazy Scotsman. We will. It's been fast and furious today so far. So we're on 25 out of the 56 that have played. So, did we sort out the sound for Kieran? I hope we did. Oh, there's a redraw. What's happening with
There's
the
a
redraw?
redraw.
We're on 24. James Harty from Goliath fame. Another chopper on Goliath. Busting out. Means we're on 24. Means there's a redraw. It's like musical chairs. See who we get. We're losing Josh Manley. Boo!
Good luck to Josh.
Give us a quick chance to run through where we're going. These are the £560 main events. Portsmouth, Newcastle next in April for the smaller one, because we've got Glasgow coming up very soon in March.
I've never been to Newcastle, and I'm looking forward to going to that. I've never been to Edinburgh, and I can't wait to go
Have
to
you worked out whether it's Newcastle and Liverpool the same weekend?
No.
Imagine that.
Imagine.
Imagine that.
Imagine, mate.
It's 5 minutes away from the football ground.
Is it?
Yeah. You can see it.
Wow. Okay.
You can actually see. You've never been to Newcastle.
I've never been to Newcastle at all.
If you got time, if you got,
I've never been to Scotland. I've never been.
if you got 3 days
Yeah.
for Newcastle,
Yeah.
a night out on Friday night in Newcastle or Saturday night,
That'll change
Second
it.
to none,
That'll
man.
change it. Oh, yeah.
and the match.
Oh yeah, mate. Honestly, my brother was up in Newcastle for something.
Big
uni.
Liverpool fan, by the way.
Yeah.
Big.
Yeah, you can tell by the accent.
Goes to a lot of the games.
Yeah, we love it. We do love it for our sins. It's the burnout, but you know, we're there for it. We're there for Arnie. But yeah, no, the St James's Park atmosphere. I'd love to go to a game at St James's Park. I'd love to.
We lost 2-0 in an FA Cup.
You're up in the
replay.
gods, though, aren't you? Right.
Yeah, right at the
up in
top.
gods, yeah.
Right at the top. I think away fans only get like about 2,000 or 3,000. It's not many.
Yeah.
But we were in the away end. I think we played them in the mid-90s. We drew 1 apiece in the FA Cup, and then lost 2-0 on the away leg. When there were replays, when the smaller clubs got looked after, not anymore.
Yeah.
Reading after that at the end of May,
Yeah.
and then Edinburgh in the middle of June, and then round about 3 weeks off before 3 weeks off to try and get to Vegas, and then after June we've got coming back to do the Vic. First event in the Vic, the brand new
Cannot
one.
wait for that.
But Liverpool for the first time on Albert Dock at the Leos, looking forward to that one. And Coventry is the 560 this year because the 2 big ones are Glasgow 888 live Glasgow and 888 live London. They're the 2 big ones. So September for London and March for Glasgow. We'll get you the full schedule for Glasgow before we leave this week. 2nd of April is Newcastle Brentford. Thanks for that.
Do you know what though, mate?
Mr. Anonymous.
That might actually be a good game. You know, I could see us getting a couple of tickets. Mate, come on, let's get in there, see what we can do. Depends how Newcastle are going. I mean, I've loved watching Newcastle play in recent weeks. They're playing some great stuff. Great stuff. Well, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot of fun.
Look who we've got at the table. Seat 3.
Here we go.
We've got
Here
Gareth
we go.
Wright in 1. We've got John Glenn
yeah.
in 2. Jay Harwood, Dave Doherty, Jacob Bryant, Hockley, Andy Fleming, and Man Lee. What a table.
Oh, this is going to be
What
good.
a
Tower.
table.
This is going to be good.
So we'll see how Jay plays, see how he has built his stack up. We have the aces. Day 2 buying. He has said this year that he'd like to take Fridays off so he can recalibrate his head to get him through the weekend. A lot of analysing and stuff like that, so it's good to have him on the tables. And he's on the feature. So here we go, we're down to 24. Mantley in seat number 9. Gareth Wright, who I think he got in the money yesterday, but didn't make the final table.
Afternoon, Josh, watching on YouTube.
Good afternoon, Josh.
Hope you are well, sir. Has he left his... He has... Do you know what? That is a very, very good point from the toolmaker. Where on earth is the grey hoodie? Although I'm pretty sure it's a grey Puma hoodie, toolmaker. So I think it might have been, you know, one of those buy one, get one frees from the outlet down here. You never know. Yeah, Jay's absolutely killing it. And I only played live with Jay a couple of times in mini mains and bits and pieces over the years, but he is formidable to be at the table with. Let me give you that. Like, he is a savage, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing him play here. All the expertise he's given us from behind the mic. It's a real pleasure to be able to give him a bit of time over the year to get involved back at the felt. He'll still be the anchor of this stream, no doubt. His knowledge is an absolute fountain that we get endless resource from. But yeah, wishing him a lot of run good in today's comp.
Indeed. Up to 200, so doubled his stack since he started.
Is that what it is, Swanee? You got a new one for Christmas, is it? Yeah. Here we go. So this one's going to last about 8 years as well, I suppose. John taking the heat early on his time here, but what a guy. A lot of time for John. Nice fella. got his YouTube channel, JG Poker. Go check that one out if you haven't already. And Hock is going to find Ace King in the big blind here after Dave's open from the button. So he's going to look him up, and we're off to C5, and we'll start with 3 on this new table. So King 8-5, and not much help from Mr. Doherty here. Well, someone say 5 outs once.
Here we go, it's an 8 on the
So
river.
good for Dave. He's going to be out the door as well, and just like that, we're down to 21.
Unlucky Dave Doherty, all the way down, staying with his best buddy, old Jack Hardcastle, but has bust out.
Watch the documentary.
Oh, do you know what, fair, I've not seen it.
Do you know what? If any of you out there are wondering a little insight into the world that we're in, you know, maybe you don't necessarily spend too much time, or you're new to the game or anything like that, it's a great documentary. I think it's on the iPlayer about Kings of Poker, following Neil Farrell and Dave Doherty. Well worth a watch. Check that one out. How are we doing, Steve Barnes, watching on Facebook? Good to see you in the chat. Gas, welcome in. Wigan away tomorrow. Looking forward to that one, I bet. Yeah, I mean that'll be some interview, wouldn't it? That would be that's that's the dream. That's the dream. That's the dream for the stream. This chat box will be exploding if we get to that situation. Yeah, so John going to open Queen Jack of Diamonds here from the hijack. Perfectly fine here. Jay been in the 9-3. Jacob will get out of the way with the 8-3. Nice lad, Jay. Played with him a couple of weeks ago in the multi-day comp they ran here over Christmas. Solid player, builds a stack really well. So Hock here going to take the King 10 from all in from the small blind, and John going to run the math on this one. Don't think we're going to see in Corway Tower. Just don't expect us to be as wide as this from the small blind. I don't think John sees Hock to be as wide as King 10 from the small blind. And the hands that we're going to be seeing this kind of action from the small blind are probably going to have us in pretty bad shape. He's going to get a count and just run some maths, make some numbers, but still don't quite know how many are getting paid today. So we'll find that out in due course.
Yeah, well, 56 runners, are we going to pay 8 or 9?
Yeah, I would have said 9 or 10. Yeah, I think
9 would be perfect.
Yeah,
the final table bubble would be the final table.
Yeah,
for the money
that's
bubble.
pretty clean, isn't it? Yeah,
But
yeah. I think you're probably right there. It might be 8 actually. Does drop it off there, John. It's probably the right play. Frustrating one, but don't mind the fold at all.
It might be 8.
James Harden on Facebook supporting Jake. He is indeed the crazy Scotsman. One of a kind is manners. Razor Kev, welcome in, sir. Afternoon. Hope you're doing well. He's got a throat like razor blades. Well, hopefully start to feel better over the course of the day, mate. Good to hear from you, Kev, and thanks a lot for the birthday message the other day. Much appreciated.
Yes,
appreciate that one.
You, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Get you a coffee in a bit.
Yeah, that's very kind of you, mate.
Look,
big on.
The only thing I can treat you with, really, is it's Towers treble tomorrow.
I knew that was coming. God, the audacity of someone to set the line at 9.5 trebles in this year. Be lucky to make £9.50 off the treble this year. 9.5. Yeah, no, it wasn't the greatest start for the treble, but you know, somehow we can't help it, can we? We just you've got to be on it. For the time you're not on it, and there was a time last year when you had it in back-to-back. First week of that back-to-back wasn't on it. Missed the stream. It's painful. It's painful.
Afternoon, Jimmy. Afternoon, Luke.
Mr. Rendell, how are ya?
Oh, that was a tune in the 90s, wasn't it? Mr. Wendell. Oh,
Wendell.
Who did it?
Wendell or Rendell?
No, it doesn't matter. It sounded like
Well,
Wendell.
it's got a little bit of relevance considering his
Who
name's
was
Rendell,
that?
but you know.
Mr. Wendell. Oh, it was a great tune in the early 90s.
Must have been an absolute banger.
I might have to Google it, so I actually can't remember. Come on, chat, help me out. Mr. Wendell was an absolute classic in the early 90s.
I mean, the silence is telling, mate, to be fair.
I'm going to have to Spotify it.
Usually, on the music questions, the chat are on it like a hawk.
Mr. Wendell.
They're on it like a hawk.
Who was it? Oh, I'm going to have to... Oh. Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy. It won't stick. It won't stick, honest.
It's the one. It's the one.
But I need to... I'm going to have to Spotify it very shortly.
There we go.
Arrested Development. Cheers, Piano Cat.
There we go. Someone
Boom.
was in. Josh has nicked you in there as well, yeah.
Cheers, Brendan. I know the chat had come up with it.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Jimmy. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you yesterday evening, mate. Who else have we got in today then? Johnny Mack. Look at this. What a surprise. Of all the people to see in this chat box today, I was not expecting to see Johnny Mack.
Should he be at work?
No, he shouldn't. No, he shouldn't. So I'm very fortunate to work with a group of vets. We play the football on a Sunday morning. We've got Vets League team over down in Farnham.
Awesome.
Host the Farnham Town Mavericks. Johnny's one of our defenders down there.
John Glenn with
Nice
a
fella.
decision. John Glenn with the sevens gets out of the way
Let's have a look
after
at
the
the
3 bet.
forward, yeah.
I was thinking about it for a while. Cheers, Luke. Comes up with Arrested Development. It's going on, yeah, Neil Wolfrey. Neil, to you, my friend. Rooting for you. Rooting for you. Better get them golf clubs out this year, that's all I'm saying. Arrested Development. It's going to my... do you know what? It's going to my Spotify. So I can remember it.
Grubby Junior.
Love it. Thanks, chat. You're just superstars, you lot, when it comes into questions like that.
Yeah, this table's so good. Honestly, this exact lineup is just going to be a joy to watch for the next while now. Just got a complete mixture of stars. We've got Righty in 1, we've got John in 2, Jay in 3, Jake in 4, Hock and Manley at the table as well. Oh, here we go.
No, it's alright. I just had to find it, that's all. I'm not playing it.
Here we go.
Got it. Cheers, guys. It's great when you just ask a question and somebody comes up with the answer straight away. I love it.
John's even got his grey hoodie on in his photo. On his table photo, he's even got the grey hoodie on there, bless him.
Mike Leonard says, are we all going to Munchies when the tour goes to Reading?
Oh, yeah, Munchies, yeah. 100%, mate. Munchies Cafe in Reading, yes, please.
Really?
Oh, yes, mate.
Never heard of it.
Yes, they got to open upstairs, though.
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise, bay seating is... I mean, there's tight seating, and then there's tight seating. it is tight, we give you that.
You mean
get
me
on
and you would
Munchies.
need a bigger table?
I'm only going to speak for myself, mate. You know, I'm only going to speak for myself, but I definitely will need a bigger table. I'll give you that for free.
I'm with you.
Get in there for a Big Daddy for £9. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You'll be done for the day.
Okay.
You'll be done for the day.
When are we in Reading? Quickly look. 27th of May till the 1st of June.
Yeah. Book it in.
Let them know.
If he makes day 2 of the main, the grey hoodie will be back. There we go. There we go. Alright, so Hawk going to open up the ace-10 here from +1.
Jay on the big.
Yeah, well, this isn't going
Oh,
in the gun,
Gareth.
that's for sure.
Gareth.
Yeah, we've
Just
just
one
got
move, I reckon.
Quite clear. 3-bet jam here now. Kings on the button. 7.5 blinds,
Yeah.
and
John Glenn. And JG says not for me, and
Blinds out
neither
the way.
does Jay.
Jay's out of the way too, and Hock's just going to get a count here. Because this is for 7 blinds. It's kind of close, but it's just never worse, and that's the thing. We've just got to run it, but we just don't feel great about this spot ever. On the times it's 7s through 5, 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, that pairs range through. We've obviously got to run the equity there, but even here we've still got just south of 40% equity with the ace-10 against the kings. We did see a king pass, but Gareth in a great spot here.
Whoa!
And that
how many
is
flops?
about as dead as he's going to get.
Every flop we've had when somebody's all in, just about flopped them dead.
Does anybody else want to flop a boat today? It is absolutely insane.
Gareth, right. Beautiful flop.
Yeah. What a flop.
All the crazy Scotsman. Electricity's just been cut off, alarms going off. It's like the end of the days here. Oh, where are you, the crazy Scotsman? Exactly. I don't mean just like Scotland. Edinburgh's suffering, I know that much. Glasgow's having it. Northern Ireland is absolutely being ripped to pieces. Ah, he's in Glasgow, the crazy Scotsman. Near the city centre. Well, we're up there obviously in March. And no electricity in Glasgow. Wow.
Yes. Honestly, mate, you can't get away from it. Got my mum and
Your mum?
My mum on the messages. What's your grammar? It's 3 and not 3. Unbelievable.
Mrs. Orledge, I tell you what, I'm with you.
Unbelievable. Yeah, 'cause I think she's talking about what I was saying about Jay's hoodies.
Elocution
What's your
lessons on the
grammar?
phone. What's your grammar, you son?
Unbelievable.
Yes, what's your grammar?
Never
Make
off
sure
the
you
hook.
brush your hair in the morning.
Never off the hook for a minute. Relentless.
Welcome to the live stream, Mum.
Relentless. Unbelievable.
Winning Cathy says that the power's only back on here in the last hour in Ireland, in the west of Ireland. Wow. Seems over now. It is definitely moving across.
Well, John's picked a pretty bad spot here.
Oh, JG poker.
Obviously absolutely fine. Ace-6 clubs from the button there, but Jake's just got it in the big and looking cool as ice. 9-4 deuce. That is pretty much as dry as it's going to get for John here.
Yep.
He's going to need some serious help pretty quickly. Well, 5 on the turn. Drawing to
A
3 threes.
Come on, the 3.
Once,
Ah.
but no good. On the river. Jack of diamonds there. GG, Mr. Glenn.
JG poker. Unlucky. Mr. John Glenn straight over to the hour table. Josh Manley's filming.
Here we go. Camera's out.
Ace Jack for Josh.
You feel good?
Against.
The diamonds out.
Jack of diamond.
Here we go then. Can we hold as Josh?
That's so
Good
good.
start.
It is indeed.
It's so good that it's so bad.
Rainbow. That's a fun one. Diamond draw picked up for the King Queen.
And not 5
5 on
hearts.
the river. So Mr. Manley going to scoop another one. Get the phone back in your pocket, sir.
Yes, filming it to send it to Easty. But no, done. Oh, he's sat there, Easty. Look at that. 9 and 1.
It's still
Easty
probably
was
ready to
there.
send it to him, I reckon.
Only if it was
That's,
anti-railing him.
Yeah, maybe. It wasn't Easty with the King Queen, was it? Still in. Still in. Here we go then.
There we go. Josh doubles. Very nice indeed. Let's go, Joshy. Jacob in 6. Small blind.
Yeah, small blind for Jake here. Clear open. North of a milli now for him. Hock in the big. 10-7.
No, thank you.
Off 60.
Yeah,
It's
even though it's
just
only,
gonna be-
even though you've only got 8, I'm not
He's going to find defend here.
Wow.
So,
I thought every chip was a prisoner from 8 and under.
yeah, it seems a little wide. But we are going to go to a flop. Now we're in trouble.
Yeah, flop's a little bit of piece of it as well now. It's like, where are we?
But what are we going to connect reasonably with as big blind defend here off this kind of stacked depth?
I'd like to see a check from Jacob.
I think
And then Hawkman just put the lot in.
small bet's also okay. 11k, don't mind that. On the occasions where we've just got this, looks like he's going to go for it here. Snap call from Jake. Ace Queen. Hawk knows it's bad news when we get jammed there, but
Same scenario, but if Jay checks, Hawk would have pushed Jay in anyway. After hitting the 7.
yeah. So we're going to need 10s or 7s or some running straight cards here. We're going to lose another one. Deuce of spades. Find a bigger brick in the deck if you can, please, dealer. 8 of diamonds there, and Hawk is out the door. So no good for him on this occasion. And Jake picks up another one. Absolutely running the table here, Jake. 146 blinds, 1.16 milli. What a spot for him. Who else we got in the chat then? Colsey, how are you, sir? Looking forward to seeing you on Sunday, mate. Back down, big game for the Mavs on Sunday morning. A lot of support for Josh in the chat. Going well. Hopefully, hopefully he can make a run at this. Looking forward to seeing Josh back at the table at some point soon. Hopefully it's the FT. Carl Lakeland, who's the fishing seat free, and is that the guy who normally commentates, says David. Yes, it is. That is our very own Jay Harwood.
It is indeed.
The man who, along with the Tower, brings us flawless coverage of all these live events, whether it's the AAA, the GKPTs, the MPL events, and everything in between. We're very grateful for what the boys do for us. And Jay's going to be jumping in today to have a go at the high roller.
Is the opening? King 10
He most certainly is, mate, from the cut-off, that's for sure.
makes it 16. Ace 8 out of the big blind. Should see a flop.
So, is that Bill in 8?
Bill Gill.
No, Andrew, sorry. Andrew.
There we go. Bill Gill, he won one of our tokens last week. Called Bill Gill, great name.
Yeah.
Straight over to the outer table. What we got here? On a 7-5-8 flop, aces against Jack 8, top pair for the Jack 8, that's Neil Wallace.
Yeah.
And it's against Ryan Fronda.
Well, we're going to need jacks or 8s once now.
And it's not.
Good. No good.
So the aces of Ryan take out Mr. Neil Wallace.
There's Ben as well. Come on,
Just
Mr. Teague. Let's go, buddy.
The
Got some
Teague.
stacks there.
So out he goes. And Ryan scooping in chunks. Been on the GKPT circuit since 2007, believe it or not.
Wow.
It was on. We had a highlight reel from Manchester on the GKPT breaks, and Ryan was on it. It was fantastic.
Steve going to open up. Ace Jack here from +1. And we're only playing 6-handed now, so dynamics shifting a little bit in terms of the range of hands. We're going to see these players playing if they're switched on to the game at this point, but Ace Jack certainly falls into that, and Manley quite rightly going to defend the 10-6 of clubs here from the big blind. Well, we're at the 8-8-8, but that is 7-7-7, and they're going to check this one over. Pretty standard C-bet here for Steve, and this is going to be a pass, almost certainly. Steve's going to take this one down. Honestly, Dave, like, he's just brilliant in here. Pitching of his guidance, his advice, his hand breakdowns, they're so good, and for that content to be available for free is, I've said it time and time again, it's an absolute steal. So yeah, make sure you're following the live streams over the course of the year. Jay will be giving you plenty of coverage and content. As will this man.
And there's the payouts. The final
Wow.
7 getting paid.
Seven
So
pays.
£2,500 as a min cash in 7. So final table is 9. So the money bubble will be 8. That'll be interesting. And £18,090 up top. 56 runners. 18,000 to the winner.
Like that, 18k up top. He's not bad, is he, Dave? He's not bad. I'll pick that one up in a minute, Marcus, because we have got an all in here. And man's got King Queen with a diamond against the tens of Jacob. Needs to hit King Queen or diamond. 13 outs on the river here, or 12 should we say now, and that's not one of them. So Manly's going to go as well, and another one down. Tao, they absolutely tumbled to that today, this afternoon session. And probably not far off another redraw, to be fair. 5 remaining on this table. Jacob with an absolute castle. 129 blinds.
Very nice indeed. It's at this stage with 16 left.
This is Marcus. I don't know if you remember from Bearmouth. Fog on.
Oh yeah.
So I was down there last Friday evening for the £50 rebuy in the club down here. So I pulls up at the table. Absolutely love this. I've got a hybrid on the Friday evening where they haven't quite got enough because it's so busy. 176 entries to a £50 rebuy on the Friday night here in Pompey. Because it's so busy, they've got a mixture of some of the players doing the dealing and some of the club dealers doing the dealing. Who sits down to deal my table? Oh, fog on. Taps me on the shoulder. Surprised didn't give it to me full in the ear there, Marcus, to be fair. Nice bloke though, really nice guy. I can deal as well, let me tell you, this guy can deal. So, always great when you've got players who are stepping up to deal those kind of tables in the little local games. But he knows what he's doing. And took great sport. Great sport. Assume we're playing to a finish today? Yes, we are, mate. And at the rate we're going now, we're going to be on the beers at 5 o'clock. It's going to be absolutely chaotic. So, yeah, we are playing to a finish today.
Quick run of the UKPTs, and we're on another. Oh, Jay's back. Jay's still in seat for number 5.
That's cool.
So they're the GKPTs. The next leg for us is next week. It starts in Manchester on the 30th of January. We are live streaming on the 5th, on the Wednesday, all the way through to Sunday the 9th, which is
Sunday the 9th of when?
Super Bowl night.
Oh, right, yeah.
So anybody out there watching, we'd like you to finish for 8, so we can take this table down for 11. Game starts at 11:30.
Perfect.
Just a warning.
Here we go. Incoming record length of heads-up battle.
Or are you available at 11:30 Sunday evening?
Yeah, I have to check the calendar.
Super Bowl weekend, the 9th of Feb. That's the final table of GUKPT Manchester. And then Luton in May. Obviously, there's a big gap because the Irish Open is on. Plus, we've also in there we've got the big one, which is the the 888 Poker Live. And there's a couple of events as well. We've got the UK Open, and we've got the Poker Live as well in between the GKPTs. So the UK Open, the $1 million guaranteed UK Open. That is going to be enormous.
That will be enormous.
That is it. The schedule starts the 16th of February. The main event is £1 million guarantee. 1,500 buying for the UK Open. And there's a full schedule that you can screenshot. Second page. We're streaming from the Tuesday. Tuesday the 25th is when we start streaming. So we'll be in Cov from then to get ready. and then crowning a champion on Sunday the 2nd of March. And then the next leg for us would be the Glasgow 888.
What a schedule that is, by the way. Like, for your mid-Feb event, £1 million guarantee. I mean, hats off to
Indeed.
Grosvenor for that one. That is incredible.
Indeed.
That is incredible.
So there's plenty going on. But also, I don't know if you heard the Tower exclusive last week, but the GUKPT Coventry, that is the first weekend of Goliath. You know, like we stream from the Saturday.
Yeah.
So day one of Goliath is the Saturday. It's already, you can already buy in to Goliath if you want to. But the GUKPT at the start of the week in Coventry, £12.50 buy-in, £1 million guaranteed comp. And if we ran it and the same numbers turned up last year, there would have been a £200,000 overlay. So they have stuck their neck out. They have thrown everything at it.
That is absolutely absurd.
They have
In the context of everything we've spoken about throughout the day today, to get a milli guarantee on the GUKPT at the start of the Goliath Festival, and we all know how crazy that festival is. And I'm saying all of this looking at how good this next table is going to be, by the way. We have got absolute treats all day.
We got Josh.
We have got Mr. Teague. We got Jay. We got Josh. We got Jake back. We got Easty, we got the lot here, mate. This is a treat. God. I'll tell you what, I'm like an excited kid at Christmas. You give me all this information at once. $1 million guarantee on that tournament. Absolute hats off to Grosvenor on that. That is incredible. Fair play to them.
GUKPT with a $1 million guarantee.
Who'd have thought it?
Unbelievable.
Who'd have thought it? Possibly Marcus, I need to see what this evening, how this evening unfolds, how today unfolds, but I'm looking forward to getting involved in some kind of action down here. Not very often, well, not for a heck of a long time have we had a festival of this nature down here, so it'd be rude not to get involved to some degree, wouldn't it? Be rude not to. What a table this is going to be. Honestly, this is going to be so good. Mr. Teague, Uncle Steve in the chat on Facebook. Go Ben and Josh. Come on, the Aggie boys. Couldn't have put it better myself, sir. Hope you're well. And everybody else watching from Guildford, Headley, back that way. Tune in, get comfortable, because this is going to be a good one. And we've seen Jacob so far put on a clinic in how to run good and how to play well while running good. So Jay opening ace king here. Jacob with
and
five, just going to put him in, and we are going to see a big race here that we are going to need our man Jay to find an ace or a king.
So in they go.
So first hand here. Here we go. We're going to see 5, and we'll start with 3.
Can we find it? Can we find it, or can we not? 10-eye flop. We got back doors.
Backdoor roll flush draw. How about that?
Jack of spades would be delicious.
Right, 9 of hearts going to be no good. So Jay's going to need some help here. 5 outs once.
Oh, and doesn't find it.
So GG.
Unlucky Jay, he doesn't find it. You need to win your flips. He says it all the time on the stream. You need to win your flips. Jay Harwood busting out, very unlucky. Ace King against pocket 5s, plays itself. Everything standard. But unfortunately for Jay, busting out in 16th. 7 get the money. Busting out in 16th.
That they do.
So the numbers before then, we lost, as we saw on the stream, Manley, we lost Luke Oxley, we lost Mark Haynes, and we saw Neil Wallace busting out as well. So we are down to 15. Unlucky Jay, very unlucky.
Yeah. I'd say much more accurate than that. So King 9 of hearts here for Ben in the hijacks, but we're going to see an open here.
Unlucky young man. Ian's wandering about.
It's my own fault. I was telling Easty, watch and learn, this is how you win a flip, mate. Unfortunately, it backfired, so I could take my own downfall that hand, but there you go. Have a good day, boys.
Cheers, Jay. Take it easy, mate. See you later.
Nice one, Jay.
Take it easy.
Day off for Jay, jumped into the high roller,
Yeah.
and unfortunately,
Pretty clean 3-bet jam here for Eastie against Ben's Open. And Ben will be getting out of the way. I think we're going to be calling this one off tower for 10. Jake going to step out of the way and he's going to think about it. He's going to have a chuckle. Lays out the time banks. Yeah, these two know each other very well. But even in this situation, I don't think we're going to see. Oh, we can see that make a call.
oh
Call
no,
here.
Eastie's face!
King 9 of Hearts is going to take it. King 9 of Hearts through. Eastie's pretty happy to
Oh.
see that with the Ace Queen. And here we go, Ben. You get to keep them time banks, mate. You're not going to need them. So we're going to run this one.
we need a player over here, says Eastie.
Well,
That's clean.
10-7-5 is reasonably clean. 4 direct outs for Ben, but definitely some fun turns. That's not one of them. And now that takes our outs down to 4. Can't be finding a diamond, king or 9 as Ben now either.
Oh,
Just
no!
the offsuit 9!
Oh, no way, man.
Josh Manley, hand over head. What is
How
going
bad do
on?
we run?
Look at Josh. Look at Josh.
How bad do we run?
Look at Josh.
Oh, the rucksack's on. There's note in it, but the rucksack's on. Oh, dear.
Oh, mate. Eastie, unlucky, sir. Very unlucky.
Oh, dear.
Is that Ewan coming to the table?
Yes.
It's God, just keep them coming, boys. Look at this.
Nicholas. Mike Leonard said, is Jordan Daniels or Dan Maunders still in? They're both still in. They are both still in.
Oh, that is absolutely grim, Ben. Yeah, Eastie not too pleased about that one.
Yeah.
Just the offsuit 9 on the end from Ben to take that one through. But yeah, he'll have enjoyed that one. All the way now then, Mr. Teague. Having a nice little chuckle. Didn't even use any time banks.
Oh, dear. The crazy Scotsman said he needs milk and coffee. He's too scared to go outside. And Cat says, don't bother. Drink water. Do not go out. Oh, dear. Unlucky Eastie. Oh, dear. Afternoon, man of straw.
Like to see Jake come in for a race here. Just really flex this stack now. We've just got all the chips. We've got plenty in the tank. And Jack 7 is going to have to go into the bin here from Andrew. Josh in the big blind as well. Pretty shackled now with Jake on the button. And having seen Jake in these spots before tower, he knows how to use a big stack.
Yeah.
This is going to be some pressure application that we're going to see now. And starting to see a nice little distribution building up across all these players. 3 relatively short stacks at the table, and then 3 quite big stacks, none quite as big as our tournament chip leader at the moment, Jake Bryant, in seat 9 here. But what a little day 2 we've had so far. It's quarter to 2. It's quarter to 2, we've lost 2/3 of the field.
It is 1:45.
2/3 of the field gone already, so we're, I don't think we're far off our first break, actually, of the day.
35 minutes.
Yeah, 35 minutes to go till that, so that'll be all right. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out now. And someone else who's pretty familiar with using a big stack to his advantage is your man now on screen, Mr. Ben Teague. So he's going to click this one up from +1. Don't see his cards on this occasion. Really tough opponent to play, Ben, when he's got a stack. Even when he doesn't have a stack, to be fair. Even harder when he's finding 9s like that on the river. But yeah, fully expect. So we're going to play this one from John's position. The RFID hasn't quite picked up Ben's cards on this hand, so John in the big blind, we are going to sweat with him with the King 4 of diamonds, defending, and we flop middle pair here, and backdoor flush draw, so definitely not going to be folding to 1-bet. A board that Ben will recognise is going to connect pretty well with the big blind defending range of John, but we're certainly going to have a lot of bets on this board texture. Looks like he's going to come for one now. bets goes. Sizes up here. Bets almost 80% pot. And not surprised to see John making the call. He's got a huge stack as well, John. Didn't even realise Ben was the effective stack in this hand, but Queen of Hearts on the turn. Card that's probably going to be better for us as Ben and John. Probably a nice one for us to double barrel as Ben. Queen will work well for us, and if John has like these one pair holdings, 4x, 3x that can credibly take, we can apply some real pressure now. So I'd like to see Ben size up a little bit here, and that looks like an overbet. Yeah, love this. So John just, you know, in this spot now where we think we know our opponent's capable, but we're just shackled. And what do we do now if he makes the call and faces a bomb on the river? Ben can still have all that top end value and does get it out there. So nice hand there from Ben. Going to take that one down and
Mr. T.
climb up above 80 blinds.
Yeah, huge, 3 huge stacks on the table. 80 bigs, 100 bigs, 140 bigs. And then the rest are struggling. Would you be playing the main over the weekend, Mr. Sam?
I will evaluate after today, mate. I think it's the best way to put it. I would quite like to have a go at it, to be fair. I ain't going to lie to you. I would quite like to have a go at it. So we'll see. We'll see what today brings. See what today brings. But it would be rude not to play something when it comes down to Pompey, wouldn't it? We'll see what happens. Whether it's the main, whether it's the bounty, or what it's likely to be, not sure. I would like to have a go at the main. Just wake up and see how we feel in the morning. I think it's the way on that one, mate. So Josh here, pocket freeze on the button. Interesting. There we go, back again. Take this one for 20 on the button. Don't mind this from Josh. Fold from John in the small blind, and Ewan in the big blind, Jack 8. That's not going to be calling. So into the bin that one goes. Josh's going to take this one down, so a nice little pick up there for Manners. And thank you to everybody on social stopping by on your Friday afternoon.
Yes.
We are live on YouTube, Twitch and Facebook covering day 2 of the AAA High Roller here in Portsmouth.
Twitch is 888 Poker TV.
Feels so good to say that in Portsmouth, we give you that. There's Mikey, our action tracker, just on screen there. Cardman Direct team bringing you coverage of this event. They will be live today. We will be live today, should I say. And then over the weekend, Jay will be back joining Tower from tomorrow.
Yeah,
for the treble.
Sunday. Yes.
Or should be called the Incinerator.
Whoa, calm down, son.
Listen, mate. There's all this sort of, you know, the New Year's resolutions and the New Year, New Me. The treble should just be rebranded as the same treble. Same year, same treble, mate.
Poor Nick, says Lion Ricky. It's grim. We just waited till the river this time.
I know. That
The
was grim.
episode 9.
That was grim, that one, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I hope you caught that for a vlog.
Oh, I definitely did. And we'll get the updates over the weekend because he'll jump into the comms, I'm sure, at some point. He'll give us a bit of a break at different times. But they will be jumping into the main event tomorrow for sure, if not today.
So John opening ace deuce here from the button, and Ewan thinking with some intentions there in the small blind, but not going to play that one, and Ben's going to drop Jack 3 in the big blind. So if you're in the chat box watching us today with intentions of playing over the weekend, if you're coming down to Portsmouth, let us know what you're going to be playing, or if you're going to be playing any of your local card rooms tonight. We know the weather's grim, we know it's pretty Pretty spicy out there in places, so please do take care. But if you are going out to a live game tonight, if you're getting involved on 888, let us know where poker's going to take you over the weekend. Tower and myself will be here for the rest of the day.
And just be careful of the weather. There might be interventions with the 25-50s that are around. Obviously, health and safety is a lot more paramount than a guarantee on a tournament. So please just be aware there might be changes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of card rooms closing. So, advice: if you are travelling, stay safe first, and I'd ring the casino to make sure that everything's good. If you're travelling, especially up north, Cumbria has been battered apparently. Scotland have had it bad. Glasgow, Edinburgh, all had it bad. Northern Ireland's had no power for 24 hours.
If it was that glass of water in Ben's hand, I hope he's okay. I think he's doing dry January the 24th, so I'm sure we'll see him catch up a bit later.
Andy Ace Queen, all in for 152 and 15.
Yeah, and another gun here, 15 blinds. Certainly going to be represented with the upper end of ranges, and I think we're going to have to see some pretty strong holdings to get this looked up, and we are not going to see this from Jake here. Going to get that one in the bin.
Indeedy. Jacob Bryant, 103, three big stacks. Look at them stacks. 78 bigs. And then 20 bigs in the comfort zone, really, at 22. The wind in Edinburgh's getting worse as this cat, if anything. I hope his solar panels don't blow. Ooh, that'd be carnage on the floor if he does. Ewan with the Jack 6. Day 2 by him as Ewan McNicholas. Where does Ewan live? I know he was in London.
Yeah, I'm not sure, mate. I'm not sure. I don't really know you in that world, to be fair.
I don't know where he is now.
At all, but
Part of the Grosvenor Poker sponsored pro team, Ewan McNicholas. Stop streaming so early, you make us feel like it's night time already. We do a full day's work catching fire. We always have. Start at the beginning.
starts at 10 o'clock in the morning with your meal
Julie,
deal choice
as Julie
from Tesco's,
Andrews
doesn't it?
once said, you can start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start.
Right, well, from Julie Andrews to Andrew in the big blind here. Queen 9's going to get in the bin. Ben just continuing to chip up nicely here.
Hey Morris, yeah, you're in the best place in Tenerife, but I'd text the neighbours to make sure your fence is alright. He's up in Cumbria, there's old Morris.
Is he?
If he's not having a month in Tenerife like he normally does, which is where he is now.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's out there now, is he?
Morris is in Tenerife,
Fair
yeah.
enough. Enjoying that weather out there, Maurice.
Morris,
I've never been to Tenerife. Eh?
Morris was in Tenerife last year
Yeah.
when, unbelievably, he was having a drink. That's not the unbelievable part.
Right, okay.
Walking back from the bar,
Yeah.
saw this guy watching a live stream.
Oh, yeah.
Had a look down, only the same live stream.
Oh, really?
Both watching the GKPT live stream. Sat round and
That's
sat
amazing.
down in the
Didn't know
pool
each
in
other,
Tenerife.
obviously.
No,
That's
didn't-
amazing. Yeah,
didn't know
brilliant.
anybody.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Yeah, yeah.
The buy-in for the
Won't
high
go up.
roller was it 1100?
1100?
Yeah.
Or 1250? No, 1100. 1100. Been away. What happened to Jay? He lost a flip, Rafa. Got it in ace king of spades against Jake's fives and could not improve. So that was unlucky for him. Yeah, catching fire. Josh is at the table. And Josh is at the table in the big blind here. Ewan all in from +1, king 7 of clubs. And Josh going to make the call with pocket nines as a 63% favourite to knock Ewan out here. So a little bit of work to do as Josh yet to get to the river here with the best hand, but let's see how that goes for him. Well, it's a pretty good start. No clubs on that. Ace, Queen, 8 rainbow. And Ewan going to need a bit of help. Some fun turns that can give him some Broadway outs. Well, now that's not a bad one.
Yeah.
Pick up queens as well.
Oh, queen to counterfeit. That'd be grim.
That would be horrible, wouldn't it?
Oh!
Paint. The only paint we're okay to see, and Josh's heart would have jumped a little bit there, I'm sure, but pleased to take that one in, Josh, and
Ewan's bust.
GG to Ewan.
Ewan Nicholas out.
Yeah, he'll be pleased about that one.
Wow.
I can't really believe what we've been watching here, Tower, to be fair. 2/3 of the field gone. We haven't even made the first break yet.
I know. Bonkers. The crazy's coming. It's all right, we're back. A couple of bad beat stories on the way back. You know what it's like? I did say the line was 21.5.
Yeah, don't mind this from Andrews taking ace jack for 14 here on the button.
Do you fancy it last longer? Says Jimmy.
Well, neither of us are in it, mate, so it's gonna, I think we're going to struggle on that one. But yeah, what are you proposing? Let me
Unless
know.
you're playing the main. You might mean the main
Right,
event.
Joe, if we're playing the main, we'll have a last longer, Jimmy. Ryan Ash, hello Tower and Sam, how are you both? Very well, thank you, mate. Do you know, Ryan we had a weight loss bet running with Ryan last year. Ryan was, I think it was 100 kilos at the start of the year, had to get down to 80
Yeah.
by the end of the year. Nailed, he didn't just beat it, he pumped it.
Did he?
It's absolute dog on the bet into August. And then I've never seen a man flick a switch like this gentleman did.
Wow.
For Q4 last year, hardest quarter of the year, nailed it. So congratulations to him, smashed it. Players in this. Drop us a text, Jimmy. We'll work something out, mate.
We're on 13.
Harry Turnbull's asked, what are the payouts? We'll show them to you after this hand. No problem. A bit of blind on blind action here. John opening the small blind with ace 10. Ben defending the big blind 10-7 of spades. And Jack 5-3 rainbow. Checked over. Ben going to recognise better board for him in general. Going to expect John to continue a lot of his Jack X here. So 1 check 2 going to come in with a bet, try and clear out some of that equity, but don't expect John to fold to 1 here. I expect to see a call. He's gone for check raise. Wow, interesting from John. Going to get it done. Ben gets out there straight away. Payouts, Mr. Tower.
There they are.
There they are.
£18,090 up top, 7 paid. So when we get to the FT, we'll not be in the money. So 9 and 8, we'll leave with nothing. Not a lot. So there we go. 56. 56 players in total. And 7 get the money. And don't forget we're on 888 YouTube as well as 888 Poker TV on Twitch. And we're also on Grosvenor Poker as always on YouTube and Facebook. Just lost Ewan Nicholas in 14th. And Josh Manley closer to the money. Ben Teague doesn't travel around as much as he used to, Ben. Ace King down to the small.
So we would say play's ticking over, but 45 hands in, we've lost 66% of the field, and it has been a massacre on the south coast. The dealers have been keen to get this one done, let's say that for sure. John in the cut-off here, pocket threes. He's going to come in for an open. 3 in the bin there from Ben, but, well, I think we're going to see another one run here, Tower. We've got Gareth in the small blind here with Ace King for just south of 8. This is going in. And it depends what Jake wakes up with here. No, nothing there, but expect to see John look this one up here for 8 blinds. Does make the call, so we're going for another race.
Here we go.
Honestly, it's just been relentless. It's just been relentless. And we've said it a few times, we'll say it again. We're going to see 5 and we'll start with 3. And John will be happy to see a 3 on the flop, no doubt.
Queen 10 deuce rainbow flop.
Well, if we're not going to flop a pair as Gareth, we're pretty happy to see this one pick up some additional equity here. Still flipping on the turn. King on the turn.
Go.
So good one for Gareth there. Just dodging one remaining 3 on the river. God, deuce.
Just next door.
Black deuce. So Gareth going to
There
double.
we go.
Stretches. Little fist bump there to Jake.
Amazing. Oh, Gareth.
Pleased with that one.
Hitting the king on the turn.
Just giving us the full lunge fist bump as he
Indeed.
walked past the comms box.
Over to the table. We've got Pete with the 8s against Ryan Fronder's Ace King. 8 surviving so far. They need to hit. They don't need to hit, but they need to fade a 10 as well.
Another one of those pretty good flop for the Ace King if you're not going to flop a pair.
Yeah,
Well,
the ace on the
Another
turn.
good turn for the Ace King. So now we just have 2 outs as the 8s. 2 outs once, and we're going to lose another one.
Pete's gone. So out goes Pete. Ryan Fronder.
Stand
6. 1 out, which means Pete finishing in 13th.
Really? 2 old Ryan's got a stack building here as well, Tower.
He has indeed. Great player, Ryan.
Yeah.
Great player. Can't do that in Vegas, Ryan. You can tell he don't play very often.
Well,
Got to be
shout out
in
to our
20s.
man John playing down in Guildford. This guy, I've never seen someone construct a messier stack ever.
Really?
Just zero regard for 20 deep or anything like that. Not even a disregard for separation of coloured chips. John Dighton, oh man. Poker Mercer, it was Ben T who heads up against on Monday. Have I mentioned I won the closer?
Have I mentioned it? You want to have seen Ben yesterday. He came to the bar and he just went, I got owned.
To be fair, for Ben, that's not like the most Ben thing to admit, so it must have been a pretty good one.
Yeah. I got owned. And as you can see, filming is going on the outer table, so we'll quickly run over. Oh, what's happened there? Oh, it must have been towards the end. What happened there?
Is that another one gone?
missed the ending. Well, we've only caught the ending there.
Well, we saw Ben stacking some chips there, Mr. Miller.
We'll have to try and find PK. He's still there, so we'll get a quick word with PK. We will certainly find out from the man himself, because he's on his way back. But
see if we can get an update on that one. Well, John here under the gun, King Queen. Perfectly fine for an open here. And Jake is going to fold the button. 7-4 of diamonds. Well, here we go then.
Here we go again.
This is getting run. It's interesting dynamic, to be fair, that we are up against under the gun, but I just think at this stage, blinds going up as they are. With Andrew, we've got to run 9s here. And this is probably going to be bottom of what we end up looking up. I think John's going to make the call here, just off with the stack we're playing in the spot in the tournament, trying to get us down to that FT. But he's not going to be loving it, John. We'll say that. We're this close to the final table now, and I think both players will be pretty happy to see this outcome when the cards eventually do get on their backs now. So
Andy Fleming with the 9s against John, who's got the chips.
Heads or tails, mate?
Well, heads.
Heads.
I'll not tell you which
I'll
one
take
I've
tails.
got.
That's fine. We'll keep that to ourselves as well. What do you know?
We'll keep that to us.
That's a pretty good flop for the King Queen there.
My
With the king of
heads
clubs
was
in
the
hand
King
as well.
Queen.
Was it? Shock. Shock. Pretends to be surprised that Towers picked the hand that doesn't have a 1-outer and Queen on the river. So we're going to lose John. And we're now down to the final.
We're not losing John, we're losing Andrew.
We're losing Andrew, sorry, we're losing Andrew.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
correct. Yeah, my apologies, but we are down to 10. That is not incorrect. 10 players. That feels ridiculous saying that. It feels like I should be looking down the bottom right hand corner of our laptop at about 7 in the evening, but as it is, 2, no problem. FT bubble.
FT bubble.
The FT bubble at 2. Wild. Wild. So to those of you who are still with us on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube, welcome in. If you're just joining us, feel free to say hello in the chat box. We'd love to hear from you. Stay safe out there. The winds and the storm is pretty spicy in some areas of the country, so take care when you're out and about. And if you're in, get comfy, because this is going to be a great watch. Day 2 of the High Roller in Portsmouth. First major festival down in Portsmouth in a long time. Back since the days of the 550 GUKPTs have we seen an event of this 888 scale down here, and the team in club, I know we're really excited about this one. Plenty of satellites running all week, for weeks and weeks beforehand in fact. Shout out to the local card room team, and the 888 team will come down, and
They've
the G
been
team
very
will run.
accommodating, and the staff have been superb.
Yeah, the G team will come down and run these events that run the festivals, but shout out to the local card room team as well, who do such a good job week in, week out.
Indeed. So we're on the
Dan
FT bubble.
Dan and Ben and the rest of the team running the comps fully deserve the recognition for getting the poker in this casino to a standard where we can accommodate these tournaments, so fair play to you guys. James watching on YouTube says, let's go Jake. Certainly got a following. Local lad Jake Bryant came in as day chip leader and still has the chip lead. Absolute castle of chips for him. It looks like redraw here, Tower.
It's not a redraw.
Oh, it's not. Are we there?
It is not a redraw. Unfortunately, we didn't catch Anthony Conway's exit
Fair enough.
from 10 to 9. The one that we saw when Ben was pulling in the chips was Dan Maunders. Dan
Dan's
Maunders busting out.
Hey,
We didn't see the hand, we just caught the end of it. Unfortunately, that was the board. I think I got told the board. If I can just have a quick look. Let's have a quick look at the board. Here we go. No, it's not to do with me. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing that Dan Maunders had 9-8 on a 10-4-8-3 board. Ben Miller had ace-5 for the flush. Okay. They'd already flushed it. So Dan busting out to Ben Miller and that means we were down to 10. We were down to 11. Then we lost Andy Fleming, means we were down to 10. And we've just lost Anthony Conway on the outer, meaning we are unbelievably, and I mean, I have never seen a session like it. We've gone from 38 to 9 in less than a session.
It's utterly.
Whatever's in the
utterly
water
ridiculous.
down here, I'll tell you what, we need more. We need it all around the country, because that was bonkers. I have never seen a session like it.
That was a fun session for sure.
We have
Fun
gone
session
from
for sure.
38 to 9 in less than 2 hours.
Still feels ridiculous.
We are on
doesn't it?
we would be officially on a break in like 7 minutes,
Take an hour,
and we're taking it now because
fair
we're on the
enough.
FT. So they're
Makes
taking the
sense.
break. How long's the break? Do we know? 20-minute
20
break.
minutes,
It's time to catch breath.
Yeah.
It's
Do not
time-
go anywhere though, because this final table is going to be.
Well, I'm going to the bar to get a cup of tea.
Well, you do whatever
Am I
you
allowed
need
to
to.
go
That's
somewhere?
fine. I'm going to be locked in, mate. I'm going to be locked in.
Well, if you
I'm going
don't
to
move,
block
I
you in.
can't move.
I'm going to block you in.
There'll be scenes if I
We'll be
can't
back
get
here.
it.
We'll
If
be
I
back
can't
in
get a
20
cup of
minutes.
tea, there'll be scenes. Let me
Yeah,
tell you. But please come back in 20 minutes, which means 2:30 local time. Unbelievably, 38 down to 9. What a session! That was just highlight reel performance straight away. That was brilliant. What a great performance. We're back in 20 minutes with the final table of the High Roller. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the A-State Poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, A-State Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next A-State Poker Live champion. A-State Poker, made to play.
There used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken.
Here at 88 Ride, it is official Hat Backwards Day because I've got the one and only Jeremy Osmus alongside me. We try to provide a service, Jeremy, and take you around town. I know your car's in the shop, so the least we could do is get you to your poker game.
Exactly. I
Right.
really appreciate it. I don't have to pay for an Uber. It's free. I get to talk to you.
Oh,
Win-win.
it's
all
not.
around.
It's not free.
I
It's
owe you.
not free. This
Yeah,
is-
yeah, you send a bill.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
5% of your next tournament. You didn't get the memo?
I missed that.
This is awkward. Okay, well, hey, good luck. Hey, so there's a lot I want to cover because I always try to get you in the commentary booth, but you're just busy crushing final tables, so I never get you in the commentary booth.
I know. We went back and forth for years, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll get in there, and then I never get in
I don't even
there.
ask you anymore. I don't even bother asking you because I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you want to do this one? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, obviously if you make the final table, but now you just always make the final table, so there's no point.
And the other issue is, thank you. I made a lot last year. It's not always quite that many, of course, but ran good this year, or whatever, 2024 World Series. But a lot of the problem also is I'm just so busy with the World Series. I get so little time back at home and see the family. So whenever I'm actually not playing, I like to kind of not be there even more than I have to, you know. So that's a lot of it. It's kind of timing is bad. But that being said, I have been asked some other times outside of the World Series and haven't done it either. So just a lot of poker to play these days.
Yeah, and listen, you're a family man, which actually brings me to my first kind of topic I want to talk about. So there's an article that I remember reading, and then I reread it in preparation for this conversation.
Okay.
There was an article written about you back in 2013, and it was you and your family and how you balance that.
Yeah.
And I was particularly interested back in 2013 because my oldest son, who's 11 now, was born in 2013. And at this point in my life, I was a full-time poker commentator, but I was also playing probably 30, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And I was really kind of wondering, okay, how do I balance that?
Yeah.
You know, how is this going to work?
Right.
And I always had a lot of respect for you, and I read that, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. How has it gone since? Now, in 2013, you were talking about how, you know, listen, you've got to figure things out, and you have a schedule. And I felt like back then you were more of a cash game player than you are now. So
Yes.
how has it gone since?
So
The balance.
back then, I could pick my own schedule more with, you know, cash games. And luckily, I mainly had a day schedule, and so would roll into Bellagio at 11 a.m. and play till 5 or 6. It worked pretty well. But now I'm playing tournaments, so you're at the mercy of the tournament schedule. So it's more like when the series go, I kind of got to be there. Our kids are in obviously much different stages of their life now. They're like middle school, so it's just different kind of needs that they have. So a lot of it's sport, you know, school and sports is like their lives basically. So
I mean, your oldest one is now a teenage girl, right?
yeah, uh-huh.
Okay. Does she care that you're home or not? Not to be blunt, but I was like,
she's getting to the point where, honestly, they're both to the point where they like to have me around, but they don't care that much.
Right, I don't mean there's a slight, but I say that as a dad. I remember when my wife was pregnant, and she was like, she has 4 brothers.
Yeah.
She was straight out. She was like, man, if we have a girl, when she's a teenager, she's all yours.
Yeah.
And I've heard stories. I have a lot of good friends that have teenage girls and everything, but also teenage boys too. Like right now, my 11-year-old is like, there used to be a time where he's like, I was everything, and I was like, yeah, Dad, I want to hang out with my friends.
Exactly.
Which is good. It's normal.
Yeah. It's good. It's normal. Yeah. So it's good. It's fine. But you know, sometimes if there's like an amazing tournament, maybe or if there's a whatever tournament, that I really want to play though, I'll like late reg it if they have a game or something. So I get to see most of their games. But then if there's amazing stuff, I miss stuff, you know, or if I'm out of town. So
Is your wife constantly sending you videos?
Yeah.
Of your kids,
yeah, I
like,
get a lot of
scoring
videos.
goals
Yeah,
and
sure, exactly.
Their
Yeah.
accomplishments.
Definitely. More when they were younger. Now I guess we've done it so much, it becomes less of a novelty kind of like thing.
Was there a point where you felt guilty? You sit at the poker table and you get a video from your wife and your kid's doing something and you're like, man, like, why aren't I there?
Not really. I think I'm there enough. I think I'm there enough that I don't feel like that. If I wasn't there that much, I would feel like that for sure. But I'm there for most of the games. Like, you know, I missed an out-of-town tournament in Arizona last summer during the World Series. But some of my sister met my wife and kids down there with her kids, and
Oh, nice.
so it all worked out. And
by the way, I've been to Arizona in the summer. You're not missing anything.
yeah, exactly. Whew, it's rough. At least it was. It's always 115 degrees down there. So, and luckily the kids, I mean, you want them to watch the game or want you to watch the game, but they're not that hype. They don't care that much if I'm there or not. Like, they would prefer to have me there, but
It's not the end of the world if you're not.
It's not the end of the world.
And I guess at this point in their lives, this is all they know, so they understand, hey, this is what Dad does.
Exactly.
And, you know, for 3 weeks here, 6 weeks here, 2 weeks here, 20 days here, he's just not there. But when you are there, you're all there. And I've read that about you, and I've kind of, I'll be honest, I want to thank you, first of all. because you've given that to me.
Nice.
I think it's a really amazing thing to be present.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're here, we're here.
Sure.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but what I read from what you said was that when you're somewhere, whether if you're with your kids, you are with your kids.
Yeah.
And if you're with your wife, you're with your wife. And if you're at the poker table, you're at the poker table.
Yeah.
And I think it's just great advice because I feel like, okay, yeah, there might be times you're not with your kids, but at least when you're there, which, and I compare that to a lot of other people who, you know, even when they're with their kids, they're just like,
yeah, and that's
what? Oh, yeah, sure.
That's the whole problem these days, these devices, and I'm definitely far from perfect with them too. And then now the kids.
I don't want to hear
like,
that blasphemy. Okay, you're perfect.
my
okay?
dog.
Everybody in the poker industry hates you because you are perfect. Okay, so I don't want to hear this.
Not true whatsoever.
This is utter bullshit.
But it's and now the kids, like, you know, he'll have like, we monitor their time, and we give a little more freedom to my daughter as she's gotten older, but then, yeah, making them put everyone devices away, we can sit down and have dinner and like talk to each other, you know. That's which is, I think, is very important for a family to do, but I don't think some families are doing that, or everyone's, you know, staring. It's just too easy. Everyone's staring at their phone.
Honestly,
and all
I
this
wish
stuff.
I could just throw this away.
I know.
I know there's so many prop bets in poker world, and I'm too eager for it, so nobody will give it to me. But I genuinely want somebody to offer me a prop bet where I like can't have my smartphone for a year.
Wow, a year.
Oh, I would.
I think it would be very great for everybody.
I would
if they did
love
it. Yeah.
I did start doing this. I got a charger, you know, like we all have in our phones and watches and stuff like that, and I put it in my office, not my bedroom. I put it in my office, and when I get home,
yeah,
my phone and my phone and my watch go on my charger, and I don't look at it again until the morning.
Wow, that's
my
amazing.
thing.
That's actually amazing. I like that a lot.
That was just and because I'm not home that much. So I was like, okay, listen, if I get home at 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, whatever it is, my phone and my watch, they go in there.
Yeah.
And I'll get it the next morning at 7 when I wake up.
Yeah. That's really good. Most people can't do that. I've gotten better about social media. I'm kind of just not spending much time with that.
No, I by the way, I tried to prepare for this. So I'm checking out your Instagram and I'm looking at it, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. I try to update like a big, you know, tournament progress or anything that happens there, but besides that, I'm just not that active on it. One thing I did do that's helped me when I feel like I'm on my phone too much is put it into black and white mode, and it makes it less stimulating, I think, for your brain, and I think it's you just naturally want to look at it less. So that's actually helped me a little bit in the past.
You can make it really, really small fonts, and as we get older, we just can't read it.
Yeah, you can't.
And it just frustrates us. Okay, forget this. I'm throwing it away. Okay, I want to turn our attention because I think we're about at the 11-year anniversary of your first bracelet, and I was there.
Oh, okay.
We were in France, and I remember it because you told me that you were like, I don't even know how to play this game. At the first time, and you have since won another PLO bracelet, and that was in a 50K.
Yeah.
But your first one was in Enghien-les-Bains, or whatever. I'm messing it up.
No, that
I said it a
right
million different times. It was like 13 miles outside of Paris, World Series of Poker Europe. I was there commentating. I remember Daniel Negreanu was a story then because he needed a certain number of points to get a second player of the year. There was a lot of stories going on.
Yeah.
And here you come. You're a cash game player mostly at this point.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever. You were running pretty well in tournaments. And you're like, okay. And you played PLO, and you were like a no limit hold'em crusher. Now, was it true that you like basically learned the rules of PLO like that day?
No,
not the
no.
Oh, okay.
Not at
That was
all.
an exaggeration.
Exaggeration.
Okay.
I had played online cap PLO quite a bit.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
My results weren't great, but I played it a fair amount. I blame it on the all-ins. You know, you get the all-in EV graphs, and I was like 110 buy-ins below expectation, and I should have been winning barely, and I was losing like, you know, 110, like at 510 PLO,
Right,
so I was down 110.
You had won Sklansky bucks.
No, yeah. I had played for sure, quite a bit actually. I'm like hundreds of thousands, 100,000.
The story is much cooler if you woke up that morning and learned how to play
No,
PLO. You're like, wait, how many cards do I get?
Not at all. No, there are a lot of those stories out there. None involve me though. Anytime I'm new at a game, I have to play it a while to get good at it. So.
Are you naturally good at things like that, or no? Do you have to like kind of?
I'm not. You know, certain people are really good about figuring something out right there on the spot in game. Like Sean Deeb comes to mind.
Yeah.
He'll just solve it. I can't do that. I need more time. I need to like do some math. I need to like really crunch some numbers and think about some things for a while. So the mixed game's a good example. It's taken me a while to kind of get to where I feel good at most. You know, the stud games now those were kind of my worst games for a long time.
Right.
So if there's ever any new games in the mix, like, because I kind of want to go play some live mix sometimes, but they're always throwing in new games and all this stuff, and it's like, I don't want these new games, you know? Like, where are they playing 12 games?
I could hook you up with Ollie, and you know, he'd welcome you in the game.
No, I know. I can play those games or the resorts game. They invite me to play.
You're probably good enough at the other games that you make up for the ones that you're not good at.
I was playing like 300, 600 mix, you know, pre-COVID. Like I'm fine in the games, but I don't like when they add the new games, you know, the new games.
You would have loved, by the way, during COVID, I played in an online game with, you know, a bunch of mixed game players, and it was just for fun. 10, 20, but there were 21 different games in the mix.
Yeah.
And it just, you know, it was kind of a little bit of an oasis. And we got to, like,
it's
we were all
fun.
Zoom, and we're playing online, and I got to learn a lot about those games.
Yeah.
You know, whether it was like some stupid game like Archie or whatever it might be. They were super fun.
They're a lot of fun. I love, like, the mixed game tournaments, even though it's not the more obscure games, or, just playing online in those games, because they're just a lot of fun. You're just thinking about a lot of different things. Like, from a making money perspective, for me, they're not the best of the brand new ones, but I have a lot more fun playing those than just like No Limit Hold'em again. You know.
I was gonna say, I mean, at this point in your career, you know, you're 45 now.
Yeah, I just turned 45. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you age at all? You look the same as you did.
Definitely. I definitely don't feel as good as.
You might not feel that way, but you look the same. But at this point in your career, you know, you've played so many hours of No Limit Hold'em, whether it was online, whether it's cash game, whether it's tournaments. Does it still excite you? Do you still love the game? Do you still wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go play some No Limit Hold'em?
I still do, yeah. I mean, I go through phases where maybe I get a little burned out, but it's really just poker. All the games have their own little nuances, and even though I played that game so much, it's not solved in my head. I don't know every spot, and you know, like, I work hard and try to get better all the time, but there's still spots that come up where I'll talk with my, you know, good friend on break who's one of the best players in the world or something, and we both are like, name drop? I mean, maybe like Jason Kuhn or something, or, you know, just a lot of the guys.
He's pretty good.
Just a lot of the guys at Aria, you know,
right.
Sam or Ike, or just there's so many great players there, and you know, it's always debatable, like, oh well, you know, we weigh the pros and cons, so it's just like there's never set answer. I mean, there are set answers, but everyone just doesn't know all the answers, which is kind of a cool thing. The game has been played probably like billions of hands, right? It's just cool. It's always.
I think that's my problems.
Look, everyone. Right. Don't be selling that to any grind or anything, will you? Ryan's got a multiple.
You had 8 times, and this is your seat. Yeah. Okay.
There could be. I was sitting in that seat before we brought.
Right. Okay. I'll bring it up with the floor. Hello, floor. This gentleman in seat 1 is saying that he had 8 time banks.
Yeah, I was sitting over there. It's a bit cozy. Yeah. Two there. I did. Okay. Did you get 2? You get 2 extra. I would say, yeah, I had 6. Yeah, I got more. They might have just been used. I've only used 2 in the whole thing. Okay. I actually used the dealer's scoop. That's alright.
Because he gave me 1 set here and 1 set here. I'll double check that. I'll get them over to you. So you had 8.
I did. I haven't used any of them.
Okay.
You have mine. Ben, if I get a chance to slow roll you. This one around 10.
Here we go. Final table, baby. Unbelievable. John Webb, Jacob Bryant, Stevie Ricketts on the table, Josh Manley on the table, Ben Miller, Ben Teague, Ryan Fronder. Great to see Ryan again, it really is. Gareth Wright in 9. So here we go. First hand of the final table. Welcome back, everybody. Josh Manley is on the FT, but we are not in the money just yet. Ryan Fronder, he has been on the scene for years. I know Ryan Fronder doesn't play around the circuit much anymore. He turns up in London every now and again. Whenever we come down south, he'll play a game, and it's I think it's about half an hour, he said, from home. John Daniels, seat number 3, with a short stack of 97, and with the raise, Ryan takes it. So there are the chip counts. John Daniels 8 big, Steve Ricketts on 8.2, Gareth Wright, Josh Manley on 22 bigs. Come on, the Joshy. Can he do it? Cat got excited because she's just seen a car. Is it that bad? Absolutely no traffic on the roads at all in Edinburgh. Stay safe with this storm. Sam Hall has just gone to get the tea. Back with us. Jay Howard played this event. Taking Fridays off his Jay. Taking Fridays off his Jay, so we've got Sam Hall. Here he is.
Right on cue.
Chatting for 2 minutes. We played 3 hands, man. Where you been?
It's all right. Sorry, mate. My apologies. My apologies.
Don't dog your wages. So the final 9 is upon us. So how does this play out? We've just seen the big stacks. Couple of shorties. 9 players in the high roller left. Great to see you, Ryan. Gareth watches the live streams on a regular basis. Good to see him too. Ben Teague, as we know. Tower 009. How are you? Watching on 888 Poke TV on Twitch. And Mike Teague.
Ben's dad.
Ben's dad.
Lovely fella.
Hiya, Mike. Good to have you watching. Ben, super lad.
How are you, Uncle Mike? Hope things are well. Long time no see. Saw him last night.
Long time no see.
What a final table lineup this is. Honestly, this is a treat for us now.
Yeah.
Just big comp, seeing her down the road. Local lads at the FT. We've got Guildford Boy, Josh and Ben. We've got Pompey Regs at the table, Jake smashing it up. Massive castle of chips. And the dynamics are set for what should be a great FT. Yeah, Lime Ricky's just popped a link in there to Josh's stream on Twitch. If you ever want some entertainment, get in there. He's streaming regularly. Get your mammoths in the chat, any of you boys that are supporters of Josh. Boys and girls watching Josh's stream. Mammoths out for your man.
We still need to revert that to Posh Josh. Because it's the wrong way around for me.
Yeah, I probably would agree with you on that.
It needs swapping round.
I would agree with you.
I'm
on
going to have a word
I'm sure
with Josh
Lime Ricky.
Manley.
Well, I'm sure.
When I see him, I'm going to have a word with Josh.
Well, it's not. That's not his stream title. I think that's just
Josh
come on,
Posh.
mate. No, Lime Ricky can sort that one out.
Yeah,
for
but
us.
he is Posh Josh, isn't
He is. Well,
he? Lives in Brighton. He's moving. He's moving to Worthing. Is it Worthing? Is that
he?
close by?
it's not exactly down the road, but it is not far.
Yeah, he's moving. We were talking about it last night. Quite excited, he said.
Good for him.
Lime Ricky says she didn't make the command, but that's how it ended up.
Payouts on the screen,
As you-
18 bags up top.
Yeah, as you can see, not in the money yet. Not in the money just yet.
Top 7 getting paid here. And to those of you who have stuck around since the last session, welcome back. To those of you who are joining us for the first time, maybe you're supporting someone on the final table, do let us know in the chat who you are railing here. 51 hands into the day and 9 players remain.
51 hands into the day and
Honestly.
we've lost 29 runners.
Something happened this
How?
morning in the dealer's accommodation. Something was put in the breakfast, I'm convinced.
51 hands and we've lost 29 people. That has never, ever, ever been done before.
More than a player every other hand.
It's never been done before.
It's more than a player every other hand. Brilliant.
Hey, chip taker.
Yeah, Guildford well represented here. Gully Matthew, you are spot on.
Pop punk cowgirl. Now that's some music. Love pop punk. Bowling for Soup are actually on tour.
Bowling for Soup were the
They're
first,
actually on tour.
They were the first act
Next
I
month.
ever saw at a festival.
Really?
Yeah.
They're actually on
First
tour
act
next
I
month
ever
in
saw
the
at a
UK.
Shout out to Guildfest, also from Guildford. Yeah, Bowling for Soup were the first act I ever saw there.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, they're actually on tour next month in the UK. In fact, they're in Manchester
Yeah.
when we're working Manchester, which is a
I
bit of a
think I've
bummer.
still got my signed T-shirt somewhere in a loft that's about 17
Yeah.
sizes too small now, but got it somewhere, that's for sure. Yeah, Coggy says Worthing is 12 miles from Brighton, 45 minutes from Pompey on a decent run. Well, there you go. I expect we're
you
going to
go.
see Josh down here a bit more regularly, then,
That's
which
where
will be
it's
great because he's a top bloke, and wish him all the best for this final table, as so many people in the chat do as well.
Yamo.
Pop Punk Cowgirls Brooke. That's Josh's missus.
Ah.
Just put 2 and 2 together on that. How are you, Brooke? Oh, things are
No,
well.
Chris Burney's left the band due to medical issues. Wishing him all the best. He is a big lad. Chris Burney.
I think Chris is the one that signed the T-shirt.
Chris
It's got this
Burney's the big
blue,
fella.
yeah,
Yeah.
the ball fella. I've got
Always
this blue,
wears a basketball
I've got this
top.
blue. Yes, I've got this blue T-shirt, Bowling for Soup, with all the guys on the front and everything. I'll try and dig it out. And if I find it, I'll bring it to Manchester.
I will try and find the actual schedule for when Bowling for Soup are on, and I may go and see them. That would be my plan. Be nice to see them. But all the best to Chris if he's not with the band. And Yamo says, Tower, can you say hi to his daughter Amy? Hi Amy. And make a decision between Lancaster and Durham University. I've travelled quite a bit.
Right, now this is a lot of faith that we're putting
Now,
the future of Greg's
the future of
going-
Brit, the future
going
of
on
Britain.
an
Now,
888 live stream decision. We should put it on the wheel. That would be doing it.
Lancaster has a beautiful golf course and one of the best clubhouses I've ever been in my life.
Right.
Durham is an amazing little, I think it's a city. Durham is an amazing city. It's beautiful, it's oldie worldy. It depends what you're looking for. I think the nightlife in Durham, because it's, I would say, if I was choosing just on the face of it, I would say Durham.
Well, we could really put this to test and do a red or black on the next flop for. I guess it depends.
Durham is stunning, by the way, if you want scenery.
Yeah, last time we were down in Marina was like we went to the Dogs at Hove. Went down there. Oh, that's a good night out. That was the old Dogs. Tower to tower. Hello. From one to another. So back to the action. 9 players forming up a formidable final table here for the Portsmouth High Roller on the 888 Festival. We're seeing an absolute massacre so far today, but scattered in and amongst the drama has been some very nicely constructed hands from some of the players who have made it to the final table here. We've got a mix of local and tour familiar faces. And one of those is Steve. With pocket threes here in the big blind, is going to be effectively... Oh, that's Steve's 3-bet. Jam the threes here. And John, with Queen Jack of clubs, is going to make the call. So we are going to be racing.
We are.
So, for the first time at the final table, we've got an all-in. And Sam in the dealer chair, we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3, please.
4, 10, 7, all hearts, no hearts playing. 3 still in front for a double.
Ace of hearts on the turn, so...
And he chops about.
Well, King of clubs now working for us as well as John. But yeah, I mean...
Oh, it is as well. It is a chop. We're not
Just
out.
put your flush on the key,
Whoa.
no problem.
Hey. So good afternoon, everybody in the chat. We're trying to decide where Amy's going to university.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we'd have gone red or black on that was a pretty categoric flop. That was, wasn't it? It would have been.
If that had been a red for Durham, you'd have been going to Durham. Tower to Tower says hello. How are we doing? Tower 009. Just come back from the ball, but should have thought twice about it after shaving his head. Wind was brutal on the way back. Have you not got a hat? Or did you want to show off your new hairdo? That was obviously a 0.
Afternoon, Sabria Best watching on YouTube.
It is Sam indeed.
Yeah.
Sam Allage. Jay is taking Fridays off during work and UKPTs and 888s.
Yeah, absolutely delighted to be joining the team for 2025.
Yep.
Real pleasure, real privilege to be involved with the work that these guys do. In my personal opinion, the best in the industry at the production side on the coverage they get with the resource level involved. It is such hard work to get these events covered, and they do it so well, so seamlessly. So really honoured to be part of the team for 2025. But
here we go again.
Here we go again, indeed.
Turned up the first day of 2025. It's been carnage.
I know, honestly. If every Friday's like this, maybe that's it. Maybe we're the good luck charm for this year. Maybe we're going to be the 5 o'clock finish every Friday.
That's it.
Thank God it's Friday. And it's going to be thank God it's Friday for one of these two. There's a 4. The pair that makes sets more than any other pair, mate, and I will not be told otherwise.
Well, there we go. Jordan is staring down the barrel. Normally dead on the turn, and that is it.
Yeah.
We're going to lose our first player on the final table, and that is Jordan Daniels. No money. We're now on the bubble. No money for 9th and 8th. We're now on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen.
So
Smiter.
Paid.
Yep. Smiter says, Durham's a beautiful city. It is indeed. I've been a few times. It's a beauty. Love the war down. And Yamo says, high class fellas. Amy's sat here revising at college and has been closed and her head popped up when she heard her name. Nice one, Amy. Good luck whatever you choose.
Yeah, good luck, Amy. Doesn't really sound like you can go wrong with either, to be fair. I think it would be well up for either of those pretty solid choices. Down to 8 then, Tower. We're on the bunny bubble.
We are on the bubble.
And Stevie Ricketts is the short stack at the table now. Just 7.5 blinds for him, so he's going to be looking to try and last this one out. Looks like we're going to see John coming in here for an open, is it? No, just decides to flat off the 9-7 of clubs, and probably not something we're going to see too much of long term under the gun, but he is going to go for it here. So Steve, Queen 8 of diamonds on the button. We'll probably be asking a few questions about this flat under the gun in his head. I expect we're going to see Steve fall on the side of fold here. I was just going to get a time back. I guess in Steve's head, we're just going to fall on raise so much as John here with the stack, with the chips, when we've got anything top of range. So he might just be looking to take advantage of this one, but I don't really know if we've got enough fold equity here. And when we do get called, it's just going to be, you know, flipping at best. Having said that, we are the short stack, and we need to find a spot. So let's see what side of the coin Steve falls. He does find the triangle, so Steve's going to be all in here, and almost certainly going to get called.
Almost.
Well, Ryan back here now with ace-9, and this is an interesting spot as well in our tower, because Ryan will have the same thought process in terms of analysing the dynamic of this spot. I'm sure the flat from under the gun doesn't make too much sense. The short stack's in. We're probably going to end up going, and Ryan's just jam ISO'd. Yeah, fair play. Get John out of the way. Really nice from Ryan there. Just recognising and taking the isolation. And Steve will be pretty happy with this now because he can treble up with 50% equity if he can find a queen and 8 or some diamond combos, some straight combos working for him as well.
So here we go.
Here we go indeed. Strap
Here
in, guys.
we
We're going
go.
off to the races again. Ace-9 against queen 8 of diamonds and a green frog. And I wonder if the frog is going to add some additional equity here for Steve.
Well,
or
we
if it's
need
going
it.
to be dropped in the bin afterwards.
Yeah, dead on the turn. Dead on the turn.
No, ribbit on the river there. And Steve is going to be the bubble boy. So you know what that means, Tower?
We, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, are now in the money.
The moolah.
Well done, everybody. We're in the money. Steve Ricketts was on our table yesterday in the Voyage. Well played, Steve.
Always tough to go out of the bubble, but
It is.
rest of the players now in the money. All secured and in cash. 7 left. Who's your winner? Let us know in the chat box, guys. If you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, who do you think is going to win from here on in? Let us know.
All be rooting for Josh
Who
Manley.
are we rooting for? There's going to be a lot of love for Josh. There's going to be a lot of local love for Jake.
Look at that smile now, he's in the money.
Yeah, big relief. Big sigh of relief for these guys. And we've got Ben Miller.
One up on
as
Easty.
well. Ben T's going to have a lot of love in the chat, I'm sure. New Dave, absolutely going in for Josh Manley. I wonder who the old Dave would have supported. But here we go. Matt Teague as well. They're all in. The family chat has been activated. How you doing, Matt?
Is that brother?
Good to hear from you. No, cousin.
Cousin?
Yeah, cousin Matt. Cousin Matt. Very nice guy. Hope you're well, mate. Hope Rebecca's well. Hope the family are all doing good. So Josh opening queen 9 here from the cut-off. John deciding to defend 5-3 of clubs from the big blind. Don't mind this at all. 5 deuce jack and Josh falling into... that's okay, so it's got bet call. Fine, that makes a lot more sense. Thought we saw, couldn't work out how that bet information was going to go there, but a pretty nice river here, pretty nice turn here as John, all pair in 5. And checks it over to Josh. Josh will recognise that this card is going to be advantageous for us as John a lot, I think, here, and probably defaulting to just a give up now. When we're called on this kind of texture, certainly going to be some flush draws in there. There's going to be a lot of 5x, and there's going to be some deuce x as well. So to be perfectly honest, as far as boards go for a give up, this is a pretty good one for Josh. Obviously, we know that John's going to come out for a bet here now after being checked back on the turn. Absolutely no reason why we should be doing anything other than bet here. And it's just about sizing now, and does decide to go a whole pot. And what are the bluffs? So there's some 3-4, there's some 4-6, bits and pieces like that. There's not even a high amount of bluffs when we're defending that haven't connected here. And Josh does just decide to drop it off. So nice hand from John, making his full house. Josh wisely deciding to give that one up on the river.
Final table of the High Roller in Portsmouth. Great to be down here. Superb location. Great place to go shopping and eating. I'll tell you what, you'll never starve around here.
Honestly, mate, it's a nice set, isn't it? Nice spot. It's a nice spot. We've been
And when
saying
you go
it for
to
ages.
when you go to Fratton Park, which I did do yesterday because we needed some tape or whatever for the kit, you get to Fratton. None of that was there when we were last here. No. None of it. There was literally the football ground and a travel lodge, and that was it.
There we go. Honestly, it's a nice spot down here in the Gunwharf, guys. There's plenty of retail about, plenty of F&B about. You will get yourself some nice food down here, nice bars. I'll tell you what, down here in the summer, the bar out on the front, the All Bar One down there, absolutely beautiful spot. Sunrise down over the marina.
Really?
Yeah, oh, spot on, mate, spot on. Getting a couple of bottles of wine down you out there, that's for sure.
Really? I mean...
Oh, mate, honestly, it's a cracker.
And they do have, we were looking through the 2550s yesterday.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 down here this year.
I'm not surprised. I think they might have had 3 down here last year. I cannot compliment the general core cardroom staff here enough in the way they run these 150. They run the 2550s, but the amount of 150, 200 pound comps they put on.
I wonder if they have a mini fest or anything like that. Where are we at Portsmouth next? March, end of March. Is anything on that weekend?
Probably rain.
Well, probably. Don't say that. I'm looking at me diary.
Only rain.
End of March. Free weekend.
Well,
free weekend.
There we go. I mean, there you go.
I don't think I'd drive down again. It's a long way in it.
Best jump in the helicopter.
But then I'm not being funny. The train's longer.
Yeah, and
then the second part of the year, Portsmouth, end of August.
All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. That end of August one.
That might be a bank holiday weekend.
Well, there we go. How about that for a little
little
Friday night on the marina?
I'm going to have to consult the diary. Might be a Portsmouth week or a Portsmouth weekend.
Well, there's plenty of games on. That's one thing that's for sure. Schedule's packed around mini fests addition to the calendar. Reading Mini Fest start of February. We'll be there for that.
Awesome.
Looking forward to that one. So Ryan opening up 9-7 of spades here from the hijack like this, and just going to get that one through. What happened there? Oh no, it's John has called. Sorry, a little bit of a graphic update. I thought it was a bit strange. We just saw Ben defend the ace-10. Even so, I am slightly surprised. Maybe it's a sizing situation for Ben. I am surprised we didn't see Ben defend the ace-10 there, I must say. Anyway, king 6-4. King 6-4. Bet and pass. Chip counts on the screen for you. Gareth and Josh, both the short stacks at the table with plenty of manoeuvrability. Both the Bens, middle of the pack, and then your top 3. Currently in position to take out almost 40 grand's worth of prize money between them.
We're in the money now. 2,500 locked up from now on in.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Matt. Nice to have everybody in the chat box. I think whoever wins this tournament is going to be a popular winner, Tower. That's safe to say. Good luck to all of the remaining contestants.
Indeedy, indeedy. I'm slightly rooting for Ryan, I must admit.
Yeah? Going for Ryan?
I'm slightly, just because he was there at the beginning, and he's always been such a nice fella to talk to, and we don't see him very often anymore, and it's been a long time. This is 18th season of everything we've done, and it's been, I know he's not played as nowhere near as much as what he used to, especially travelling round. A lot of people don't anymore. The business, families.
Just life, isn't it?
Just life, absolutely. What you were doing 17, 18 years ago, you're probably not doing at all now.
Love to see Jake find a free bet.
Exercise.
Well, yeah. I don't think I was doing that 18 years ago or now, to be fair. Here we go. Come on, Jake, find it. Looks like it. Yes, sir. Nice. Very nice from Jake. Has not put a foot wrong yet today, Jake Bryant.
No.
Really ramping it up now.
We're on 7. We are in the money. Good luck, everybody.
Oh,
Ryan,
Lord's Swan.
86
Yeah,
bigs.
Guildford boy, Brooke, but listen, we can't begrudge any of these guys will win. That's for sure.
No.
I'd love to see Josh win it. Love to see Ben win it. Honestly, any of them could win it. Love to see Jake win it. I'd love to see any of them win it. To be fair, it's a great little final 7 we got here. Lots of sub stories in play.
Yeah. Ben Miller and Josh, day 2 buy-ins. Is he a Jake or a Jacob?
Well, I know him as Jake,
Right, that'll
but
do.
he's probably Jacob.
Ben Miller.
Either way, he does construct a stack so well, Jake. I've never come into a comp and not seen him without a stack. It's
And the chances of Ben winning it are obviously pretty high.
well,
As a with So if you are just tuning in, where have you been? You've only missed the first session, to be fair, but we did go from 38 to 9 in that first session.
yeah, that was one of the most remarkable sessions of poker, I think. Definitely the most remarkable I've ever had the pleasure of being in the comms for, but probably one of the most remarkable I've ever seen on the stream, whether we've covered GUKPTs, 888s, MPL events, but whatever it's been. I mean, that was some session. It really was quite incredible stuff. To lose 3/4 of the field before we'd even had a session break was remarkable. So the honeys for Ben here in the cut-off. Just going to bump this one up. Josh's going to get out of the way as well. And no action for Ben here. Everyone's going to get out of the way. He's going to pick that one up. Move his stack just north of the 40 big blind mark.
Yeah, round ups down to 1,060 bigs. Ben Teague up to 41. Ben Miller had a good day so far. Well, welcome to the High Roller final, and we're on 7. And we are in the money. $1,100 buying, min cash 2,500. Lines at 8,000, 16,000.
Another spot here for Ben. Coming in for an open with the 7s. 40. Folding round again.
I don't recognise faces.
So Jake Bryant, chip leader, seat 2.
Yeah, so if you hear any voices walking past the comms booth, guys, we are located, for those of you that know Portsmouth, we are just the other side of the division outside the poker room.
We are.
On the right hand side, screened off, our lovely green screen behind us, and the 888 advertising brand. In front.
How busy does it get Friday, Saturday nights?
Oh, honestly, mate, Friday night. I mean,
You mean it's going to be loud?
yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, it'll be busy on the floor, mate.
Okay.
Be busy on the floor. Good job we're eight-handed at whatever time it is now, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything out there will be round, mate, that's for sure.
Okay.
So hijack Ben Miller here, pocket 5s. Up we go. Ryan, 8-7 of spades on the button.
Number 3 betting?
Thank you.
If we're proceeding here, I think it's quite nice to just come with a call, to be perfectly honest. We got our hand plays pretty well, flops pretty well. And I don't know if Ryan knows Ben at all that well, but Ben's a solid player. We don't really want to be giving ourselves an opportunity to get 4-bet out of the pot. So don't mind a call here on the button. Could probably fall into a free bet at some frequency, but I think call's okay. Jack, Jack 3. I think also just another dynamic to add into that consideration that the two players behind us are very rarely seen to be getting too out of line in terms of free betting here. Gareth hasn't really had a stack for most of the day to be doing much. I think we've only seen him VPIP sort of less than 10 BB spots most of the day with premiums, but certainly isn't too much of this in there from John, that's for sure. Just donking the ace-7 on Jack, Jack 3. Ben recognising that and making the call. Deuce on the turn. And a card that Ben will be pretty happy to see. Undercard for his 5s.
Man of straw, this is the final table, and we're on 7, and we are in the money.
So after seizing the betting lead on the flop, John's going to take the initiative here again on the turn. And I guess the story that we're trying to sell here is that we have Jack X, but it's just one of those boards that as the pre-flop raiser, I think Ben's going to have pretty high continues here on Jack, Jack 3 Rainbow, and as such, I think Ben smells a rat here, to be perfectly honest. Once we get stationed twice here, I mean, 9 of hearts is a pretty safe card, you'd think, for the 5s, and is going to give it up. Check, snap back. Interesting. No, it's coming down. Frank Thomas, Fruity on YouTube, says Darlington's out of power as well now.
Whoa, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
So yeah, we know the country is facing the front of the storm at the minute, so if you are out and about, please stay safe.
Yes.
And if you're watching from home, we hope the power stays on for you, to be honest.
No power in Darlow.
Yeah.
Was watching. No Wi-Fi. It's on the phone, on his mobile internet. Good to see you in Stockton as well, Frankie, over the Christmas period for the charity event that we had. What about the charity event?
Yeah, well,
£10 rebuy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Did you hear the stats?
800.
867
Unreal.
in 2 hours.
Unreal.
From 100 runners.
Unreal. Congratulations to everybody involved in that, by the way, because that's brilliant. Anyone who's in the chat that was playing in that tournament, I'd take my hat off to you if I was wearing one. That's brilliant.
So Darlow is now powerless.
Yeah, I like that hand from Ben Miller. Nice, just logical breakdown and application into that. Just catches John with his hand in the jar there.
So stay safe, Frankie. I know, I'm guessing you're going nowhere, but hope the Tinterweb and all the power comes back on very soon for you.
Pocket 6s now for Ben. Slight upgrades on his 5s. And Josh Manley.
Oi, oi.
Here we go. Strap in, ladies and gents, because this is going in.
Just under 9.
Yeah, 9 and a bit blinds here for Josh.
In they go.
In they go.
6 folded.
Yeah, Ben's not going to love this. It's very rarely going to be anything other than top here from Josh against under the gun.
A 6 has been folded. So Josh basically flipping.
It's close here for Ben Tower, but he does decide to make the call. So we're going to be racing.
Here we go. 888ers rooting for Josh.
Josh is going to need some mammoths in the chat, and he's going to need them now, guys.
Go, go, go.
Ace King for your man, Manley. Pocket 6s for Mr. Miller.
Does he survive? Give him some love in the chat.
Let's find out. Queen at Jack 3, and we'll say it for a third time. If you're not going to flop a pair with Ace King, it's a pretty good start.
Yep.
That, however, is not ideal on the turn, so we are going to need an ace, a king, or a 10. 9 outs once for Josh.
Yay,
10 on the river.
Yes, there
we go, Josh. There we go.
Yes, they're the hard way. Broadway the hard way. 10 on the river.
Cracking up. Do not blame Ben for making the call there. It's a close one, 6s there, I think. But yeah, got to win your flips, as Jay says.
Absolutely. And he didn't win his ace king into 5s.
Yeah, chat box has just exploded here.
Good.
All good, all good. Net Jam, Jay is taking Fridays off this year, so I'm going to be joining the team on Fridays over the live stream coverage. He played in the event actually earlier today. If you were around for that, we caught him on the live stream. Unfortunately, busted his 16th place for the high roller, but he will be here. Don't worry about that. Certainly not replacing him. Very easy replaceable, Jay. Let's be honest. His application, his hand breakdowns, his knowledge are second to none, and he will be here giving you the quality content over the course of the year. That is for sure.
Old Fruity Frank said he had 14 rebuys in Stockton.
Yeah, that'll do it, mate. That'll do it.
14 rebuys. And there's a 25.50 in Stockton, but don't know if the power's going to be on because it's all out at the moment, says Frankie Thomas. So just check your local card rooms if you are thinking of venturing out in this horrendous storm by the sounds of it. Power's out everywhere.
Yeah, new Dave. Dave, I tell you what, that is spot on. That is. Let's just dial back to the table here before we get into the clinic about Manly's moans. But Ben is going to look this one up here with ace 8 of hearts. Gareth all in for 9 from the hijack. Ben going to make the call ace 8 of hearts from the small blind. King Queen, and he's going to need to improve, or we are going to be down to 6.
Yeah. Gareth right, King Queen. Can he hit to survive?
Well,
wow, how many times have we seen it today? Just about
start
flop
this
dead.
Is for everybody. I mean,
God dear.
Ben.
Dead on the turn.
Dead on the turn.
That's it.
Dead
Again.
on the turn. A nice pickup for Ben there.
How many houses on the flop?
Honestly, mate.
Well, no, sorry, not house, but I'm looking at the ace 2-2 there.
Yeah, just kills it on the turn.
So many.
Congratulations, Gareth. A good run. 7th place for £2,500. Nothing to turn your nose up at all at.
That's a lot of bananas,
And
Gareth.
actually, to be honest, this is probably one of the best hourlies you can get on a day 2. Because, I mean, we've been here for, what, 3 hours?
Yep.
We haven't even been streaming 3 hours.
Yep.
And we're already 2.5x our money. So congratulations to Gareth. Well played, sir. Good run for 7th place. Does leave us with 6 contestants remaining. And one of these players is going to walk away the high roller champion, £18,000 better off.
Indeed it. So there we go, Gareth right. 2.5. 18,092 the winner, whenever that will be.
Yeah, and he's not getting off the hook. We're going to get straight back into the clinic about those Manly moans, but we'll follow Ryan's progress here with ace king our hearts first. From under the gun, going to come in for an open, I'm sure. And John calling 9-10 of hearts in the hijack here. So Jacob's dropped off the 4 deuce, but Ben now on the button. Definitely has some kind of decision point here. Usually plays pretty well. There's your decision point. Cowboys for Ben. And what is brilliant about this spot for working for Ben is this just looks like a great squeeze spot. We're playing 6-handed now. We've got open under the gun. We've got flat in the hijack from John. And then Ben's just finding the button here. And he's going to be finding the button here, like, really well balanced. And there's just nothing we can do here as Ryan. There is nothing we can do.
Oh, it's a bit of a cooler for Mr. Coolerville.
40 bigs here, ace king against kings. This is just going in, Tower, and there's no real way we can do anything about it. And then we are going to be playing an absolutely colossal pot. No, I can't play Tower. We're 6-handed, ace king suited. It's
got chunks though.
But when we're playing to get like ICM in this spot now, the short stacks are now way more collated to each other than they were when Steve was in and was short. Josh has just doubled, so like ICM is still a thing, obviously, but it's like less of a thing. And Ryan's not going to love it when we get it in here, obviously, but we just cannot get this anything other than in.
A bit of a cooler for Ryan. Ryan Fronda. Ryan Fronda with ace king. Ben T with the kings.
This is a huge pot, Tower. 1.7 million chips here.
Wow. if you're not going to flop
Wow.
anything.
I mean, Ben is going to be sick in his mouth at the moment. I give you that for free. What a flop we've got here. I mean,
A queen, an ace, a heart to fade.
10 outs
Or to
once.
hit for Ryan.
Go on, Mr. Teague. How about that 6 of spades for you?
Ryan Fronda
Look at that.
sat there.
Oh, the exhale, sweaty palms. I mean, that's a massive, massive hole for Ben.
Yeah, as in, Ryan's got him covered, so Ryan's going to be left with about 120,000. Going to be down to the 10 big remit, or even less, 8 bigs for Ryan Fronda sat there. Seat number 8. Big, a bit of a cooler. Ace King against Kings.
It's a brutal one for Ryan Tower, but like we were saying before, I don't think that can do anything but go in. Ben is like
Well,
short
it does
enough
another
that-
flop anyway.
Yeah, it does. If somehow we manage to get to a flop there, you're right. It does just go in. It's just one of those things. But yeah, it's brutal for Ryan. And like it says, what can you do? I don't think you can do anything there. So it's just an absolute setup of a hand. And the added dynamic of John flat in the raise there, just his perception of dead money. These players are going to know that Ben's capable for sure. And you know, he's going to find that spot there with appropriate range, I'm sure. Just so happens on this occasion he is at the top of it. What a pot for Ben.
What a pot.
What a pot.
Razor Kev says, I thought this was a table with another outside on the, still going on the outer tables. Didn't realise it was the final table. It's obviously been carnage. Obviously it has, Razor Kev. 38-9 in one session. That's how it went. We lost 29 players in less than 2 hours of play and 51 hands.
Incredible, mate. It's absolutely incredible. And to be perfectly honest, the final table's kind of followed suit
Yeah,
because we have
absolutely,
seen some bust outs here, that's for sure.
We have.
There's a lot of blinds in play at this final table, but we have seen bust outs, that's for sure.
Yep.
And there will be a retraction at some point, I'm sure. Like we haven't seen too much from Jake at the final table. Just been happy to take a spot reasonably and just let this unfold in front of him. John's been getting quite busy. Some spots more in line than others, but you know, both the Bens have been getting busy. Massive pot for Ben T just there. But Ben Miller's been playing well. Josh got his double. Really unlucky for Ryan in that spot to run Ace King suited into Kings, but you know, this is just poker and these things happen. And let's see how this final table unfolds from here. It's going to be a great watch, whatever happens, and whoever ends up taking this one down is going to fully deserve it. I think we're going to see John look this one up for sure. We could be down to 5. This is absolute insanity. Insanity. How is this happening? If Ryan can't improve with Ace 5 here, we're going to have 5 players.
We could have chop abilities.
Well, there are. I mean, yeah.
Well,
what start?
Are we just going to flop everybody dead today? Is that it?
Unreal. How about Jack for a chop? King on the river.
Man.
Absolute madness.
Yeah.
We are down to 5 players and we have not been streaming for 3 hours. Utterly incredible day here, day 2 of the High Roller in Portsmouth. Unlucky Ryan. Really enjoyed watching him play.
Ryan
Really enjoyed watching him play.
Out in 6 for £3,030.
Yeah, Gully, I agree with you. This is going to go one of 2 ways. But he's going to play the way he's going to play. I love watching him play that way, and hopefully we're going to get a chance to see that unfold over the course of this final table. Another ladder for the Manners. Another ladder for the Manners. So we will we'll pop the prizes up for you. These guys are playing for after this hand. Hand number 69 of the session. And Jacob with pocket 8s under the gun. Definitely going to open this one up is Jake. Looks like Mr. Miller's going to come in for a 3-bet here with Ace 10. Both of these two have played a lot of poker together. And don't expect Jake to fold here, that is for sure. Looks like he's going to make the call. So we're going to go heads up. Well, what a start. Top set for Jake. Talk about biding your time in the previous monologue. This is well timed for sure. So just peels the 3 here. Ben going to come in for a c-bet. Pretty standard. Expect Jake to just call here. No real reason for us to be getting after too much raising. There might be some raising mixed in there, to be fair, but I don't think it makes too much sense here. Raising. He's going to go for it. Just calling here. We're basically setting up stack jam on the turn for Ben, so I think that's why I don't mind it. There's just so many hands that we want to be calling there to keep in, and that can turn some equity that we're still going to have absolutely dominated the top set there. That Ben can find some semi-bluff jams on. Jake knows Ben's capable. Does decide to just shut it down there and then.
So we're on 5. 25.50 that Jake chopped in January.
Yeah.
I didn't realise there were 550 runners.
Mate, honestly.
550 runners?
I think some people probably think we'll probably exaggerate it a little bit when we talk about this place in the times we do manage to get on the mic or anything around that. I've been a big advocate of Pompey over those times, but it's just so well attended. If you look back over the 25-50 numbers coming out of COVID, you know, I think that was 25-50, they got 125k in the pot. That was when we were still back on the days of 25k guarantees. So, I mean, there's not too much more dangerous a sight.
Kings for Ben Teague again.
Yeah. Just saying that while we were discussing some tech in the booth, that not too much more of a danger sight than Ben with Kings and the chips. What a spot for him. Payouts on your screen there. Next payout 4k. That's it, Phil. You're spot on. It's just a great advocate for poker in the south. You know, south of London, outside of other comps, we're probably looking at Reading as the closest for these big spots, and there's some other festivals that get some support down on the south coast, Brighton way. But great to have the 888 down here in Pompey. It's been run really well so far. And,
no. Gunwolf is lovely too, says Phil Baker. You are right, it is. Obviously, Storm Owen is here. How do you even say that? E-O-W-Y-N. Who made that up?
Owine. Owine.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I had an Uncle Alwyn, which was
A-L-W-Y-N?
Yeah,
yeah.
No, my Uncle Alwyn.
Yeah.
But an EU at the front, like, what would you just close your eyes and pull 2 legs out of a Scrabble bag?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
You see old Mukhtar behind the scaffold back there, just having a peek.
Yeah, have a peek.
Just having a peek, old Mukhtar. Can't keep him away. There he is as well. Look, right on cue.
Matty Smith says, just a shame Portsmouth's about 16 days away from everywhere else in the country.
But to be fair, Matty, we think the same from down here. You know, everything else is on up north.
To be fair, 200 yards away, mate, is the end of England.
Yeah.
That is it.
Literally,
There's nothing else.
Matty is right. I mean, it's a little bit out of the way, don't get me wrong, but you could probably make the same case for us boys down here thinking about festivals in Edinburgh and Glasgow. So, you know, one of those. But either way, it's just great for poker to be expanding around and reaching out into the areas, touching out to the fringes of the country. Just shows how healthy a spot the industry and the game are in general.
Yeah.
And we're just reaping the rewards of it.
Other players allowed to move around and get a bit more space if they want to. Obviously can't change positions. But yeah, they can move. They can obviously, Josh, if you wanted to, can
yeah.
move to
Do you know what?
boats.
Catching Fire, he's spot on. And we're not even going to let him get away with it for any longer. Because of the years I've been playing with Josh, we started playing together in a £3 pub rebuy in Guildford at the Stoke pub.
£3 rebuy?
Honestly, he only capped at 1 rebuy, should I say.
Okay.
Absolute mess of a comp that was. But he, honestly, we'd be texting each other after moaning and moaning. on relentless moaning about everything. You know, he'd have ace king, and if it wasn't suited, moan. If he had aces against kings and didn't flop a set, moan. They used to give us comp pizzas at the break, right? There's a stone oven pizza situation going on in there. And I feel like I'm doing the boys here, the Pompey boys, a bit of disrespect by talking about stone pizzas while we've got an all-in at the table here. But while Jake's in the tank, I'm going to continue, because Josh deserves to be punished for these moans, right? Someone's got to call him out on it. And if we're going to use one Friday in Portsmouth on an 888 stream, we're going to do it. All right? Just relax, Josh. It's all right, mate. You know? There's 5 people left in the high roller. No need to moan. Just calm down. I will offset that by saying he's one of the nicest blokes that I've met. And right on cue.
Here we go, right on cue.
Mr. Miller
makes the call.
has got a big one to hold here.
Oh,
he's got a big one
this.
to hold here for a million chips tower. This is a big spot for Ben. Jake with ace ten of clubs. Ben, ace king of hearts. Claps his hands.
I'm not confident.
Claps his hands.
Oh no, he said I'm not confident.
Well,
here we go. Oh, that's
10 on
why.
the floor.
10 on the floor with a reverse with a jack. Ooh. A king or a jack needed for Ben Miller.
that is going to be a sucker punch. And club's not working anymore now as well. Or we need a jack or a king.
Or an ace.
Or an ace. And that's the 8 of hearts. And Jake's going to stack Ben off. And that's
ace with a chops.
a brutal one for Mr. Miller. He played really well, to be honest, Tower.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed watching
Span
him
up
in this
really
comp,
well, didn't he? Day two buying for £4,000.
That is brutal.
Always going to be upset when you bust out, but it's spun a day two into £4,000.
Yeah. How about your day 2 ladder now, Josh?
Yeah, exactly. So Josh Manley is now short stack with 4 players left.
Well, if you'd have said at the start of the final table, Josh, you'd be short stacked with 4 left, he'd have snapped your hand off, mate,
Yeah,
to be fair.
Exactly.
We were rooting for him, of course, in the 888 streets, but he's played well. All these guys have played well, to be fair.
Absolutely. And now
Cannot
locked up
begrudge any of them.
£5,590. Get a double. Right back in it, man.
Mr. Morton, how are you, sir? Watching on Twitch, troublemaker there. Hope you are well. Whereabouts in the world are you watching at the minute, Morton? Okay, here we go then. So dead small after Ben bust. So Josh big blind on his own, and Jake definitely going to be opening the Queen Jack of Diamonds here. Josh in the big blind 6 deuce. That's going to go into the bin. 4 players remaining, hey. And we've just clicked the 3-hour mark for the stream. Not 90% of the field gone in the first 3 hours. Utterly wild, but as you can see
Tell
there.
you what, your day rate's just gone up to £3 an hour.
Honestly, mate, we're talking about an hourly for these boys. I mean, get in there. Cheers, Boofy. Get on.
No giveaways today. There'll be plenty over the weekend, but we do have a free roll at 6 o'clock. We might have to give the. Shall we give the password away for the free roll that's on a little bit later?
Well, if we don't do it soon, they might not get it.
They might not be in it.
Go for it, yeah.
So we're going to have to give the password available. We'll shout out the password while we're 4 left. Well, we weren't expecting 4 at this stage. Obviously, that's never a done thing at 3:25. 3 hours exactly into the stream, and we're down to 4. So we do have a high roller at, I think it's 6 p.m. Might be 7. Lime Ricky will tell us. But we might as well give it out. The password for the free roll that I think's at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
is confirmed. 7 p.m. We might as well do it now. There's only 4 left, and anything could happen. So the password for the free roll that is on at 7 p.m. tonight on 888 Poker is High Roller. That is it. All lowercase. High Roller. One word. Get yourself in. Make sure you save it for the 7 p.m. because with only 4 left, we might not be it. So all done. High Roller for the password for the free roll at 7 p.m. Hey, Annette Grintas, how are we doing? Usually post on YouTube. How are we doing, Annette?
Yeah, so while we were discussing the password, you can't register for another hour. It's just Crazy Scotsman. But
Fair enough. Well, you've got it. Write it down.
So when we were looking at the chip distribution of these 4 left now, we saw Josh had 17 blinds and the others are well up there. So what I would say against that is Josh just needs to be mindful that 17 blinds is a lot of play, and he's going to pick a spot well here, but generally there's no reason to panic as Josh. Like, he's going to get that one through, but he'll be well versed in playing this kind of stack depth. He'll be well studied in these kind of areas as well. So whilst it looks like he's incredibly short versus the rest of the field, in context, 17 and what is now 18 and a half, 19 blinds for Josh is a very playable stack. So excited to see what this final 4 could bring for him as well. This is a really fascinating final 4 as well versus where we were at before, and we've got Ben and Jake with chunks of chips. John's got a big stack still as well, and we've seen John getting involved a little bit, but he still managed to navigate his way to the final 4 with a big stack. Lots to play for here. Most notably, of course, as it stands at the minute, £18,000 in the trophy. So blinds have just clicked to 10k, 20k, so Josh now falling into 15 bigs. Dropping off the Queen 10, don't mind that. Probably close to the line there. Queen 10. He's going to be well versed in shoving ranges here, Josh. I'm really looking forward to this final 4 tower. What's happened so far today, I'll be surprised if we saw for the rest of the year in terms of the absolute bust
totally agree.
bonanza. But this final 4's got a lot of potential to be a really good watch, and especially if we get these kind of formations lining up with John on the button, Jake in the small blind and Ben in the big blind going to flops here. John with Jack 5 of hearts, famous in the Guildford streets, that's for sure, but ace 7-5 2 clubs.
Like it.
John just going to fall with a C-bet here and get that one through. Nice little pick up there. 4 players left, 7 were paid. Next payout will be £5,590. £5,600 bar the 10. So.
Still on 4. Still on 4. He's 20 past 3, man. We are on 4. He does need a double, we know that. But 13 bigs, as Sam has just said, can be played with. But he is a big stack behind, as you can see right there.
Yeah, I would never expect to see Josh panic here. He's been in this situation, maybe not as much live, but certainly in online spots, countless times, I'm sure, just from the hand volume that he's getting in.
Yeah.
He breaks down hands really well. He's studied really well. He'll know exactly what he's doing here. I don't expect to see too many mistakes from him. In fact, he's probably going to play really well this final 4. forward to it. And hats off to Jake as well. I mean, he's just retained his composure impeccably throughout this tournament. Like, from what we've seen of him at this final table, picked his spots. I mean, he's picked them pretty well, to be fair, in terms of how he's realised his holdings with sets and flushes and bits and pieces like that. But like this from Josh, very nice set.
There's 5.
Well, unlucky
John
set.
just snaps.
Walks into it. Ace-5 of hearts, not in great shape.
He
But
slaps down the ace-5.
still, 36% of the time, he's going to win 100% of the time. And we need to find one of those now. He's going to need some mammoths, guys.
Well, if you need some run good, get Ian Simpson, champion last week in Madrid,
Jumping
by
up
your
and down
side.
next to you. Yeah, I agree. Look at this. Double 888 here. Eastie's here as well. We're going to need... Well,
I'm not being funny, but if you're behind, you're just being flop dead.
He's going to need
99%
a heart.
of the
We need a
time.
heart on the turn hit out or an overcard to engineer us some kind of chop.
99%
Well,
of the
now
time.
we need a jack.
Can he find it?
Now we need a jack.
It's a jack to survive. It's an
Ooh,
8.
8 of hearts.
Josh Manley.
He'll be a bit gutted, but at the same time, should be really proud. It's a great
Absolutely.
run, Josh. A great run.
£5,590. Josh Manley.
Yeah, to navigate yourself
Well
through
played,
a day
Josh.
2 buy-in. Well done.
We are taking around about a 12-minute break because we're going to move all the players round. So they're going to be sat in 3, 5 and 7.
Cool.
Makes it great for viewing.
Yeah.
Means we can grab a cup of tea and catch his breath yet again. You are watching the final table, day 2 of the High Roller. We did start with 38 and halfway through the day we're down to the final 3. We will see you back in 12 minutes time. 3 left in the High Roller. See you soon.
Something I'm asking Joe, the guy who just brought me coffee.
Yeah.
And Joe's like, yeah, I think the show was totally fine, Tuck. Cool, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you might want to go to a better source.
Yeah, whatever. Joe's really good. Okay, he crushes. You talked about working hard. You talked about crunching the numbers. Besides talking to Jason Kuhn and Ike and the other crushers in the world, what do you do to work on your game? Do you study?
Yeah, I try to make myself watch. I just consume very little poker content in general, but I try to watch like the final tables and some of the live streams of the high rollers more and more than I used to. But then it's just like solver stuff and things like that. I think it's really important. Like a lot of people think solvers are ridiculous, but everyone at the top is nearly 90+% are all, looking at outputs, and even if you're going to deviate from those optimal strategies, it's like you need to know them, in my opinion.
Yeah, Stephen King used to say, listen, break the rules for writing. Mm-hmm. But before you can break the rules, you got to know what the rules are.
Exactly. Fundamentals are just huge. I mean, I coach a lot of people, and it's just like they even look at solvers, but then I watch them play, and it's like their fundamentals are just lacking in so many different spots. Whereas if they just played solid, they would get a lot further in a lot of instances. So you need to mix it up, obviously, a little bit. But
I remember talking to Sean Dean about this evening. He was like, even in this, he's like, even if I don't necessarily believe in, I don't want to say believe in solvers because they're there, but it's,
yeah.
He was talking about, even if I don't want to kind of incorporate that into my game as much, he's like, if I study them, I then know what my opponents are studying.
Yeah.
And that's valuable.
For sure, definitely. It's just to know the baseline optimal thing of what you should do. I think it's very important,
You brought up coaching. How often do you do that? And when do you do that? When do you have time for that?
I mean, there's all these series I play, and most are like 10 days up for the smallest, and the World Series obviously 6 weeks now. So, and there's, I don't know, 10 of those a year maybe or something. Okay. And then I'll fit in some online here and there. And then, but then, because of my success the last few years, there's been a lot of interest in coaching. So I've been doing a fair amount of it, and it's I like it a lot. It's rewarding, and the money's good, and it's a win-win for both parties. I feel
right.
like,
You wake up in the morning, you know how much you're going to make that day.
Yeah, as you get older, that's kind of attractive. Guaranteed money versus, especially when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living and have a family, the swings are just kind of ridiculous. So
I can only imagine. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, as a poker commentator there was a time when I was playing 30, 40 hours a week, and I do miss playing as much. But yeah, there's something attractive about knowing I go to work and this is what I'm going to make.
Exactly. The 7-figure downswings, when you lose that much money over months or whatever, it's just, I mean, yeah, if you have 30 million, it's fine, but if you don't, which I don't, it's just the swings are huge, and it can go bigger and bigger and bigger.
It's the 4-figure downswings that are really, really painful. My wife's like, hey, can we get DoorDash? No, not tonight, hon, okay? Just lost $1,100.
Yeah. It's, the swings. It's all proportion, right? So.
Well, that's the important thing. I think a lot of people look at the numbers of, that you play and they go, oh, wow. It is all relative.
It's all relative. Yeah, of course.
You'll have those down, you have the up, you have the all that kind of stuff. So when I first knew you, and when you were kind of coming up, you were a cash game player, and I remember reading that article, and it talked about your schedule. Like, okay, I'm playing cash games at Bellagio, and now you are pretty much just a tournament player.
Yes.
How did that evolution happen, and why?
Well, if you rewind 10 or 12 years ago, there were hardly any high stakes tournaments. There was 100K at the World Series here, once a year. But outside of that, there weren't. You could play some 10Ks and things like that, but maybe some 25s. But this whole phenomenon of the high stakes scene has kind of just, blossomed in the last 10 years, so or less. And cash, I used to play a lot of cash. Most of that's gone. I saw the writing on the wall of it going to private, so someone will organize the game, and then they decide who sits in the game.
Right.
And then
you were pretty vocal about this.
I was very vocal about it.
You thought it was wrong.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys who were vocal with me ended up going and starting their own private games because you kind of have to. If you're gonna do, for me, I'm fortunate I'm able to play tournaments too. A lot of them probably wouldn't have had the success if they switched over, but some of those guys are running huge cash games and they're making more money than most. They're making all the money in poker, if I can be honest with you. The guys who are running these games, these private games, they're winning all the money because the game is filled with all recreational players for the most part, you know what I mean? And they're the best players in the game. Sometimes pros will come in. So they have a real stranglehold on a lot of money in poker. So anyways, that whole what's involved with that, running a game and maybe schmoozing and networking, that's just not my thing whatsoever.
You're such a social person though.
I am, but I don't
a schmoozer.
I'm not seeking out relationships I guess to take their money is what it feels like to me, right? I mean, it's win-win. I'm probably just looking at it wrong, but
no, but I get it though. I can certainly see a side of it where it feels very manipulative, very vampire-ish in a way.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, I'll take you on a date, we'll do this, and then don't worry, later on I'm going to suck your blood.
That's what it feels like to me. I
get it.
But I don't know. I've debated trying to start a game because I'm friends with so many people, like you said. I'm pretty social, and I know tons of recreational players, and the thing is, it can be just a win-win also, right? Because you're setting them up to have a better game than they would have in a public casino where oftentimes you'll have players that are, unfriendly and taking shots and things like that. That's not going to happen in the private game. So they provide a more fun experience. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of a false hope that these guys can beat the game, most of them. Most of them are just going to lose just the same as they would in the other games. But maybe they have more fun along the way. But I think they get...
Yeah, I'll have a bottle of water, please. Turn, please. Yeah, please. Still, please.
Who's that?
This is your seat.
I've got a stool here.
Oh, the one out.
Yeah.
Open it. 5, 10, 11. 1.1.
Nice work.
Thank you, Nick.
I found these in the pocket after all that.
Oh!
I thought they'd gone this off the table and I got replaced, but this one in the pocket, so
That's us quick. That's us quick, yeah. It's good job that's not on camera. That's all I can say.
no, I came back and there was 2 and I thought it was 8, but they were, so I had them replaced. They were in.
So the final 3. There we go. John Webb on the left, Jake Bryant in the middle, and Ben Teague in 7. 3 players at 3:45 in the afternoon from 38. Just an unscheduled break because they wanted to move the players into better positions for us to watch. So 3, 5 and 7, you can see that there. John Webb. And Ben Teague. So blinds 20,000. 80 bigs for John in seat 3. 110 bigs for Jake. And 80 bigs for Ben Teague. The afternoon, Steph. This is as deep as you can get a tournament ever. Three players left. Loving life down in Portsmouth. Flopper Jack, Jack 10. Check call from Ben Teague. Ben checks to turn. So too does John. River, we're going to chop it up. We're going to chop it up. So just shy of £8,000 now locked up between these three. £7,980. Afternoon, let's go, Ben. So Steph, probably see you in Coventry, Steph, if not Manchester.
Well, what a day. 81 hands played so far. And 35 players have bit the dust.
But don't expect to go anywhere soon. Short stack is 85 big blinds.
And this is just it, Towers. What we were saying beforehand, there'll be some realisation now of retraction back to some kind of normality, which so far today has been wildly distorted from what we would normally expect to see on day 2 of a high roller.
Yep.
The rate of bust outs has been absolutely incredible. To leave us with 3. And whichever one of these guys takes it down from here will surely have deserved it, because as you say, 80 blinds deep now. We're about to see some proper poker, 3-handed, that's for sure.
Bet 45 from Ben. John Coles on a 5-5-2 flop. Turns a 10. 10 of hearts.
Yeah, Ben's going to continue applying pressure here on the 10 of hearts, a card that's really not going to connect too often at all with the range of hands that are going to call 5-5 deuce. I think this is just where Ben's strengths lie on turns. So he's got a great edge here in this spot, I think. Played with him for a long time, but he's got a cracking game. Plays to a very good level, and turn recognition and just recognising dynamics of how boards develop throughout hands. He's just so good at that. So really nicely constructed there, and I expect that's where he'll push the edge at this this FT where possible. A lot of these, all 3, I don't really know too much about John at all, but from what I've seen about Jake, he's going to very rarely make mistakes pre.
There's not too much to talk about John Webb if it's the John Webb that's on the database, because he has a couple of results from Brighton back in the day, back in 2006 and 2010 if it's the same John Webb. And then his 6 results were in America, in Florida, and then suddenly the 25-50 in London. He won it for 40,000. So if it's the John Webb that's on the, and the only John Webb that we can find on the social is either English, moved from Brighton over to Florida, came back to London, went on holiday, won a comp, went back to Florida, and he's now back in Portsmouth.
Well,
so
nice little tour. Helping himself to a swig of water to accompany those 76 blinds. But yeah, really nice 3-way dynamic here. Ben had a really nice finish to the year actually. I think he had a really good run in the Goliath Cup. Ben finished third for £37,400 in that Goliath Cup. How big a comp was that, by the way?
That was enormous, wasn't it?
Just the numbers at Goliath are just off the scale everywhere. But the side events this year, the numbers in the side events were absolutely insane. So yeah, to get 37.5k for third in that for Ben was a great result. 3k picked up for a second place in October in the Beat the Ambassadors, and I know Ben supported the festival up at Hippo, the Women's Poker Festival at the back end of last year, so he was in the 50-50 comp they ran up there. But yeah, no, really Just tidy scores all down through the database.
He didn't go for poker. We know why he went.
Well, there we go.
And Mr. T's a beast online. Does he still play a lot online, does Ben?
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
Does
yeah. Well, predominantly plays online.
Well, he second in the close last week.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say probably plays 80, 90. 90% of his pokers are probably online, I would say.
Yeah. I did say last year when we saw him live that he was playing a lot more online this year.
Yeah, so interesting one here. So John opening the ace-10. Jake taking 6-7 of diamonds from the small blind. And looks like he's going to check call king 5-3. Got a shot to a 4 backdoor diamonds, so don't mind taking a card off here, but king of spades repeat on the turn. Interesting one now as Jacob, because it kind of sucks to have to check and then fold to aggression here. But obviously repeat king here is going to eliminate a lot of king X combos from either player's hand, so I think John can quite comfortably mix in some checks here. Does decide to check.
It is indeed. Off to the river.
And
the king
river is
clubs.
another king.
So, king on the turn, king on the river, king on the flop.
Yeah, third king now, and Jake was 7 high here. It's going to feel like he's going to have to bet to bluff, but I mean, I don't think John's going to be doing anything other than looking this up. It is interesting because when we call flop on king 5-3 from the small blind as well, having proceeded there, I think we're going to be slightly more pair weighted than draw weighted, but just with ace high here, I think ace 10 high with 10 playing, we can beat ace 4, we can beat ace deuce, any of these hands that might take one and play it down in that manner. Can't fault Jake for trying to find a bluff there, but just through the nature of hands that John's going to end up with, I think small sizing's fine, and if we ever find that absolute piece of cheese that's in there, jack 10 suited or something like that, that does want to fold, small sizing's going to achieve the same as a big sizing there, I think.
Did you see them blinds? 98, 91, 91.
Yeah, well, that is the formation we find ourselves in.
This is going to be some watch.
Yeah.
How they grind away at each other.
And it's going to be really interesting to see the appreciation of ICM change over the course of this table as well now, Tower, because obviously the closer these guys get, the less prominent ICM is, and if someone does fall down, how quickly the other two players can, you know, get that pressure applied will be interesting to see for sure. But it's going to be a great watch from here, and the tone already feels like it's just kind of calmed down a little bit at this final table. It feels like we're already taking time over decisions as these players now, with the hands just set themselves up before for us.
Yeah, they did.
Ben going to open ace 8 here in the small blind. John going to defend king 8. Absolutely fine here. 10, 6, deuce, rainbow. Go either way as Ben here, but I think I like a bet. Just flush out equity. Does decide to check. John checks behind.
Turns a 9 of clubs.
Yeah, if Ben's going to check the flop, probably expect him to check turn. John checking back. So Ben will probably feel like he's just got some showdown here with ace high anyway. And with an 8 here, I think it's kind of close, but probably go for some value as Ben. It does check. Probably better to check call than bet and get raised. Thinking through, is it 75k? I think Ben's going to look this up. Does look it up. King 8, Ace 8. Nice call from Ben.
Fourth out, Josh Manley, £5,590. Well done, Josh. Biggest score that he's had. Nice biggest live score for Mr. Josh Manley. Well done to him. Hopefully things can now kick on for Josh. Jay was knocked out Ace King of Spades against Pocket Fives. With 16 left.
Mr. McGaffney, how are you? Good to hear from you, mate. Yeah, really grateful for the opportunity given by Carder and Direct this year to support the guys on Fridays around the tour.
Indeed. Going to do quite a few days this year. His old Sam.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Might not see him in May. Might have a title challenge to jump around for.
You see us. I'm not sure what fit state we'll be in, but we'll see us. It's going to be a big second half of the season. Absolutely. Well, you can try.
You can try, but one of your cards will be in a straight.
Get your blockers in. It mixes us in nicely, does old Ben. So John flopping quite nicely here, up and down, with the 8 of diamonds here. In addition, driving a chunk of that equity that we find him arrive on the flop with. Jake, we see his flop the best hand. And when check 2 here is going to find a raise, and interesting spot here from Jake to find the raise. I don't think we're going to see John fold here, Tower. I think we can see he's got plenty of equity against Jake's holding. What I will say about this raise is it looks really strong. We've basically check raised against Ben in this position, thrown a hammer down. John's got a bunch of equity here. I mean, if we do end up folding here, I think we just become quite exploitable. So if we're going to call Ben's raise, which we're going to do a lot of the time, I think calling the raise makes a lot of sense with our exact holding, but deuce of clubs turn doesn't really change anything. This is the problem though, when we arrive on turn now. If Jake can find an upsize here, we just lock the hand. Looks like 210. So still sticking around 40% pot, and what price are we getting now? 3 to 1. And we're basically getting pure price. As John. But there'll be considerations going through John's head, like this is a really strong line from Jake, as we said on the flop. Continuing, getting out there eventually to exert some strength there, and just live reading the situation here. Spoke earlier about areas where with strong hands, having time banked the flop, time banked the turn, flatted the flop, decision point now. So really nice hand there from Jake.
Just under 8,000 for third, whoever that may be, whenever that may be. As we know, 90 and bigs. Look at the stacks. Look at them. 112 bigs, 95.73. No, John just played that hand, and they were on 90 and 90. So,
Well,
Jacob.
Slightly easier one to recognise how we're going to play here. Red kings for Jacob in the small blind. Well, Ben with ace deuce here in the big, certainly going to be calling, at least. And that does not look like cooling chips. Perfectly reasonable candidate here for a 3.
Which he does to 150.
Time bank from Jake.
Yeah, I'm going to come in and sorry.
Love this.
Yeah, sorry,
Love
thank
this
you
from
for-
Jake.
sorry
Getting involved here with a flat. We're going to have our opponent in the chamber just so often, and does just decide to call.
Like it. This guy's in the kings. On a queen out flop, queen 3, 10, 2 hearts. Ben will have to see bet, which he does.
Yeah, absolutely fine board that we're going to be c-betting here as Ben. Like when we've got higher end of our range from this 3-bet, you know, we're going to be wanting to c-bet queen 10-3, that's for sure. Expect Jake's just to call here. No reason to raise. Let's keep the bluffs in if there are any, and Ben's certainly capable from this of mixing range appropriately. No, sir, we don't need to raise here.
Yeah. Customer got rid of.
And drops it off. So Jake picking that one up, but and just starting to see a little wedge form between Jake and then Ben and John. And I did think that if we saw Jake or Ben get out in front, we might start to see that wedge widen.
You're not wrong, Kieran. How many times have we streamed where there's always an ace on and the kings are all in pre? So many times. Never happens when you got them though, does it? When you got the ace and you need to hit. Always out the door. And welcome to the high roller. We're down to the final 3.
Ben completing the 8-4 of hearts. Over to John in the big blind. Checks his option with Jack 4. So Ben dominated at the moment, but start with a flop.
Queen 6, 7, 2 spades.
Yeah, so Ben doesn't improve directly, but does flop gut shot to a 5. Backdoor hearts also working for him. 8's working for him as well. And just like that, a date with 1 appears on the turn. 8 of clubs for Ben, and after this goes check pre-flop, check back on the flop. I think we're pretty confident we can eliminate Queen X there from John. I want to start getting some value from our 8, so perfectly sensible to come in for a bet.
Now they go, Ben scoops in a small one.
Yep.
Drops John to 70 bigs.
Yeah. What a disastrous spot for him. What a spot.
If you want to get involved with the rest of the festival, this is the festival for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Day 1C and the cash out satellite going on now. And then Saturday, tomorrow, we got day 1D. And the Rumble that starts at 6 as a side event. And then Sunday, we've got the seniors and the big shot as side events as we crown the champion of the main event here in Portsmouth. First time in Portsmouth for 12 years, yeah. But will not be the last for sure.
Alright, Jay getting a walk in that hand, so 130 bigs for our chip leader at the final table. If you're wondering how we got here.
Well, we started with 38.
At 20 past 12.
Started with 38, and then
at 20 past 3 we had 4. So what a day we've had.
Never going to see it again.
Yeah, I would be genuinely amazed if we saw something like that again.
Never going to see it again. You're not going to lose
90%
29
of the
players
field,
in 51 hands
Yeah,
ever again.
90%
not
of the
ever.
field.
And it was coolers on coolers, and it was hands on hands.
Yeah, it was just setups, wasn't it? Relentless
all the way.
setups. And then even when we got to the final table, we had that setup where Ryan and Ben were involved in the big hand together. We had Jake and Ben Miller get after it with each other, where Ben Miller got unlucky in that one. Wow.
Oh,
and then
here
just,
we go.
I mean,
just setup after setup.
I feel like we're just segueing every hand. It's just beautiful artistry here. 8s into 9s here. 8s on the button for John. Ben just decided to go for the flat with the 9s. And I think like what we saw with the 8-4 hand and what we see here, Ben really wants to get post flop with John.
Oh, we flopped the festival nuts.
Until John decides he wants to flop a set.
The flop set of 8-8-8.
So set of 8s for John. Check, check.
Just wow.
Ben checking again. Well, we've got a bet now. It's John Tower.
I think Ben always calls, knowing that he could just have. He could just have a bare 8. He could just have a bare flush draw.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to bet on the flop.
Yeah. Ben's crafting this hand really well to lose the minimum here.
So
Just decides to go for a call.
Yeah.
And barring another offsuit 9 on the river, which we've already seen him find in incredible fashion earlier. Well, it's not a great river for Ben, I must say, because our 9s now look so often like the best hand, but I think it's going to be sizing dependent here from John as to where we fall. I also don't think that Ben is going to perceive John to be bluffing it too. That 300's just gone full pot. Okay, so it's a nice sizing from John in respect that if he's got bluffs here, we're going to need to size up. Board's paired on the run out. So are we ever really going to get ace-x to fold here? That's kind of difficult. And I think from that perception, Ben might actually find a way to get away from this. He really does not like it. But the way this board has run out and bricked out, I don't think John is expecting. Yeah, I don't blame Ben for calling, because it's just if there was a situation where he's gonna find a way to get away from that hand, that might have been it. But I really don't blame him for calling.
Just a little nod there from Ben.
Yeah, really unlucky.
A little nod from Mr. Ben Teague.
It's so tough to get away there, Tower. We beat all 8s. We beat all the bluffs. I do think on a pairing run out like that, when we go pot, I think it's just tough to get ace-x to fold, and from that nature it might be slightly more weighted towards value, but I think we're talking real intricacies, and I really don't think it's anything other than fine to be calling 9s there. But there we go.
John's set for the day. He's just ordering his dinner.
Well,
I like it.
There you go. Make the club nuts, and then get your menu out.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're content with where you're at in this
The
situation.
flop festival nuts.
Yeah.
Can I have a menu, please? So John's going to see a flop with Queen 10 suited. Looks back down at the menu. Fishy chips are good, John. Queen eye flop. Queen 6-4.
So Ben opened this one up. John just defended. Ben checking over to him now. I do like this check back from John here.
5 of hearts brings all kinds of draws. Ben might be a little stabbing. Right, he decides to check. Thought he might have gone for quarter just to see what it was.
I think it's just one of those, Tower, that is we're going to be losing our range advantage on this kind of texture quite a lot of the time. We're not going to get folds out of the hand with a heart, so I think it's fine to try and drive some showdown out of our hand there with ace-8. Yeah, Kev, I think you're spot on. I do think you're spot on. It is hard with that flop check back. I think having seen some of the lines that we have seen out of John at the final table so far, it's not impossible for him to have ace-x there with the check back on the flop, exhibited by the hand we've just seen. Just checks back top pair there with the queen 10 of clubs. But I do agree with you, it's really difficult. Side call is going to happen so often in that situation. So the pace has slowed. I mean, it couldn't have got much quicker, that's for sure.
Absolutely not.
But it is a fascinating watch now, three-handed. Blinds at 10k, 25k with a 25k big blind ante. So another just important thing to recognise that, you know, we're 60k in the pot every single hand now that we're battling for. And this is unorthodox. John completing this one here. Jack 4. Oh, it's
No,
a
John
raise.
raise.
Sorry, it's a raise. Yeah, it's a raise. Shows in the ace.
As you do.
Shows in the ace.
100 bigs for Jake, 80 for John, and Ben T got 1,000,000 chips and 43 big blinds. Blinds at 25k. 3 players left in the high roller.
So John's turn for the nines. Picking up some hands here, three-handed John, must say. Some nicely constructed hands as well, but certainly getting the goods so far. Makes it 75. Oh, wow. Jakey.
Wow.
We're talking about people getting hands.
Looks down at the boots.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Clear 3-bet here. 240, baby.
Yeah.
235, close enough. So John just going to make the call here.
Off to the flop. Jake with the aces. Oh, look at this. 9-7-4. He's just out-flopped him again with another set. He flopped 8s against 9s, flopped an 8.
Oh, my
9s
word.
against aces, this flops a 9. Delicious. God,
Well.
that tea's going to taste beautiful very shortly.
Well, with these exact hands, I don't really think there's anything wrong John can do here other than fold, which is obviously not going to fold top set.
Can we flat?
Yeah, I think so, Tao. I think flat's perfectly reasonable. You know, I do think raise is fine as well. When we raise, we flush out hands that will naturally fall C-bets here as well, though. So ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, king, queen, king, jack sometimes. I do like flat. Personally, but I don't think there's anything wrong with raise. It's just one of those where you struggle to do something
There
wrong.
we go.
That looks like a raise.
He
that
has
does.
raised it up. He has raised it up, and Jake's looking down now. You're not flopped another set, surely, John?
Jacob playing. I mean, John's got pot behind here, so we're already SPR1 for John. Jake doesn't have the ace of spades as well. Wow,
All in a snap
call.
call. He can't wait
Get him over,
to
there we
get
go,
them in.
get him over.
Look at that.
Gets him over.
Flop
Wow.
set again.
So interesting there that Jake didn't have the ace of spades. I think that could feed into some of the thought that John could have a flush draw there sometimes. But this is a huge
This
pot.
is for prosperity. The camera's coming
I
out.
mean, this is for 80% of the chips. This is for the lot.
Ben Teague's just sat there thinking, what's going on?
Ben sat there begging for an ace.
Wow. Oh, no, he's not!
No way!
It's a spades turn. Where's that come from?
That's what I was thinking.
Where's that come from? And then he just pairs up on the river. 9's full against aces full. What's happened there for John Webb?
That is absolutely grim.
Ill.
Brutal.
As ill as you can get. Wow. There was me saying he's going to enjoy his dinner, and now I don't want to order it. John Webb, feeling for you, man. Wow, 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 wow. Flopped set of 9s. He flopped set of 8s against 9s of Ben to win a pot off Ben Teague. And then he outflops Jake. And they're counting the stacks. That is absolutely grim. Oh. And there we go. John Webb eliminated in third for £7,980.
We have had car crash after car crash after car crash all day today.
Wow.
But that is the biggest pile-up of the lot.
Wow.
And
wow.
What
wow.
an incredible spot for Jake Bryan going into heads up with what I think is going to be about a 4-1 chip lead.
Wow.
That was wild.
John,
absolutely wild. But what a great run for John.
Superb.
In and amongst the madness of these spots, it's like so easy to lose the context of how good a run it is to get third in these kind of comps. And congratulations, sir, because it really is a great achievement. But
certainly is.
It's going to feel absolutely brutal at the minute for him. And we're going to be heads up.
Wow.
How about that?
I don't think there's too much of a break, so keep the pictures on. Well done, John Webb. That was very, very unlucky. Like hugely. Flop a 9, and you're just thinking, well, that's a pot that we're going to take and get 90% of the chips in play.
I mean, that is incredible.
But that's how today's gone.
It has. You're right. I mean, if there's ever a hand that personifies how today's session has been, this has been the most wild live stream. It's been absolutely immense to be a part of, I must say. But I can't help but feel for John there. And Jake's done nothing wrong. Let's be real.
Absolutely.
We've got it in there. We hate the situation when we get snap calls. Don't get me wrong. We're never feeling good about that, and we're basically never ahead when we get snap called like that. We fist bump, get it in, top set against aces. Thanks for coming, but we're heads up. And of all of the players that have been here, I'm pleased it's these two that we've got down to heads up to. Jake has not put a foot wrong up until the last hand where we get it in, even in a situation without putting a foot wrong. But yeah, incredible hand to get us heads up here at Portsmouth High Roller on the AAA Festival. And good luck to both of these guys, because whoever wins it from here will have deserved it. We said that three-handed, we said it four-handed, say it again, heads up. Ben's played some brilliant poker to get us here. And Jake, with an absolutely incredible ace of spades on the turn to win a 4 million chip pot. And let's see what you got, Jake. Because this is a spot, my friend.
It has been wild. Lime Ricky. It has. On YouTube? Yeah, Lime Ricky on YouTube as well as on Twitch. Multitasking.
When PK makes the cuts for social media, you can just put the stream on. I know. It's just like, honestly, it's just been crazy.
With a ticker going across the bottom saying this
has
not been edited.
Literally, yeah. Honestly, Lime Ricky, I felt that one in the pit of my stomach sat here. That was utterly brutal. Utterly brutal. But just as the dust settles a little bit, John Webb finished in third for just under £8,000. Congratulations, sir.
Well done, John.
A really good run, a really good score.
There's Gareth.
Yeah, there's Gareth.
Who's cashed today.
Yeah, congratulations to him. But what a ridiculous card. It's a funny old game, isn't it? It's a funny old game. Okay, Ben, here we go.
Just under $1 million.
David versus
Still
Goliath
got 40
situation
bigs.
here. Honestly, Tower, like we said it three-handed. I say it again now. Like this could go either way, and it's looking more likely at this point that Jake can go on and realise this. I mean, he's running well, he's playing well, but I would not write off Ben Teague in any situation. And 40 bigs heads up, not a chance. So not a chance of being written off, should I say? This guy's got it, mate. And if he's got the opportunity to realise that, it's in this spot here, 40 bigs, heads up. He's going to have to run well. Don't get me wrong. We're going to have to win a couple of all-ins, but
Two great players. Jake Bryant winning the 25.50 here in Portsmouth. Oh, coming second to a complete chop.
Yeah.
Perfect chop with JG. To John Glenn Poker. In January this year. Sorry, January last year. We're in January this year.
Yeah.
So 25.50 last year in Portsmouth. This time, same week, chopped it for 20,000. Jake. Couple of scores in Coventry as well during the 888 Fest and Goliath
Tell you
Fest.
what, let's do something we haven't done yet today and have a look at the numbers in the main, shall we? So there, Luke.
Heads up, we are heads up. Numbers in the main.
Numbers in at main.
Numbers in main, lad. How many's I got?
50 entries, mate.
50.
50 entries.
Steady day in the main event.
Yep, 44 players remaining.
Just a steady day in the main. Don't forget buying day 1D in the main event tomorrow.
Ben checking over to Jacob here, who just continues to make hands here and has backed into a straight with the King 9. And sizing dependent here, like really small, just try and induce calls out of one pair holdings, which is predominantly what we're going to be here at the river with as Ben. 135. Diamonds brick out, straight draws brick out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ben flick this one in here. But it does make a very nice pass. And breathe. God, you know, I only now feel like the adrenaline from that Aces 9's hand has gone, because that was crazy.
And breathe.
Crazy.
12,000 and change. 18,000 and change.
Yeah, King 3 for Ben here, just going to come in for a complete. Wow, Jake 10s this time. Raise it up. And Ben. Is that a raise? Oh, ill-timed here. Offsuit high-low. One of those ones we like to fall in as threes, but Jake just, again, in that space is going to be 4-bet all in, I imagine. Yeah, thanks for coming. Ben just going to feel a little bit hard done by at the minute that he's running in for it, really. Just running to spot after spot. He'll be delighted with getting up to heads up, no doubt. Great score, guaranteed for both of these guys. If any of you in the chat box are planning to head down to Portsmouth over the weekend, or any of you are coming down, well, we'll say if you're coming down this afternoon, but at this rate, I'm not sure we'll be here, let alone anyone else. But if you're coming down, Jay will be back in the booth tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's been amazing.
Sorry.
No worries, mate. It's been brilliant today. But Jay will be back tomorrow, so come down and see Jay in the tower.
Absolutely.
There will be more than happy to see, well, what hand we've got here already. I mean, this is just... It's just relentless. It's just relentless. And it goes check, check. Just in case Jake needed any more insurance. Boats up on the turn. Ben here flopping top pair with the 9-7. Massively under-repped here, both these hands. And I think this is another one of those examples where Jake can't really do too much wrong here because raise makes no sense. And by that logic, it's probably reasonable to fall in here. But I think call's good because Ben can definitely pick up some straight draws here that we're just betting with as a semi-bluff. And as such, ace of spades on the river shouldn't really change too much. There shouldn't be too much ace-x in there as Jake, I don't think, with the just flat in pre-flop. We've got that action graphic for you on the left-hand side there, which shows the flow of the hand. So just show the pre-flop action, the flop action, and the turn action. Ben does check here, probably thinking
How
it's...
big does Jake go, do you think? Could we go pot size?
Yeah, I mean, I like a big bet tower, to be perfectly honest. It puts... If there is 9x in there, it puts us in a really tough spot, but yeah, snap call there. So, I mean, big bet was...
Shows him the 6.
And Ben is going to feel like he got away very, very lightly in that hand.
Bet 100k. Crazy Scotsman in the chat says, after this heads up, will he be streaming anything else? And Lion Ricky says, not today, we will be back in the morning. That is true. So the whatever time this does finish, if Ben gets a double, then obviously strap in the old seat belts because the blinds and the antes are pretty shallow compared to heads up, because we shouldn't be here at this time, but we are. So Crazy Scotsman, I know you've been stuck in the house in Glasgow and trees are falling all around you, but we will be back tomorrow morning. And with being heads up a little bit earlier than normal, the password for the free roll at 7 PM is High Roller. I'm not sure if it's case sensitive or not, but it's High Roller, all one word. So if it doesn't work lowercase, try upper. So High Roller at 7 o'clock is the password for the free roll. Gave that out about an hour ago and you couldn't even register.
Well, that's true. Yes, that is true.
Case is usually not sensitive. Cheers, Lime.
Yeah, nice one, Ricky. And this could go on for one more hand, or it could go on for 100 more hands. But either way, if it is one more hand, it's been a pleasure having everybody in the chat box so far today. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yes.
On your Friday afternoon, it has been fast.
There'll be people tuning in after work and saying, "Why is there only 2?"
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people haven't even finished work yet.
No.
Getting home 5 o'clock, thinking
Working
probably
9 till 5.
11 or 12 left. I'll get back in for the
living.
final table bubble, maybe the money bubble, no problem. Getting through the door to see you stood there with a mic at this rate. Been some day of poker here in Portsmouth. And when the camera pans back round to Ben, shout out to Dan, who stood there at the side, card room manager here, just in the waistcoat with the blue shirt. Does a cracking job of running the card room down here with his support from the team.
That's Simon.
Folded to the left here. Dan there with his black tie on.
Did he look after you when you came down and played like you said he was?
Didn't he just?
Good lad. I'm not seeing much of Dan, to be fair. I've seen Dan who works in the pit.
We had an amazing one on Friday when we had the packed out card room with the announcement going out over the tannoy that you were giving away a seat in the chat. And this phones out. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, not seen too much of Dan, to be fair, but we'll hopefully have a chat over the weekend.
Yeah, it'd be worth catching him and just, getting his thoughts on things.
So we are heads up for the high roller. 18,000 and change, 12,000 and change if you lose the last hand. Queen I flop, Queen 6-3.
Who won the high roller?
Could get Jake.
That's right.
That's 25,000.
So Jacob check calling. Ben's bet on Queen 6-3. And I think this is a card that Ben can find double barrel on. 5x is going to be quite prominent in some of the calling hands from Jacob that feature straight draws. We definitely get some value from that. Get some value from 6x, 3x. And it's going to be hard to get 3 streets out of this, so bet, flop, turn, and evaluate. Although it looks like Jake's got other ideas here, Tower. Oh, this is just gangster. It's just after it constantly. What is advantageous to us here as Ben is probably having 7s. We block some of the straight combos of 7-4 that can be in there. We don't have 7 of hearts, so flush draws unblocked as well. And Ben with SPR of 1 now. Interesting card on the river there, pairing 5. Probably just think we don't expect too much 6x to fall into. I mean, if Jake can just send this here, I think Ben's going to be in an absolute spot. When called on the turn, I think it gives up. This is just going to go check, I think now. I feel like it's difficult to get called by worse, and I don't think there's much 6x that check raises the turn. So yeah, check's reasonable.
Ben takes a small one, back up to 33 bigs.
I really like Jacob trying to get creative on the turn there though, Tower, recognising that 5's generally going to be a good card for his range. Ben had a pretty good holding to proceed with there. And seems fine to check back the river as well, difficult to get value from worse. As played.
Eight, 4. Wants to see a flop. Gonna see a flop. Oh no, here we go.
Yes, Ben. Mixing it in for the Guildford boys. The 10-5. Go on, lad. Love to see it. But just getting a little bit of a foothold here, Ben, in the last 3 or 4 hands. Really under the cosh from Jake before that. Relentless pressure and Jake making some hands. But Ben just starting to establish himself in this heads up a little bit more. And hopefully starting to find himself a platform that he can try and rebuild from. He's got a lot of work to do here. He's going to need a big old pickaxe to chip away at this one from Jake, but he will certainly give it everything, that's for sure. What's really nice about these two towers is that the title will mean a lot to both of them. Like
Yes.
they both want to win tournaments, and there will be after that glassware in the middle of the table as much as the other one, that's for sure. So King 5-4 rainbow, Ben flopping middle pair. And when check 2 here, expect he's probably going to find a bet. I decided to check back. And there you go, Jake makes a 9 on the turn. So I imagine this is going to go a bet call. Right, so we're off to a river. Ben going to need a 7 or a 5. 5 outs once and Queen of Spades. So I think we're going to see this go check quite a bit now, Tower. That's so good. Really thin and really small from Jake. The thing is with the sizing, I think Ben's probably going to recognise it's really hard for this to be worse than 5 no kicker. Like we have a 7 which reduces combos of 6-7. I'm not sure. We have full range from checking back big blind pre-flop, but I think it's a good fold. Jake really just recognising where his opponent was at in that hand. Seemed to credibly remove King X after Ben checked back the flop and thought he'd really try and get after it with a 9 there, and if Ben did end up with a better hand, what's the worst that's going to happen? He's going to lose 60k, and in the grand scheme of this tournament, definitely want to be pushing our edge to try and find that value.
Heads up, blinds 30,000.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a raise here. Queen 7 of spades here for Ben. Going to complete.
So does. Off to the flop. Two, 5, 4. But Jake with the redraw for the flush.
Yeah. Expect Jake to continue here, and Ben will recognise that this board is generally going to be advantageous to him. Has the big blind defending here. But he's going to take one off backdoor spades. 2 overs. Interesting card here. 6 of clubs on the turn, so I think this is.
Imagine the 3 on the turn and they've both got the extension. And they're thinking, how do I get paid?
Yeah, so 8 would be the money card here. Eight would be the money card for sure. 135 there from Jacob, and Ben's going to be a little concerned here that there could be, well, he's not really going to be concerned about 3x, I don't think. That's purely ace-3, in which case we were behind anyway. Wouldn't be surprised to see him take one off here. Might deem that his 7 is still live anyway in some situations, but it's just difficult with SPRs. I don't think we can fold. Oh, he's gone for raise. Wow. Interesting from Ben. Goes for raise. This is...
Just has to be a call, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Always calling in his Jake.
I mean, an offsuit 8 here and the comp is over. I mean, an 8 in the comp's over. Let's be real.
It's not, it's 10.
10 of spades.
So
Ben gets the check mark.
With a queen high.
And what do we do now? SPR 0.4. I guess it's got to go. And there it goes. And we're going to see it's going to work here. Jake's got 9 high. And Ben finding a way to really get a second foot on the ladder now. It's a frustrating spot for Jake. You can see it's across his face, but Ben's feeling pretty good about it now. Once we don't get snapped here and the SPR's is deep, like we've basically just got it every time. When we don't get snapped, our opponent's going to fold almost 100% of the time. Really nice one for Ben to pick up.
Back up to 40.
And 10 to 1 is not 10 to 1 anymore, that's for sure. Chipping away nicely. Gangster raise on the turn from Ben. Just got to try and find ways to win pots, and fair play to him there. Don't think I'd have thought of that line. And that's why he's there. well, suitably rewarded as well.
Does he connect with the big hand for Jake?
Cool.
No. But he does flat.
Yeah.
Just sticking a cheeky flat with the aces.
Queen at 6 deuce, 2-tone, and check, bet, fold, I imagine. Yeah.
Yep.
Out you go.
No action.
Afternoon, Vickers. Afternoon, Parfitt. Hope you're doing well, boys.
Oi, oi.
You know, the Andes in town. Hello, Joe Diego, watching on YouTube. Called it watching on YouTube as well. Cousins on Jake's rail. Whichever one of these two goes on to win it. I mean, if Ben finds a comeback from here to win this tournament tower, it'll be fantastic. But equally, Jake would be a more than worthy winner from the performance we've seen from him today. Came in as day chip leader, right? And has just retained it the whole way through. I mean, how often do you see that? Almost never.
No. Exactly correct.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible. Brian on Jacob's rail as well. Dire Straits, justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for
His
Josh.
biggest live score ever.
Yeah.
Well done, Josh Manley.
Yeah.
I don't mind these mints or whatever they're called, these big ones.
Yeah.
But these are not the best flavour.
No, I know.
So when you go to the shop, can you get another flavour?
I didn't buy them.
Oh, right, okay.
I got given them by a colleague at work.
I'm not surprised.
Wednesday, yeah. Unsurprisingly.
We'll probably try them and thought,
Yeah. Yeah. I'll remember for next time to get you some proper mints, mate, alright?
Josh went out for a biggest score of £5,590 in 4th place.
Hola, Jose, ¿cómo estás?
Josh, the streamer, he streams 5p, 10p's and small cash games.
Josh is an excellent player and an even better ambassador for the game. He's a top bloke, fully deserves everything he's got out of his 888 recognition, so not always about being the top of the pack from their cash out point of view. The value that Josh gives to the community will repeat over and over again, so fully deserved to be in the position he's in as far as I'm concerned. Lime Ricky's put his Twitch link in the chat there, go check him out. Josh Manley Poker. Grafted all the way up from the days of having 3 or 4 viewers and sitting in there with those guys all the time. Well, Ben is really thinking this through.
Is he calling with a king high?
I mean, this would be the best call we've seen so far today, in my opinion, Tower. If Ben finds this call here. The thing is, I think, it's getting the time back. I thought he was just going for a call there. This would be an elite level call from Ben. If he can break this hand back down through. Looks like he's really tortured by this one, Ben. But I think he just feels like the flow of this hand is off, and does make the call.
What a call
that is, Mr. Teague. What a call!
King high for Ben T. That's the class.
That is different gravy.
Well done, Mr. T.
What a call that is. Honestly, that is class.
In a T of his own.
That's good.
Very good, that.
Yeah,
Nice
that's very
strikes.
good,
We
nice
like that
strikes. Well
one.
done.
Heads up to the champion of the high roller.
Tough one for Jake there on the river because he knows he has to bluff. But the problem is that like it has to bluff to win the pot. It might just be best to fall into a give up there because our bluff lines there just really don't make too much sense. And if we did have value, kind of hard for us to have Jack X. I mean, there's one combo of Jack X or one Jack X available. But one Jack available to form combos of Jack X is what I'm trying to get out and failing miserably at. But I feel like 10X going to be in there at a greater frequency, but still lower. It's just such a good call. Brilliant call. Hats off to you there, sir. Whatever happens here, that is the call of the day. So, sweating this on with Ben because the RFID hasn't quite picked up Jake's cards on this occasion. So we flop bottom pair. After checking back flop, check, ace of spades on the turn. Jake going to come in for a bet, and Ben just going to let it go. And that is the landscape that we're dealing with at the minute. So he's closing the gap. That gap is narrowing.
Gents, it's been a pleasure. Best of luck, boys.
So heads up, Ben Teague on the right would be a popular winner. Jake Bryant also would be a popular winner. Won the 25-50 in Portsmouth last year, at the beginning of the year. Chopped it with JG Poker.
I've been really impressed with Jake's temperament throughout this tournament as well, Tara. Like, he came in as day chip leader and just took it. He's taken everything in his stride today, whether he's made big hands, even after the hand where he had the aces against John's nines to get us heads up. Just almost immediately back in the zone straight away, didn't impact him, hasn't like started to fall into adrenaline-driven decisions when we're heads up. Just been a pleasure to watch over the course of the day. Not even 3-1 now. Ben's really cracked this down from 10-1 at one point. I mean, Jake had 5 million and Ben had 500k in the tank. Crafted it right back up. We said it might be one hand, we said it might be 100 hands. We will be there for every single one of them, however long it takes to crown a champion in the high roller. Portsmouth's first major live event for 12 years, 13 years maybe. It's been
2013.
Yeah, 2013. It's great to have poker back down here on the south coast.
King high flop, King 5-6, 2 diamonds. Top pair for Ben.
Yeah, ace of diamonds on the turn, so Jake picking up a diamond draw here. He's got 9 outs, and Ben fine to send this one over and fall into check call. Definitely not going to see a fold here against this sizing. Does elect to call, and I imagine Ben's going to check almost every river here now. I can't see many that. Yeah, I think this being one of them. Simple check over, and I wonder now if Jake is gonna. Well, he's gonna feel the need to bluff here. 100k, that's gonna get snapped.
100,000 to call for Ben with another king. 2 pair. I think he finds it again.
Yeah. I
think. Is he thinking raising?
Yeah, I think Ben is just going through the decision process.
just
Of
calls
can
the
I
one
raise
chip.
here? But yeah, simple call for Ben.
Calls the 1 chip. The free roll password is out for the 7 o'clock game. Password is High Roller if you want to get involved. Just a double up from Ben, and it's a different game. To be fair, when you're 50 bigs deep, it'd be tough to get a double up unless it's an absolute cooler. But chipping away is what we can do.
Yeah.
You know, it's 58 bigs. It's going to be an absolute cooler to get 58 bigs in.
Yeah.
But it can happen, we know that. But he is chipping away. Ben Teague on the right, Jake Bryant on the left as chip leader. You're watching the High Roller of the 888 Festival until we crown a champion. And then tomorrow we concentrate on the main event for Saturday and Sunday. Concentrate on the main event. And we crown a champion sometime Sunday. The High
So
Roller
Jake's flat in here.
has been great.
Almost certainly going to see Ben make a raise here. Yeah, just get out of the way, but a nice little pick up again. This almost down to pure 2-1 now, Tower.
Yeah. It is indeed, you're right. 3.8 to 1.7. Tomatoes. Good afternoon, Valerie. Glad you decided to stay in that wind and that's battering Edinburgh. There's been some amazing scenes all over Edinburgh.
It's been crazy, isn't it? If anybody is out and about, please stay safe. If you plan on going out later, just check your weather advice around you. It's pretty brutal out there, guys.
Yeah. Glad you decided to stay in. Tomatoes. I am.
Yeah, not sure
no
on that
reply.
one. Not sure on that
I
one.
think the last time, I don't know if the last time you were in the chat, was it pineapple or was it lemons or whatever it was?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We might have had a pineapple. Well, I'm pretty sure we had a pineapple on a pizza somewhere situation. But how are you, Val? Hope you're doing well.
Stay safe. I don't know what the forecast is for tomorrow, if it just completely changes or not, but everywhere is being battered. Northern Ireland, just an island in itself, just wow. Some crazy scenes over there. King 10, Ben chipping away on the right.
Yeah, 6 of spades on the turn there. He's going to see Jake take the lead in this hand. 3rd spade on board, 9 of spades in hand as well for Jake. Check it over, expect to see Ben check this one back, which he has. So go to a river, which is another 6. So interesting formation now with backing out 6. You see Jake backs into a boat, but he's probably going to be good here, a certain frequency at the time. And if Jake does have some of the hands that could fall into a counterfeit situation here, Ben just decides to give it up.
Yeah, it's good to think your ace is not good there when the board pairs twice. 55 bigs for Ben. It's very windy, but believe the Maybury is opening very soon. Oh, I'm guessing that's supposed to say Maybury. And Valerie says it was grapes that we were on about last time.
Ah, yes, it was grapes. It was grapes.
It
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that.
And you're
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to feed swans
Yeah.
grapes that are cut in half.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
I guess the only thing with folding there is that we were against an upsized raise from pre-flop from Jake, so it probably falls into a situation where there's not going to be too many hands that he's getting us intending to try and fold chops with. So at that point, it's are we calling what the best we're calling for is a chop. Against that sizing, it's probably. I imagine that's feeding into Ben's logic somewhere in his decision path, but either way, it's just another tidy fold, as everybody's saying. I couldn't agree more. And he's just navigated this final table incredibly well. There's no other way to put it. Jake's not really done much wrong. He's found the bluffs in the spot where he needs to find bluffs, and Ben's just been finding calls with king high correctly. And sometimes you just got to say to your opponent in those situations, you know, nice hand and nice call. And I've been really impressed with both of these players at the final table. But
What a great battle going on.
yeah,
And all the carnage that ensued before it, 38-9 in record time. But this battle is just as intriguing and just as good a watch. Jake Bryant on the left, Ben Teague on the right. Heads up for the champion of the high roller here in Portsmouth.
it's a Ben with 3-4 here. Jake just going to take his option with 8-4. Jack 9, 5, 2 spades. Check. Ben really falling into bottom of range here, so going to start constructing a bluff now. It's probably just going to work here against this exact holding on this flop. I don't think we're going to see Jake take a card, particularly with no spade in hand. Does get it through, so another tidy pickup for Ben. John Ward on YouTube, supporting Jake. Plenty of love for both of these players in the chat boxes, and it's just been really good to sweat through everybody over the course of the day. Josh had a hell of a lot of love in here earlier with big support for Ian, big support for Easty. Yeah, you guys have had their love. The Portsmouth Regs have had their love as well, and just a carnage day. You know, all those empty chairs around this table paint a picture of the devastation we've seen over the course of today. I give you that for sure. So Jake here, pocket nines on the button.
Makes it 60. 65.
Jack 8 of diamonds for Ben. Definitely one that we're going to fall into a call on.
I'm seeing a flop with Jack 8.
Yeah.
King 3-7 flop.
Yeah, King 3-7 1 diamond, and looks like Jake is going to come in for a c-bet here. Probably expect Ben to take one off here on King 7-3, I think, particularly with the wrap around the 7 of diamonds with the Jack 8. I think we could definitely have some good turns. Might even be one that we see him fall into a raise on, but wouldn't be surprised to see him make the call here. And 7 of spades on the turn. So interesting card here. Would probably see this one go check a lot. But Ben recognising it's a better card for him than it is for Jake, and jumping straight on that. Comes for quarter pot. It might be third pot actually, graphics are already updated there. So third pot from Ben on the repeat 7, and just going to be a call for Jake.
Ace of Hearts River.
Yeah.
Check mark 4 Jake.
Yeah, Ben will recognise this is not a good river. Like we have the sevens in range. We have some spades in range. We have a lot of stuff in range. But if he's going to go for it here, we've got to size up tower. He's going to go for it. So 350, 325. Hi, Mr. Teague. I'll tell you what, sir. Hats off to you.
It's like every combo gets there. And if spade draw gets there, we pair the board, and the ace gets there.
I think we're really weighting ourselves here with this story tower towards having a 7 that we're seeking value from, because I think we can definitely have some flushes as well. I tell you, if Jake finds a call here with the 9s, this is just as good a call. Maybe not quite as good. It's right up there with the standard call we saw Ben make with King High, because this is just pure bluff catcher now. I'm not really sure how many bluffs Ben has here on this run out after it comes. Completing spade and then 7 there. I mean, you can turn a 3 into a bluff. That is a really good call, sir. Really good call. And as much as we lauded Ben for the call early with King High, that call there also deserves a lot of respect. Brilliant call from Jake. Hats off to Ben for finding the bluff there, and hats off to Jake for finding the call. Just a pure representation of a high standard heads up game that we've been watching here, guys, for sure. And that's going to be a really nice shot in the arm for Jake here, Tower, because I feel like for the last half an hour solid, the momentum has just been with Ben. Generally, it's just been like an erosion of the chip stack, the lead that Jake had built up. That's a really good one for the confidence for us heads up here, just to make a good call in that spot as well. Don't even need to rely on the run out. We just play our hand really well and make a good decision on the river. It can really give us a shot to get up, and all of a sudden we're back north of 3-1.
2 minutes left at this level. Not sure if there's a break due or they're just going to play straight through. But apparently the next break is scheduled for the end of level 32, which is in 12 levels.
I'd imagine they'll probably have a break before that, mate, to be honest, don't you think? Yeah. Probably be a little bit harsh to get people on a 12-hour stint. And even if the players don't want it, I tell you what, get us on a break before 12 hours are up.
The next break's at midnight.
Yeah, I like this from Ben. Finding 3-bet ace-9. I think Jake's going to make the call here, Tower. Hand flops well post. Well, we're going to realise a lot of the equity from our hand here post flop, aren't we? We're not realising too much late high pre, so we want to get to a flop. We're in position. We've got Ben working with SPR of just over 2 already, and look at the state of this.
What's a flop? Ace 9-4, 2 clubs. Anybody got anything? Yes, we both have pieces.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some chips going in here now, guys. That is for sure. Ben just working out how much he wants us to size here. I think I like defaulting back to a smaller sizing, something like 100k. 85k is nice. Jake not going anywhere with this sizing, or with any sizing, to be quite frank here. We're going to call 8-7 of clubs pre to do anything but continue on a flocked flush draw. Wow. Well,
fills up on the turn.
This is interesting here now, because this is probably an advantageous card for Jake, so I wonder if Ben could mix in a check here, or whether he just goes for 3 streets. The bets here again. I think I like defaulting to a smaller size.
He's
A
counted out.
little bit of a chip fumble there from Ben.
150.
Yeah.
Quarter.
And I guess we're looking at the type of hands that Ben could be finding this sizing with. Ace, it's basically all the value elements of the range, right? And we want to make it really difficult for certain hands to fold here.
Oh, what's happened? Steve's gone.
There'll be a 15-minute break. We'll have you come back at 5 past. Thank you.
Button's gonna be early when we get back, Ben.
Needed a club. Just needed a club.
I don't know if you can hear us, guys, but whew, are we back? Stream got clubbed.
Someone feed the hamster.
Luckily, there's a break. I don't know if you can hear us, guys. Yeah, we just turned it off on purpose, Koeman. I don't know if you can still hear us and see us, but it has come back.
Yeah. Sounds like there was a bit of lag there. If you wanted to know, Jake folded the river.
Jake
so there
folded
we
the
go.
river. We did it on purpose. We obviously did it on purpose.
Apologies.
Wow.
Apologies
They
about
do
that,
take a couple of minutes because there's no structured break until midnight. Is it a 5-minute break, something like that? 15? Ah, it's a 15-minute break. I thought it was only a 5-minute break. It's not. It's a full 15-minute break for the lads. You missed nothing. Phew. This is intense, and this heads up has lasted nearly as long as the rest of the day, and it's a fantastic battle. So please be back with us in 15 minutes. He folded the last hand. You missed nothing. We had a bit of a glitch, but you missed nothing because he did eventually fold the flush draw. So that was the end of the hand.
Blame the storm.
Blame the storm. We will see you back in 15 minutes because the guys are going for a well-earned break. Heads up in the high roller. See you after the break.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the A-State Poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, A-State Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next A-State Poker Live champion. A-State Poker, made to play. Love poker streams? Then we've got something exciting lined up for you. A-State Poker has a brand new live streaming schedule. With every stream now available on Twitch and YouTube, we've got double the action and double the chance to win. Kick things off with Magic Mondays for the very best cards up final table action.
Oh!
It is! Then it's on to Home Game Tuesdays for your shot at outplaying an ambassador and scoring their bounty. Boom! On Wednesdays, Blast Off is where you'll find the team chasing jackpots as they go head to head.
Yes, he's done it! I can't believe it!
And on the new Takeover Thursdays, get inside the mind of our pros as they stream their daily grind.
King's Hold.
And of course, we'll be bringing you the best in live poker action from every A-State Poker Live and UKPL event.
Wow.
So whether you prefer YouTube or Twitch, make sure to subscribe, follow, and join our community. A-State Poker, made to play.
Well, how about an ace? 9 not available anymore. Imagine chopping it up this way.
Imagine chopping with an ace from space. The Cheng's in for his final 19. Keith says I'm all in as well with ace king suited.
Easy ISO.
He's it. Oh, Vivi with the 9s. Oh, Vivi. With the 9s, probably has to bin him.
Yeah, it's 2 EP, I think. Yeah, well, it's only an 18 big shove from Keith, but where do Keith's ISO start at? This is the question. Does he ISO stuff like 6s, 7s? I don't think so. 8s is the one tower that we do dominate. Maybe 7s at some frequency, but it's only those select combos, 6 combos of 8s and then 7s. But looks like Vivi is going to go for it.
With the 9s.
She's going to run it.
Three-way action again. Zicheng, 7s, ace king for Keith. Pocket 9s for Vivi. The 9s are in front. King, Jack, 8. So Keith Johnson. Looks like a double incoming.
They're going to need to find a set like she did with the 10s as Vivi. No help on the 8, so looking like a lovely little spot for Keith to double plus more.
Yep.
And so Cheng needs a 7, Vivi needs a 9.
Oh, there it is!
9.
9 of hearts! Ouch!
9 ball, corner pocket. Thank you very much. Double knockout.
Oh, man, you hit on the flop and you think this is dreams. Ouch.
Well, Vivi. We don't mind this on the direct bubble if we are.
Oi, oi.
And this is interesting, Tower, because I'm actually not sure whether to open or whether we just jam here, because we are on the direct bubble. She's going to go with open, even off of 10. And it's kind of nice. And she's going to potentially get some action here. Toddy.
Did we just see a flop?
With the 9s.
Oh, no, raise it up.
Well, if we free bet Tower, we're always free betting to call here. But the thing is, like, when we free bet and Vivi wants to put it in, we're basically hoping to see a flip as Toddy. Like, we're not loving life, but looks like he is going to go for this route.
This is all in the call.
So he's going to go for the free bet call option. And fading disaster. Vivi on her way to doubling.
It won't be too long before she says I'm all in. Vivi Saliba, bracelet winner in Rosvedov, 2K PLO bracelet winner. In they go. After call now. Aces for Vivi against pocket 9s.
Oh dear.
No, 9 on the flop. Call the police.
No runners other than running chops. So Vivi down to a 2-outer here on the bubble.
Oh no way, man! Are you kidding?
2 outs turn to 0 outs. Dead on the turn.
Oh, Vivi.
Death by quads.
Wouch.
Botty can never call King 10 here, Tower. It's only 11 bigs, but we're really going to call the King 10? Do we think Turk shoves? I guess Turk would shove some Jack 10 suited, some Queen 10 suited that we dominate, but I don't think it's the hand we want to call here as Botty. He's going to call. We got a fake flip, Tower, and Turk's not going to like to see this.
He's not King 10? He'd be like, have you made the final table?
So Turk does have a smidge of chips left behind, but they're always going in, and Botty just knows.
What is that about? You know it's coming when Botty's involved. And now you know. Oh, he just seen the King 10.
He's like King 10.
King 10? Off?
Turk's face when it was rolled over. Do you know what? He needs a 9. Well, how about an ace? 9 not available anymore. Imagine chopping it up this way.
Imagine chopping with an ace from space.
Oh, it's an 8 on the river, so we are going to lose the Mad Turk. A bit bemused to see King 10 off there. But Tower, you know that look Turk just gave Botty? I gave Turk the exact same look the other day when he rolled over that 10-8 off against me in the high roller. So, full circle.
Complete full circle.
Do you know what? This has to be a record of the amount of times I've seen someone get aces in one day.
Oh, and Thomas is going to get the bad news. He's got his chips in before it. Oh, Thomas can't believe it.
That was the most thug life call I have ever seen from Jamie
Where's
Bott.
the seagull?
That call right there was gangster, Tower, I'll tell you that.
You just need the music
The
to
thing
pipe
is,
up.
he was looking at the dealer, he was looking straight and his arm just moved forward with a pile of chips. Tom Clack, any help? Well, we got some chop outs. We do have the wheel chop.
Four is a play.
I was just thinking the exact
It's still only half.
Why all of a sudden
Feels like you flopped the
do you
nuts.
feel so live?
No, we're down to a 4 to chop. Oh, Thomas Clack is out in 4th. And it's an 8. So Thomas Clack is going to finish in 4th.
7-8 off. First hand. Oh, we jam. It's kind of close at 10. Like 7-8 suited for sure jams. Okay, does go with jam and Botty with the snap call with the Queen 10.
Here we go. Well, this is over. Jamie can't lose. He's not lost one yet. He hasn't lost a flip.
This isn't even a flip. This is a 60-40.
Yeah. This could be it. Queen 10 for Jamie Botts.
We'll resume. Your blinds are 20,000, 40,000. Of course, there is nothing. Very best of luck.
Back. And that little outage was only on Twitch.
Was it?
Wasn't on the other two.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Must be the Twitch crowd.
So we're back. Heads up battle. Jake Bryant on the left. Ben. There. Right there. Mr. Ben Teague trying to claw his way back. Heads up in the high roller. Let's do it again.
Let's.
The river was a 10.
Yeah, 10 of spades.
The river was a 10 of
10 of
spades.
spades. Ben bet 225k into a pot of about 900, and then Jake folded.
Yep. The river was the 10 of spades. So just a little outage on Twitch. Everybody else saw it on YouTube and Facebook. That we stream on Grosvenor Poker. So we are back. Enjoy the rest. Catching fire says this heads up is going to be a lot longer than the rest of the tournament. It could well be, but it's a great battle. It's superb to watch these two because the two great players know how to play it, and they know the pot sizing, they know the bet sizing, and it ain't just jam me 60 bigs in and pray. It's a superb watch, it really is. And if you're not regular what viewers of heads up, or you don't play too many heads up battles, this could be well worth a rewatch. These guys know how to play the game. Gareth Wright in the money for 2,500. Local lad Ryan Fronda in 6th. Got unlucky. Well done to Josh Manley for his biggest live score ever. And we're down to 2.
That we are. To those of you who have been with us throughout the day, thanks for sticking with us. Welcome back to the third session of the day. And usually about this point we'll probably be talking about getting towards a final table, but
yeah.
We are far down the road from there. 38 became 4 in 3 hours of streaming. Something you probably won't see for the rest of the year, maybe if not ever again.
Correct.
But today, someone woke up and chose chaos, and while there's a storm going on outside, there has certainly been a storm at Portsmouth Grosvenor, and these two are the two remaining standing.
You're officially playing in the main event. You have just over 3 minutes on the break. Please don't get me back to the main event. I want to just over 3 minutes.
Either one will be a worthy champion when we eventually get to that point, but plenty of poker to be played between now and then, no doubt. I don't see any reason why the theme of the last session will break, or the flow will change at all, because these guys have put on a heads-up clinic for us so far. So Ben just calling the button here with King Jack of Hearts, and Jake going to come in for a raise with pocket 4s. I imagine Ben's just going to complete here, take one in position.
Which he does. Flop time. 10-9 flop, 10-3-7.
I'm astounded 4s didn't flop a set there, to be honest. I'm astounded. Jake gonna continue here. Comes in for a bet of 130k. Into 280, so almost half pot. And Ben gonna take one off here. King Jack, just 2 overs. Backdoor straight draws.
6 of spades. Completes draws possibilities.
Yeah. One that I think we might see Jake start to mix some checks in on once called on this exact term, but going to find the double barrel here.
Not 255, just over half. And the 2 red cards, the King Jack of Hearts, have to go in the bin for Ben. So 111 bigs, 29 bigs, and the blinds at 40,000. The high roller is only 90 minutes away. We give the password out, we're like 4 hours to go.
He said he wouldn't let you reg for another hour, did he?
I know he did. The high roller.
Yeah, we gave the password out four-handed at the fear of not being here, and then we started. But
the password for the 7 o'clock game is high roller. 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. GMT on 888 poker. Whatever time it is with you, it's in 90 minutes time.
So Jake completing the Queen 6 here. Ben checking his option with 10-3 of diamonds. Heads up. Play continues. As we see 4-4 deuce, 2 spades, and Ben accelerating into the lead in this pot on the turn here with the 10 of clubs on board. I think Jake probably thinks he's got enough showdown with Queen High. But fancy's trying to take a stab at it and take it down here and now, deny a bit. And I think with 3 kicker we just call here. Out of position as Ben. 4 of clubs on the river, so boat's up now, and it does go check check. I like Ben's decision to check there. Just got to try and keep retaining the flow, and sometimes they're not going to have anything and just check back as Jake did there. But long term check seems the profitable play there.
So what a battle. Jake Bryant on the left, Ben Teague on the right. Both great players. We're heads up in the high roller.
Derek.
Nine, 10 jack flop, 2 clubs. Jake the dummy end of it. And the lead drop. The open ender is Jake.
Yeah,
That's
and
50.
probably a nice one for us to start betting as Jake already. His hand is going to serve two properties now, in terms of we're trying to start orchestrating a bluff early doors. It's going to be harder on certain runouts for us to do that, and at the same time we can just fold out hands like Ben's there. So nice one for Jake to come in for a bet. So Queen 9 here for Jake. Just going to come in for a complete. 10-4 for Ben on this occasion. Going to take a flop. So let's see.
Jack, Jack, 2 flop, 2 diamonds. In position. Full from them, probably. No draws.
Yeah, definitely it's hard. I guess
in they
no
go.
decision point here.
Tough
So
one.
Jake just chipping up a little bit here now. Ben hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Blinds at 20k, 40k with a 40k big blind ante. Still plenty deep. Ben here, ace 7 of hearts. Completes. Jake, 10-8.
Nine, 10, 6 flop, top pair for Jacob. Jake with top pair. Ben has a good shot.
Yeah, and a backdoor flush draw as well here. Overcard with the ace, so expect some chips to go in here. One that Ben's going to recognise is going to connect pretty well with his decision so far to just call pre. King of hearts on the turn. Ben probably thinking he has some showdown already with ace high. when check 2 here. I think I've seen him check back a lot. He thinks otherwise. Well, Jake going to make the call. Didn't expect anything else, so we're off to a river. And it's an absolute brick. 3 of clubs on the end. And I think Ben's just going to take a showdown with ace-high. Drops it off. I think both these players are speaking slightly earlier about Jake's temperament.
Yeah.
Ben's temperament's also been outstanding in this heads-up match. Like, both these players just been so clinical in their decisions, their execution, the whole way through. Been really impressed.
It's been a great watch. When you're that deep, because it's just gone so mental to start the day, you just have to compose yourself and realise it's not just getting him in. These two guys can play.
Yeah, I think this is what you're seeing here as well, is because they both will feel like they are well enough versed in post-flop play that both seem just really happy to get post-flop and just navigate post. So in club there is a hefty rail out there for Jake, I'll give you that. A lot of the regs, a lot of the Portsmouth guys who aren't in the main event. There was a main event break at the time. We're all round to see how he was getting on.
Lines at 2040, just make it up. And a check from Jake. 7-3-2. 2 spades. Do we always defend with overs no matter what the kind of board is? Unless it's a mono board, obviously.
You're basically saying, as Jake here, do we always call 10-9? Yeah, I think 10-9 is a good one to call here. Oh, well, we don't always call with all overs. I think the fact that 10-9 also will give us some relative connectivity around the 7, so there's some good turn cards for us on which we can turn a bunch of equity as well. Well, that's a good river for him.
It is. More or less the only card he could have hit to win the hand. Any value from Jake on the river.
Yeah, basically in response to your question, I think like 10-9 is better to defend there than like Queen 9 or something like that, just because we have got turn cards where we can turn a bunch of equity. Obviously, heads up, ranges expand massively, and if we're overfolding heads up, it's probably the worst time in game to be overfolding is when you heads up. So.
Off we go again.
Hand number 128. 128.
King 10 of diamonds for Ben. I'm raising this one up.
Yeah, pretty there, Tower. So Ben, 25 bigs, Jake, 115 bigs, but we've seen it all change before. Ben went into that, he had that half an hour in the second session that was just brilliant in terms of chipping away at that chip lead, and it got to a point where Jake found that line in the sand moment with the pocket nines on, I think it was a king bit 7 ace board with 3 spades that he managed to find a call, Jake, and that almost was a real emergency stop on Ben's momentum at that point, which was really picking up a lot of traction. And ever since then, it's just fallen back into quite a rhythm. And I think rhythm and flow of the table, when your head's up, is something that these guys will both be acutely aware of, even the smallest shifts in dynamics as the game goes on. But it can have a massive, massive impact on how these heads-up battles end up turning out.
Heads up for the title in the 888 Festival and the High Roller. Jake Bryant on the left, Ben Teague on the right. Oh, what a time to pick up the boots.
Well, there's not really ever a bad time, is there? But you are correct.
Well, after an initial race, seen a lot of limp pots, but Jake, with a king, decides to raise it up.
Yeah. 240 from Ben. What's that, 300? 275.
Yeah, not bad, 275.
Midway between the two. Interesting, actually. I'm pretty sure Ben, whenever Jake has opened pots, has almost always defaulted to 3-bet. I don't think we've seen too many occasions where Jake's raised and Ben's just called and taken flops out of position. And
does this come king high and get us in trouble? No, it doesn't. 10, 2, 3. 2 spades.
Just Ben have here, 7, 7, 5, 5. Small bet, 150. Maybe even smaller, looks like he's gone there.
Is that 105?
110. Yeah. And we can't call it now, Tower, as Jake just dropped this one off, move on to the next hand. This is questionable.
Made the call with the king 7. No draws. Queen of Hearts turn.
And we say it's questionable based on the fact that Jake could just have better kings here to call with. If we turn a 7, we still don't improve versus any top pair holdings. And a lot of the king highs, forget the fact the queen's on the turn. I think it's just unlikely that Ben's going to have too much sort of queen high here that we really beat. And we're just in really bad shape against other king highs. We lose to all ace highs, we lose to all pairs. But, oh wow. He's just put him in.
He's put him in.
He's just put him in.
Whoa, he's put him in.
Wow.
And the instant call from Ben, drawing deed.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, if you're looking to work out how Ben's going to get back into this tournament, that is how Ben is getting back into this tournament. Probably the first misstep, maybe, we've seen from Jake so far today.
Yep. And the first time Ben is over 2 million.
Yeah.
And 50 bigs.
All right, this is game on now, Tower. Let me tell you that. This is game on.
He set him in on the turn, draw indeed.
I don't mind the line that Jake's taking there, but it probably just needs a hand with better properties to do that with. It's going to be hard with Ben. I mean, it looks like a relatively strong line, but Ben's got top there. But yeah, I agree, Mel. Really nice check from Ben with the queen. But I feel like Ben's going to think that the type of hands that are calling the flop are going to have at least some wrap around the queen. So finding check call there, you know, if we have got king high there, and it's like it's going to be king. It should be king queen. It should be king jack. It should be these hands that have some properties that can turn well. On this occasion, it was not. And you know, let's not let one. Jake will have his reasons for playing the hand as he did. Let's not take away from what's been an excellent performance so far from Jake in this tournament. But what a spot for Ben to find a clear double there. Ben's turn with the king 7 this time, and Jake flopping top pair.
So Jake flopping best. Bottom turn. Here's the 3 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, one we want to start betting now is Jake. Go small, like this.
Keeping all the jacks in, keeping all the 7s in. That's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, 6 of spades on the river. So I think clear value bet for Jake here.
About 155 on the river by Jake. Is he getting called? He is.
Wow. Yeah, I don't blame him, Tal. I mean, we beat almost every other 7, that's for sure. And I think it's kind of thin for a 7 to go there on the river. So once the check on the flop comes in, I think we feel like we have the best hand there a lot of the time with a 7. Jack X goes for a bit of value on the river for sure, but other than that, there's certainly some bluffs we can pick off as Ben. So don't really blame the call, but a nice value bet there from Jake to get back on the bike. Agreed, Kev. Agreed.
Lines up shortly.
Force here for Ben. So it's definitely going to fall into raise.
Flops a set, doesn't he, according to you?
Well, it didn't last time, so it's got to this time. Does decide to just take a flop here, though. Well, flops a flush draw. Check, check.
10 of clubs on the turn. So Ben still with the lead.
Check, check. Ben happy to take his showdown. I picked my bad. Ben out of position in the center course from the big blind. Checks it over to Jake, who's now going to start betting, and not the nicest board for 4s here. We do have the 4 of spades, but obviously in grim shape against other spade combos. Ben went for raise. I think he's dialed in now, Tower. This is a fascinating watch, I must say. It's 2-1 on the chip scale again.
Yep.
And a double up now would change everything, but concentration levels have been so good throughout this heads-up battle. It just feels like in the last couple of minutes that, you know, there's an element of fatigue starting to creep a little bit. It has been intense, this heads-up. But we'll see. We'll see. Gav reckons we're going to be here till midnight. I will take the unders, mate, if that's all right. Thank you.
How are you doing, Gav? Gav Patrick watching on Twitch. Hope things are all set.
We don't like those jinxes around here, mate.
Glad you stay safe. It's been horrendous up in Scotland. We've been horrendous everywhere. No power in Northern Ireland. No power in Ireland. Outages everywhere. Trees down, houses down, roofs down.
Yeah.
And half of these players today have had the pants down. It's just...
Well, yeah, I mean...
It's been a great, great day from start to finish, but we have nowhere near finished. Because this is a super, super battle. Tower, I'm thinking Mel messaged Ben to give him some heads up coaching at the break. Ben Teague finishing second in the closer on the GUKPT circuit on Tuesday night online, losing to Mel Simpson. No poker Mel, you could be right.
That's very good, Jarrett. That's very good. Did enjoy that.
Good luck if you're off to play the 25-50 in Edinburgh. There's plenty more to go at as well. Walsall's got one. Stockton's got one. Blackpool's got one. In Cumbria, it's blowing a hoolie. Yeah, it has been pretty wild. Everywhere. Lightning bottles everywhere. Oh, white lightning. Remember that?
White lightning.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Remember that? That was a drink. How did we survive? That just... You got a great immune system if you used to drink white lightning.
What percentage is that?
I think I'd say about 8.
8, yeah.
But the worst tasting like cider-ish drink you'd ever have. Definitely got chemicals in it. Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Gotcha. Well, let's dial in on this one because Jake opened King 6 of spades here. Ben decided to 3-bet the 9-5, and Jake called. Just another example where Ben has fallen to 3-bet against Jake's open. And I imagine we're going to see continue here. Just 9 high. When he started folding out some hands, pronto as Ben. $4.20. This is interesting, Tower. This whole hand feels like a real diversion from the whole way we've seen this heads-up match unfold to date. And I honestly have no idea how Jake is going to respond to it.
Counting out raise, isn't he?
I don't think he's going to raise.
He's just counting his stack.
Yeah, does let it go. Nice hand, Ben. I think that's really leaning on an exploit there. It's there. It is there. For the first time in this heads-up match, it is below 2-1 chip lead.
Lime Ricky says, what on earth is white lightning? It's the worst tasting cider you've ever had in your life. And it was a pound for 2 litres back in the day.
A pound for 2 litres?
Yeah. And you used to sit on the corner of the street at 14 and 15 and drink it thinking you were some hard case. And then you felt ill in the morning. And it definitely had chemicals in it.
Alright, Ben opening up 5-4 suited here, and Jake calling 7-3 suited. And 8 on the turn, so service for Jake, turning a straight. Ben drawing to a chop now. I think once Jake bets here, Ben's probably just going to get out of the way. If there is anybody in the chat with the audacity to moan about this being slow, after what we have had so far today, where it took us 3 hours to lose 90% of the field, I'm pretty sure you might want to rewatch from the start. Click it back to the beginning.
Yes.
And see how you go. Yeah, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, obviously, on it, but this is just the other side of
class.
This is class. This is just as good as the chaos that was unfolding before our eyes earlier. If anything, just better. It's great watch this. It's a good learning. As Tower said earlier, if people aren't that versed in heads up, just watching these two get at it here gives you a really good indication of the level that we get to heads up in these high rollers and bits and pieces like that. And there is £6,000. There's 6 buy-ins between second and first here, so both these players want to win the title, I'd imagine. But this has been high level, and I hope that for the duration of the game that we get to watch here play out heads up continues to be played out at the level it has been so far. It's been a really, really good watch.
10-9 deuce flop. Pocket 5s for Ben. That's the best line. 10-9 deuce. Bet 300 from Ben with pocket 5s. Redraws and bottom pair. And stick around for 1. In fact, that's a raise coming in. Raise coming in from Jake. Can we move all in?
As Ben?
Can we announce?
Probably not.
Are we a non-believer?
I mean, it doesn't really add up, I'll be honest with you. We're basically saying that we have, what, 2 pair? With the exception of 9-10, I don't know, there's not really any 2-pair combos that go there, but yeah.
Simon Johnson on YouTube says, I had some really rough nights on that white lining. He says, Dad grounded me for a whole month, which included my 12th birthday. Really bad times. Oh dear. Oh, brilliant. Lime Ricky says, we had a bar in town that when you were 18 offered 25-cent triple shot cocktails on Wednesday nights. Thursday wasn't a day of the week we used to have. I love it. Oh dear. So 25,000, 50,000 the blinds.
Yeah, so middle pair, an Australian. Middle pair for Jake on 10-8-6 with Jack 8. Defending versus Ben's open with the Queen 3.
I'm thinking still. Am I shoot or rush him?
King on the turn after a check call from Jake.
I imagine Ben's going to slow down now. Having said that, it's probably an advantageous card to us. And with only Queen high, it might be one that he continues on. Just thinking that through a little bit longer. And certainly be a card that if we were bluffing on the flop, we're going to pick up a bunch of equity on, even if we don't directly make pairs with it. So we could really target like 6x, 8x here. So actually, on reflection, I actually really like this from Ben. Nice, nice decision there. I think I like that one. Sheffield United versus Hull tonight.
Who?
Sheffield United.
Sheffield United versus Hull.
Yeah.
Sheffield United -1. Come on, Sheffield United.
Newport Swindon.
Come on, the Blades.
Yeah,
Draw.
Draw, yeah.
There's your double.
There's your double. There's your double in preparation for the treble tomorrow.
There's your Friday night double.
Yeah.
18,000 and change, 12,000 and change, first and second. Oh, wow. The free roll is in less than an hour.
Unbelievable.
We gave...
I think that's the money question, isn't it? What happens first? This finishes or the free roll starts?
Yeah. We gave the password out when you couldn't even log into it.
I reckon the free roll starts before this finishes. That's my prediction. Yeah, Josh played very well, like Fish. Played very well. All day.
So 9-9 for both. Catch up from the action tracker.
Yeah, he played very well. Played very, very well. Okay, so Jake raising the 9-3. I wonder if Ben falls into 3-bet again.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Yeah.
He's not raising. We're a street behind.
Ah, okay, fine. Fine. Interesting card here. Double board pairing 8 on the turn. Obviously removing some of the strength of Ben's 9-5 of spades if we were to make a flush on a double pair board versus a non-double pair board, but Jake gonna come for a second barrel and he's gonna drop the 9-5 off there, Ben. Just extending, flexing slightly, Jake. Just gap management has been pretty good over this final table, to be fair. And with the exception, and it has quite evidently been the exception with the hand with the King 7 when Ben had the aces, and Ben played that hand incredibly well. Jake also had a pretty big moment in that hand, but with the exception of that, temperament has been outstanding.
flop checked with Jack 5-4. Ben with bottom. Queen on the turn. And Ben decides to check. He goes check, check. I think Ben can safely just put in one chip. Or check call. Probably 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Boogie said heads up is a game unto itself. It is indeed. There's not many people practice heads up.
The most under-practiced element of poker, Taylor.
To be fair, I try not to really look around too much, like at the TV.
Graham says, does anybody want to go out for dinner with the family, please? I've agreed to it. I agreed to it earlier, but now I want to watch this instead. Give it... tell them 8 o'clock. I reckon 8 o'clock's a good line. Tell them you'll see him at 8, Graham. I think 8 o'clock's a good line. The blinds are obviously catching up a little. But we've been heads up about, what, 2.5 hours maybe? I don't exactly know, but...
it feels probably about 2 hours, I'd say.
Yeah. It's been a superb battle. It really has. I think 8's a good line.
Yeah.
Do we know that works, yeah? So Ben, 38 bigs. Jacobs, 75 bigs. I don't think he's lost the lead. But it's,
He genuinely has not lost the lead today.
No.
That is absolutely remarkable. Came in as day 2 chip leader and has just had the lead all day. That in itself is quite extraordinary.
holy smokes, Coach Manley did great.
Oh,
He certainly did.
Jimmy. What a burger that is, by the way.
Owen's burger for takeaway
Oh,
and the
what a
final
burger.
table. Where's that?
It's a gourmet burger van, goes around and about. I mean, we are talking top tier burgers, mate.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, thoroughly recommend. It probably wouldn't be, it's never going to be about close enough, really. I'll tell you what, we got an event down in Reading, haven't we, at some point?
Yeah, we've got an 888.
Alright, when we're in and around the vicinity, we'll get the Owens in. Assuming he's open. Super popular, sells out quick as well. But very high quality. Anyway, less food talk, making me hungry. Ben raised to 100k. Jake defending the 9 deuce, and then Ben playing bet on ace queen 7.
7-9 flop, 7-3 deuce.
Yeah, and Ben falling into what I assume. Well, we do have 4 of clubs in hand. Pretty nice card to have with the deuce 3 of clubs on board. So I wonder if there's some situations here where Ben might try and find this one into a raise. Be a nice line to take, I think, and does indeed click it up. That is sizing. I was quite expecting to find, but 5x there. Nice, really nice, Ben. Like it. Like it a lot. So 71 blinds, plays 42 blinds. Jake gonna raise the 7-6 and.
Do we raise any ace?
Yeah, this is a nice one to.
Oh, Ben.
Drops it. Wow.
Ben just flicks it in the muck. Doesn't fancy the ace.
I'm surprised there, I must say. I'm not really sure what happened there, to be honest. Did Ben complete the button and then Ben complete the button? Oh, either way. Hands over now, but I am surprised that one went into the muck. So to those of you who have stuck with us so far throughout the day, watching on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube, thank you for your company. It's been an absolute belter of a day down in Portsmouth.
It's been a wild day inside and out.
Yeah, it has, you're right. You're right. It's not the only storm going on outside the card room today. The dealers woke up this morning and thought, let's have a bit of fun, I think. The first 2 hours of this tournament today, if you want to watch those back, are a great watch.
Straight from hand one.
Yeah, literally from hand one. I mean, hand one set the tone for the next 2 hours.
Yep.
That's all we'll say on that one. Well worth a watch back on YouTube, on Twitch, or however you watch your content back. It will be there and worth checking out. So we've got both players here with a gut shot. Jake completed, Ben checked his option, check on the flop, and then Ben coming in with a better 50k on the turn. And Jake has found a raise in very comparable spot to where Ben found a raise a couple of hands ago, so it's just solid heads-up poker. Like, really good to watch. They're both playing excellently. However this folds out, or however this pans out, I say, be a deserved winner.
You certainly will.
To all of you just clocking off on your Friday evening, hope you've all had a good week and hope you will have a better weekend. Friday night for us will be the completion of the High Roller. Don't think we've got any more planned streaming to do after that, and then the team will be back tomorrow. Jay will be back in the booth tomorrow. We saw him in the High Roller earlier today, unfortunately busting out in 16th place, couple off the money. But yeah, really good to watch him get involved. And I think after this hand, we'll show you what we've got coming up for the rest of Portsmouth. And a small matter of a 1 million guaranteed UK Open.
Indeed, another month's time.
Yeah, we'll show you what we've got coming on.
We will
for that as well. So
plenty going on for the next. Before the. You normally cut off at the Vegas break, but there's even only a think it's only a 3-week gap, 3.5-week gap between 888 in Edinburgh and coming back to the Vic for the GUKPT.
Yeah, first GUKPT back in the newly refurbished
Yes.
Victoria Casino.
Indeed.
Dig that one up.
Ben a call. Ben hitting bottom. 9 of spades turn.
Yeah, Jake go for double barrel now, and 9 is going to be a pretty awkward one for Ben to navigate here, I think, just because any of the hands that we might have been behind to, like semi-bluffs, are either going to pair up on 9 or pick up more equity on that 9 of spades, so well, most of those hands are anyway. But he's handling himself very well, Jake, so is Ben. Alright, we'll show you the rest of the festival after this hand.
Just the rest of the festival.
Come on then, Pompey.
There it is. Friday is today. Saturday tomorrow is the Rumble at 6 o'clock. Or the main event, Day 1D, starting at 12, which we'll be covering from 12:20. And then Sunday, the seniors is on, the big shot is on, as well as crowning the champion of the main event. And the dates for the rest of the year on UKPL. Newcastle is next for the smaller ones. Reading, Edinburgh, Liverpool and Coventry. But we do have 2 big ones. The 888 Glasgow and the 888 in the Vic. They are the big poker 888 poker lives. So look forward to them. And obviously the one before, the UK Open.
Yeah. Well, here we go then. Jake's found a 3-bet. Haven't found too many of those pre-flop in this heads up. Ace-8, very strong hand in its own right, so I don't think Ben's going to be folding, and does decide to call. So King 6-4.
King 6-4 flop. Rainbow.
1 heart, so backdoor hearts a thing for Jake in addition to bottom pair. Out flopping Ben on this occasion.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
You alright, son?
So heads up play just creeping up towards the 3-hour mark now. It has been a hell of a battle. Really, really enjoyable. Hand 152. So Jake going to complete here. Ben ace 10 of hearts. Almost certainly going to fall into a raise. He's going to make that one 200k and get a fold out of Jake.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Texas Open Cash Games, we are ready to take Has anybody bought 1, 2 holder? Seats open in the gallery. Thank you.
There we go. So cash games opening in club. Everything else going on in club. Main event going on in club. We will be watching the High Roller to completion on the live stream. 888 Live, bringing you its festival to Portsmouth. Carder and Direct, providing the media coverage over the course of the week. What a flop for Jake. Slightly overkill. Even blocks out straight flushes as well. So flops the A-side flush here, Jake, with A6 of hearts. And checks it on over to Ben. Just decides to check back. So ace of diamonds on the turn. I expect, well, we need to see Jake start betting here. We want to start trying to build a pot. And Ben almost certainly just going to fold. Yeah, so Portsmouth Casino just starting to get a little bit busier now. It's Friday night. It's going to be a big one down here in Pompey, as it often is. Just a quick dealer change.
High Roller is the password. Somebody's asked for the password while they're sat playing the main event.
Oh, really?
High Roller.
Rachel's at the table. Used to be one of the in-club dealers down there in Pompey.
Yep.
Into the tour.
Password King 8 Deuce.
That is not the password.
No, it's not. I don't know why I said password.
Password is High Roller, not King 8 Deuce.
Flops King 8 Deuce. Top pair for Jake. Ace of hearts.
Yeah.
On the turn. He'll not really like it, Jake, but I don't think it's too much to worry about. Especially as it goes check, check.
Yeah, I think at this stage now, Ben doesn't come with block here, and he does check it, which he has, then we can go for some value as Jake. I'm not sure Ben's going to be thrilled about this spot either. It's pretty unlikely that Jake's going to go for value here with an 8, but I guess we've just got to pay River a 10. Job done. Just feeling the pendulum start to swing slightly back towards Jake at the minute.
20 bigs. Ben T. He's battled on and battled on and battled on. Can he try and get the chip lead for a start, because Jake's not relinquished the chip lead yet, and you've been saying it's just something that doesn't very often happen.
Honestly, to have the chip lead from the start of the day to this stage is absolutely incredible. For that lead not to have changed at all, fair enough. I mean, hats off to you, sir. You've had a cracking run at it, if that's the case. Regardless of what happens from here on in, it's been some performance. Check on the flop here. Ben with third pair now, and Jake picking up double gutter now adds a 3 to his live outs to accompany the 7 from the flop. comes in for a bet of 85,000, and Ben here, I would imagine, is going to make a call. Haven't faced any aggression up to this point, but
Not a bad turn in river. We got the back doors with the old
well,
5-4.
yeah, the old offsuit 3 slipping in there out the back door for Jake, and
Shit.
255. Yeah, I mean, it's basically pot, isn't it? I mean, this is a really tough one now for Ben Tower. I really don't see how we fold here, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you can't fault him for calling. To see the worst turn and river, that is, big smile on, right smile on his face as well. You just can't fault him for calling there in that spot.
Well, when the pendulum's swinging, it's definitely swinging.
And then the cards fall for you as well.
Aces for Jake. Just decides to call like this. Just keep consistent with what we've been doing before. And Ben with the 10 deuce. No real connectivity here, so I imagine this is just going to be check, bet, fold. Jake Bryan, 82 bigs. Ben right down there now, 11 blinds. So going to be looking for a spot for a double pretty soon, you'd like to think. The resilience and discipline from Ben at this final table has been excellent. I mean, there's so many spots where I would have taken really thin lines to try and get back into this, but his resilience has been absolutely outstanding.
Ben with the jack deuce down to 6-5-5 and 11. So down to 11 is Mr. Ben Teague. Jake Bryant on the left. Chip leader throughout the day while all the carnage was going on. Well, is it? We need to get back into it for Ben again. He's back down to 11. Is Kate here?
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Sounds like Kate is here. There's only one like that, one laugh like that in Britain.
I think that might be, I can't remember her name. She's like the host. What can I put? Like the casino down here.
Okay.
I can't remember her name. Always here. Brilliant job.
Yeah.
Really smiley, really happy. Always walking around with a tablet, doing memberships and bits and pieces. But I thought exactly the same thing as you two did then, I think. Thought Swifty's in the building, but I didn't think that was the case. Ben just going to let go here, and for the first time in about 2.5 hours, this has got back to 10-1.
Yeah,
and it feels heavy now. Pressure is right on Ben at this point in time. Jake just found a gear, hasn't he? Really, he's just found a gear. And credit to both of them. The resilience and the determination in this heads-up play, the intensity throughout has been absolutely outstanding. Could still have a long way to go yet. King, Queen for Ben on the button. What are we playing here? 9. I think this just goes 10 deuce for Jake. That will not.
Three doubles and Ben's chip lead are absolutely correct. It's happened before. He's not happened before, but he's got close. He's done really, really well. Wixie's been superb, hasn't it? No way they're still playing. It was that deep. It was always going to be a great battle between two great players that know how to play, know there's bet sizing, know what to do. I tell you what, Jake Bryan and Ben Teague, hats off to them both.
Yeah, so Ben here with the 7 deuce, just checking option. Jake happy to complete and take one in position. King, Jack, Jack.
One bet wins.
Ben checks it over and one blind from Jake. Barely more than.
Well, this is going on. We got away with one years and years ago when we filmed the World Series of Poker Europe.
Oh yeah.
We were working for Betfair at the time. Well, we were working for the World of Poker, but Betfair we were streaming. We were working for. We were just doing videos, short 2-minute videos, interviews all around the table, all around the rooms, and all that kind of thing. Gets to the final table, and ESPN says, "You might as well go home.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. It's now a TV production." So boss says, "You might as well get yourselves home." So we heads back up north, and the final table started. So we watched the start of the final table. We then gets back up north. We wakes up the morning after, absolutely drained. The heads-up battle's still going on. John Juanda and whoever, I can't remember who he was playing, was heads up for 8 hours.
Wow.
It was the longest day in poker like ever. Wow. ESPN said if it goes on for another hour and a half, ESPN were going to call it a day because the staff couldn't work any longer.
Oh wow, because like working time and stuff. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. It went mental.
That's incredible.
And we got away with that because we got told, "There's nothing you can do. You might as well go home."
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, thanks for letting us know.
I can't remember who we beat, John Juanda, but God, that was some battle. Yeah. It was about 2010 World Series of Poker Europe.
Yeah.
At the Empire.
Got you. Leicester Square Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it was held for 4 years.
Yeah.
Did every year of it. Ben flopping best, which he needs to do.
Yeah, check. 4 dimers on the turn. Well, it's going to take something pretty spectacular for Ben not to win this hand. After finding third 3 on the end. I'll just bet fold on that one.
So Ben still on 9, still fighting on. And Jake on the left, local to the casino. Chopped the 25.50 last January when there were over 500 runners and everybody thought, I think we need to go to Portsmouth.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
And here we are. Portsmouth. I thought Ben was reaching for all of them then.
Yeah.
Queen 6, Queen 3.
Queen 3 for Jake.
Makes it up.
Yeah, it's going to raise, and that is going to get Ben out of there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Raise it
So
up,
85 blinds, plays 8 blinds. And as far as comebacks go, this is going to have to be some comeback now for Ben. Well, here we go. It's been favourable distribution at times for Jake, hasn't it? Let's be real. This time Kings and Ben here, 9-3 of hearts. Just gonna check his option. $10-6-5. Rainbow. No deals, so straight up.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, good, I think. No, he's got his contract on.
So Ben, 10-8 offsuit here on the button. Just gonna take this one all in.
Send it first time.
And here we
gets
go.
a call.
Queen
First
10
all
dominating as well here, Jake.
First all in the call on the final table for the championship. Is this it?
The first time in this heads-up match.
Here we go. Queen 10
we are
for
playing
Jake.
For the title.
Well, we got
Deuce 9.
not the best flop at all, was it,
It's
for
not
Ben?
the best flop, mate, no.
Tell you what, these flops have been brutal for the guy behind today.
So we are going to need an 8. There
Or
are 3 of them left. In the 8-8-8, we need one of the 3 8s.
Can he hit it?
Or
do we have
it's going to be
a champion.
Campione.
Hey, we got a champion after one of the best battles you will ever see on the tables. He's got the fans, he's got everybody rooting for him. Local lad Jake Bryant.
Yeah, amazing.
Fantastic. Well done, sir. What an effort. I am going to head out because I'm going to chat with local lad Jake Bryant because that was a super win. Back with you shortly, or Sam's just going to run through what's been happening. What a final. I'm off.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Well, that is that, guys. Tower's on his way out to speak to Jake and hopefully Ben as well. What a heads-up battle that was. Incredible stuff. 2.5 hours long. Some of the most intense technical heads-up poker you're likely to see. Credit to Ben. I know he's going to be slightly disappointed, but what a result and what a run. And both players thoroughly deserving of the title there. So heads-up champion in Portsmouth on the 888 is going to be Jake Bryant. Tower's going to be almost out there with the players now. We'll send you over to him as soon as he gets there. There's PK with the tripod. That's usually a good start. But what a day's coverage. 38 players down to a final table within 2 hours. You will not see that again for the rest of the year. I'll be willing to put a lot of money on that. But yeah, what a scene, what a show, what a performance from Jake. Chip leader at the start of the day, carried it the whole way through to the final table. Did not lose the chip lead for the entire day's poker. You probably won't see that again all year. Just an incredible day of high roller action here in Portsmouth. So where is he? There he is. There he is. Our man is out there. So we're going to send you over shortly to the tower. Here he is.
Finally.
We've now got one.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Over the moon.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Now, this morning, carnage.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Yeah.
Fantastic watch.
Yeah. No, it was good. Like, I run good, you know. went through big stat yesterday, and yeah, just today was like I said, Ben's a great player. Yeah. He was creeping up at one point, and I'm thinking no, you know. But yeah, like I said, just kept me cool. Yeah. Cut the bluffs here and there.
Never relinquished the lead.
Nah.
Fantastic.
Nah, yeah, like I said, it's my local as well, local casino. So yeah, just really happy, mate. You know, really good.
12 months ago today, 12 months ago around about this week, we chopped the 25-50.
Yes.
One of the biggest ones, 550 runners in Portsmouth. They said you need tournaments down here, and here we are.
January, mate, yeah, got the second runners up, so yeah, maybe January's a good month for me. So,
certainly is.
Yeah, great, man. Hopefully many more to come.
Yeah.
So,
main event this week, you got to be playing surely?
Yeah, mate, yeah, probably do tomorrow now. Yeah, it's like been all week, so come back tomorrow. And then just see how that goes, and just I think Coventry will do that one as well.
Excellent.
So yeah,
we've thoroughly enjoyed it. Like I said, this morning was carnage, but that heads up battle was a super watch.
It went really quick, but yeah, like I said, it was a bit longer on the heads up. So, but I took it down tail. That's the main thing, mate. Good stuff, right?
And we've got a trophy. Here's Simon with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, shout it out for the champion of the high roller, Jake Bryant. He's got the trophy as Jake. It's the first one he's got, and let me tell you, the way he plays, it will not be the last.
Hopefully so. Hopefully
Absolutely.
so. Yeah, nice one. Good
Sam,
stuff.
take it away for us.
Nice one.
Okay, guys, there we go. So Tower's going to be on his way back to the booth now shortly, but great to hear from Jake. Congratulations to him. Incredible run, played really well. Great heads-up battle, as we've said a couple of times already. Brilliant day's coverage. Thank you to all of you for sticking with us. Here he comes.
Oh, I tell you, it's a tight squeeze round here, let me tell you.
Thank you to all of you for sticking with us throughout the day. Enjoy that.
Fantastic. And I mean, the heads-up battle, everybody wants it over quickly. They all want it straight away. Get me out of here. You've got to be all in. You haven't. You can play like these two.
Yeah.
And I mean it. But we're just got a quick treat for you for a couple of minutes. We're just going to bring in second place, Mr. Ben T. Just going to swap over. Come on.
I got it.
You get out of the way. That's it. You get out of the way. Get out of the way, you. Come on, Ben. Hey. You've got to bring that in.
Yeah, that has the good.
You got to. Wouldn't do an interview straight away because he needed a bit of headspace, and he also needs to cool down a little bit.
It was so warm under the lights. I'm wearing jump pushes now.
But no, well done. Great effort. I've got to mention, runner up twice in a week. It ain't bad. It ain't bad. You nearly clawed it back.
I'd rather win both tournaments.
Well, we know. Second in the closer online for GUKPTs on Tuesday.
If people didn't already know my name, they now know it.
They do. Well done to you. But what a battle that was.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was absolute carnage to start the day. We went from 38 to 9 in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
It was less than that, I thought.
Well, I thought it was it might have been 2 hours 40 on stream.
Because we hadn't done 4
2:10 was it? 2 hours 10. Wow, yeah. Even less. So, but yeah, that was carnage. But to watch that, even though the guys they were losing pretty quickly on the final table as well.
Yeah, everyone seemed to bust out and then three-handed. It was like, we're all really deep, and then they had the massive corner.
9s v aces.
Yeah, 9s v aces.
Yeah,
and then ace on the turn. It's like,
yeah, and then we got third place guy who was John Webb when he had the set of 8s against your 9s, and then you end up that was a massive hand as well to get heads up. But what a battle heads up! It takes some mental agility, does that?
It was fun.
It was. It was fun to watch.
Oh, glad you enjoyed it.
But obviously you needed to try and get into the mode of you were never chip leader. You never overtook the chip lead from Jake, but you battled on pretty well.
Yeah, I'd win a few pots and then lose a big one. And
yeah.
Win a few pots. After the aces hand where I doubled up.
Yes.
I don't think I won many pots afterwards.
No, I think that was only like the kind of misstep that Jake had when he jammed and you instantly called.
Well, I haven't seen all the hands yet.
Yeah. Well, when you watch it,
it's only want to notice.
Yeah. When you watch it, you might watch it and miss a couple hands that you don't want to miss. But
there was another one where I called with king high and I wasn't really sure what he was doing in that hand. And I felt like I was good, so I called, and I was.
Absolutely. But a great battle. Well done to you. Thanks for coming back and speaking for us.
Oh, I wanted to do it over there, but I also wanted to get out because it was so hot underneath the lights.
Great effort. Well-deserved pint, by the way.
Thank you.
Well-deserved pint.
I think I deserve a couple more as well.
Absolutely. I'm sure there will be a couple more as well.
There might be a couple more.
Second in the high roller, Mr. Benty. Well done, sir. Really enjoyed it. So that's it for the day. We will see you tomorrow at 12:20 with the main event. Saturday starts at 12 in the club, day 1D. Are you jumping in?
See what time I wake up.
It depends how many of them he's had, let me tell you. He'll be in the main event for sure. But the main event starts at 12 o'clock tomorrow. The Rumble is on tomorrow night as well at 6. Jay will be back. Thanks to Sam jumping in as always, part of the team for this year. Going to be doing a lot of days with Sam this year, so really looking forward to that. Thanks to Sam. Thanks, Sam.
Welcome, mate.
No worries, and all his buddies in there. So well played, Ben. We'll see you tomorrow from 12:20 as we resume the main event, crowning a champion eventually sometime Sunday, but tomorrow from 12:20. And he's just left up there, Mr. Jake Bryant, chip leader and winner of the high roller. Second, Mr. Ben Teague. From the team, we'll see you at 12:20 tomorrow from more on the 888 circuit. Ta-ta.
See ya. Bye.